Good morning. It's March 7th, and we're delighted to be starting the Planning Board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have 6 this morning. I'll read them out, and then we can adopt them all in one vote. The first one is Treeman Inc. Forest Conservation Plan number F20240190, MCPB number 24-012. The second is Village at Cabin Branch Site Plan number 8202015D, MCPB number 24-016. The third is 12700 Trevilla Road Preliminary Plan number 120220120, MCPB number 24-017. The fourth is 12700 Trevilla Road Forest Conservation Plan number F20230450, MCPB 24-018. The fifth is 4702 Chevy Chase Drive Preliminary Plan number 120210001A, MCPB number 24-023. The sixth is 4702 Chevy Chase Drive Site Plan number 220230120, MCPB number 24-024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The second is approval of minutes. We have 2 this morning, minutes of February 1st, 2024 open meeting, and the minutes of February 1st, 2024 closed session meeting. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The last is the adoption of record plats. We have 3 this morning. Subdivision plat number 220221040 Bannockburn. The second is subdivision plat number 220230340 Bloom Montgomery Village, and the third is subdivision plat number 220240170 The Gleaning, where staff is recommending approval of all 3. Do I have a motion for approval?
And move to approve the record plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The third item this morning is regulatory extension request. We have 2 this morning. The Adventist Healthcare White Oak Medical Center Site Plan Amendment number 820080211, extension request number 1. And the second is Lee Meadows Administrative Subdivision Plat number 620230100, regulatory extension request number 2. Both the staff are recommending approval of the extensions. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the extensions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Now we're going to item number 4, the roundtable discussion, where this morning Deputy Director Robin Cronenberg will give the report.
Good morning, and yes, I'm stepping in for the director this morning to provide the board an update on, excuse me, on the development review process work group and some of the recommendations that came out of that. I'm joined with Christina Sorrento, who is the chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. Before we do that, I'd like to start off with a welcome to Dahlia Mahdi. She's the newest member of the Up-County team with her focus on environmental planning. And so she's joining the Planning Division today as an Environmental Planner 3 and has nearly 20 years of environmental planning experience in both Lebanon and the United States. Dahlia has earned a bachelor's degree in environmental health and a master's degree in environmental science from the American University of Beirut. And she has valuable experience across multiple facets of environmental planning. Dahlia has analyzed and drafted policy, strategies, and programs related to environmental sustainability, resiliency, and habitat. She has developed and implemented a resilience framework to help communities identify and mitigate climate change vulnerabilities. So we welcome her to the Up-County team. Thank you.
Beautiful picture.
Yeah, welcome, Dahlia. Thank you.
Welcome.
And I think before we get into the work group, we also wanted to recognize the individuals, including Commissioner Pettawim, who was part of the third place blog, her story, and the two others, both Mitty Figueredo and Lakeisha Hall. And I'm not sure if that's, there we go, that's posted. So for the board, for the public, we do have a great blog called the Third Place Blog, and posted some great stories on this. Also, we've posted updates to the development review process work group. So would encourage you and others to read it. Some great stories here. So recognizing all three that were highlighted here. So congratulations. So we're going to
It
start.
was a lot of fun. Thank you. To read everybody. Thanks.
Good. So we are going to, there we go, provide some update on the recommendations that came out of the work group in October. So last year, the leader of the Maryland delegation, or Delegate Leslie Lopez from District 39, she headed up the development review process work group, which included government, developers, and community groups, and called the work group. It was 18 members that were represented to identify challenges and develop solutions to speed up the review and approval process without really cutting corners and getting projects off the paper and into the ground. So one of the key components of the work group was that was highlighted was reliability, trying to provide some assurances, some predictability through the process, and we do think with the recommendations that came out that's been provided. This was a 5-month-long process that started, I think, as the work group in May and June, ending in October with a set of 22 recommendations. It started off with 28 that had been recommended, and I think what was voted on by the work group resulted in the 22. 3 of which were statewide regulations or recommendations that are actually in the delegation right now and being considered. We have Ms. Sorrento and I will be testifying this afternoon on HB 1309, which was geared towards State Highway Administration and providing a timeline for them within our development review process. Right now, there is no timeline, and so from the predictability standpoint, that was a big part of this, so that we have some assurances that they're providing timely responses to our traffic studies. And then tomorrow, we are also testifying on HB 1003, which is subdivision plat recordation, and HB 0989, which are subdivision plats conditions. The first one is really talking about digital signatures, and we think this is a great idea. It should have happened. I think in the work group, what we heard was, why didn't this happen 15 years ago, 20 years ago? So there's still some work, I think, that has to be done
I
once
have
this
been
is approved.
after this for a long time, you know, that's written on my forehead.
And then the other one is subdivision plats conditions, basically conditional approval for plats by the board, thank you, and so that they can continue with the signatures after the conditional approval. So with that, it also as part of the work group, sorry, let me go back. As part of the work group, we did have 3 larger community meetings that were public, 9 work group meetings. There were many other meetings in between to try and come up with the right fixes and the right recommendations that we would all agree upon. You can see that there were a variety of groups represented, and again, 22 recommendations were sent to the delegation back in October. And the 3 that I just covered are being presented are considered today and tomorrow. Also, in addition to the blog that we just mentioned, also posted on that is an update, one that I did working with our communications department that really highlighted and keeps us up to date and informed about the recommendations that we've been working on. some of which we'll be going over today. And just a good place and a repository for people to go to keep check. And again, this is the blog, the third place blog, and as you're going through that with some of the other stories, this is one that you can also be informed about. So I've already covered the first three recommendations were changes to state law. Those are in progress, and we hope that those will be supported today and tomorrow, and look forward to seeing those being enacted for us to be able to move on. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sorrento so she can cover some of the recommendations that I think are really being headed up by her division and supported by the department. So turn it over to Christina.
Good morning. So we're excited to talk about some of the recommendations that we have completed or are in fairly good progress at this point. The first one is we have created an opt-in email list for Notice for All projects. And I'm happy to say that we kicked it off probably about maybe a month ago, and we already have about 40 people signed up for that. So that's pretty good for only a month ago. Everybody that signs up for that will receive an e-letter that lets them know about the upcoming DRC schedule and any plans that are on that. And the whole point is just to keep everybody more informed. All of this is on our website, but when it's sent directly to them, I think it's a better way for them to be informed of what's out there. So far that has been well received, and we're pretty excited to roll that out. The other big change that we've been able to complete, and it's in its final stages, and we're about to roll it out to the applicants, is an updated sign. This sign was put together by the communications department, and it looks fantastic. Not only does it have great Montgomery planning branding on it, but it has a QR code that is there that the folks can scan. And it will take them directly to the development project. And that, I think, will make it a lot easier. Currently, the way that the signs are laid out, it seems a little bit like gibberish. You have to really know what's going on in the land use world to understand the signs. This, I think, puts it in a lot better of a, normal people language. So I think that is going to be a really good way of increasing our transparency and notice to the general public about what's going on in their neighborhoods. Another thing that we have already started doing is we are noticing the civic associations and HOAs within a mile now. In code, it's supposed to be a half mile. This was an easy thing for us to change that we will codify in the near future, and we'll bring that to you when we make that change officially. But we've just gone ahead and started doing it anyway, since this is a work group recommendation that everybody agreed upon, and it was an easy change to do. So that notice requirement has changed and is giving a broader notice. We've also the planners have also started to attach the applicant's pre-submittal meeting affidavits to the staff reports so that it's in front of the board. You can see with that they had the pre-submittal meeting and what happened there and any concerns. And that's also, obviously posted to the planning board's website, and so everybody can see what happened at the pre-submittal meeting, and it makes it more transparent. And we have started the kind of lengthy process of responding to all comments received by the development review work group. There were a lot of comments, a lot of really good public engagement on the work group. And, the work group was only able to talk about certain ones that were very much geared towards development review. So there were a number of other comments that weren't necessarily geared towards development review. And the chiefs and the area teams have been really working hard on responding to each individual commenter to let them know that their voice is being heard and that try to explain anything that they might have a question on. And the way that we're kind of tracking that to make sure that everybody can see how this is going and whether they've been responded to or not is on our website that Robert had pointed out. We're just going to keep a track and say that these things have been responded to, so everybody knows which ones have been responded to and which ones are still in progress. And so this is the new sign. You could see the difference between, the one on the left is what was, what we usually require, and the one on the right will have an image that you'll be able to tell, oh, this is what this is going to look like. It's going to be more kind of like a massing diagram so that folks don't get too, set on maybe some certain architectural pieces, but you'll have a sense of what will this look like in my neighborhood? What exactly is this? Instead of just a bunch of project, a name and a plan number. And then the QR code, that's really easy to scan. Yeah.
We had a lot of discussion about this, more than you probably would appreciate on one end, but we have, one of the discussions was really on the image, because we do have people that go by, they see the signs and they see a particular type of image and it might change over time, which I think is, there's more validity to the QR code for people to be able to log onto our website and see updates and see what's been submitted so that residents, community members, even other agencies can follow along with the signage. And we feel like this is a lot friendlier to the people that are coming by and seeing it in lieu of just the whiteboard basically with the text on there. So we do hope this is going to be received well. So far we've received really good feedback from the development community about this, and as this rolls out, I'm sure we can make adjustments as necessary. But we think this is a great improvement.
So can I ask you, this sign, sorry, I don't know. I should have known, but I don't know. When do we put this sign? As soon as they file an application, or?
Yes, it's part of going through the intake process. Once it comes in, and one of the first things we do is look at the sign, make sure it has the right information, and then a sign is posted.
So if it is at a sketch review, you may not even have, at that time, a picture of the development, huh?
We usually do. At the sketch phase, we see more of a massing diagram than we do something that's more polished like this.
Yeah.
Although we might. I mean, it depends on the applicant, but I think the more we keep it on the massing schedule, the better, because we do know that
I
it will
agree.
change over time.
Okay, thank you.
I have just a brief question on that, and it sounds like I know you've had a lot of conversations about this. I don't want to insert ourselves now, but I was curious what your thoughts are on, like, what was the conversation like about the massing pictures in particular? Because I could see some folks not quite understanding what that really suggests for the development, and also maybe being, I don't know if fearful is the right word, but just being a little bit kind of wary of, because massing can often kind of look larger without the context of all the architectural details and sort of how that blends into the surrounding neighborhood. And just what was the conversation like around sort of being transparent around the massing diagram piece of it?
So the massing does provide some level of design, showing step back, showing block patterns, and kind of a general overview of what the shape of the building could look like.
Yeah.
And as it moves through a process of sketch to site, there is a level of change that will happen. Not only with the design, but could be height, could be massing, could be bulk. So the massing itself does show the relationship to the surrounding area in kind of a much more conceptual manner. And so I think at least at the sketch plan phase, we want to keep it as, I wouldn't say it's conceptual, but it also provides some level of bulk and massing and scale that I think the general community can relate to, even though in some instances that's definitely going to warrant some more questions and some more inquiries. But I think the reason for the QR code as well is so that people can follow along through the process where in the past, I think what we'd heard has been, okay, I provide my comments at the at the community meeting, and then all of a sudden it's the final design that we see.
Yeah.
So I think this provides a little bit more interaction with different community groups.
Yeah. That makes sense. Thanks.
Sure.
So another recommendation that we've already started and is always in progress is evaluating the intake process to reduce the amount of time to get through it. And one of the big changes we made with that was doing a brand new application checklist for the applicants essentially, and they're consultants, so that they can go through and say, yes, I have included this, check, and they have to sign it to say, I attest I have included these items and that they're done the way that the checklist says. I think it makes it so much clearer. This is basically a 2-page checklist, and we have examples linked to it so that if they're like, oh, what does this look like? What is this supposed to look like? They could click on the link and see an example, and I think it makes it a lot easier. Before, what we called a checklist was a good 20-plus pages long, and so that to me wasn't really a checklist. It's more of a manual. We still have that if somebody wants to do a deeper dive into things, but this checklist I think has made a definite difference, and we're continuing to always evaluate and improve the intake process. Another thing that we are continuing to do, and we are planning to hopefully do in April, is provide a training on not just that application, but just the whole intake process, the e-plans. We plan on doing that for the applicants and their consultants, kind of the typical engineers and folks that come through our process, and then we'll record it so that it's on our website, so anybody in the future can watch it if they have any questions about how this process is supposed to work.
And so recommendation 14, it's in regard to the memorandum of understanding that our agency had with the other stakeholders that are part of the development review process. And that MOU spells out the lead on specific elements to design review or to review of the applications. Some of those could be related to right-of-way, access and loading, traffic safety, on-site development issues, and conflict resolution in case there's a kind of a disagreement on how things would go through. So this MOU is over a decade old, and it needed to be updated for textual changes, for narrative, but also reevaluation to some degree of the lead and the supports to those lead and what that would cover. We have started the communication process with the other agencies to get together, and we are meeting this month to at least start on the textual changes. This will be a number of meetings to go through the MOU and work with the other agencies in that. So it's in progress. We know this was one of the recommendations that we knew was on our charge for this year. So as we have all the other recommendations that we're trying to go through, this is one that was on the top, so we are working through it.
This is the same one that was in one of the recommendations of speed to market, and WSSC never signed the original. If that's the same one.
Yes, it's the MOU, it's the same one.
Yeah.
This went through probably a year-long process back in 2010, maybe, something like that.
Yeah,
and,
that's the same one, yeah.
So it is the same one. We are engaging with the other agencies as well.
Especially the issue I heard for that one was the utility companies, PEPCO
Yes.
and WSSC, and we definitely need them to be there.
Absolutely.
So if you need help on that, maybe you could tell Artie to pull some string to make sure that you get it, because I know that was one of the issues.
Right, and WSSC actually participated in the process work group, and so this came up. They were part of this, and are well aware that this is something that we're going to be revisiting. Thank you. Let's see. Back to me. So recommendation 15, evaluate really a more streamlined review of administrative review processes. So right now in the code, there's nothing that says we can do an administrative type review quicker than the traditional 120 days. So this was really looking at, possibly a different administrative review process where those do qualify to expedite projects that are not as intensive, or they could be minor amendments. And kind of highlight that there's a streamlined review that needs to be part of that new process. So that's something that's in progress. Recommendation 18, this is really require applicants to provide an overview of opportunities for public comment and participation during the application review process at the pre-submittal meeting. So that's actually, it occurs today. The community meetings, which are the pre-submittal meetings, are required as part of the zoning ordinance before they actually submit the application. We do not participate in those, but we definitely offer the tools to the development community to be able to provide information that's on our website and guide them through what the process might be.
I will add, too, that my team is working with the communications team to develop some sort of, pamphlets or something that the applicants can have, that they'd be required to have available at the pre-submittal meeting. Since we aren't involved at that point, at least they'd have something that can point them in the right direction.
And I would say this was quite the topic during the work group about our involvement. And since in some cases, many cases, we haven't seen the applications before they're submitted. So it's really the opportunity for the developer to have their conversation with the community without us being there. And we don't want to weigh in on a particular issue that we haven't really debated, or we haven't had a good discussions with other agencies on. So we do think more education, not only with the development community, but also with the broader community is always helpful. So recommendation 22, Christina covered, I think, earlier, and we're providing, we had, I think, over 400 comments that came in that we were responding to. I would note that some of the comments were related to active cases, so we're sensitive about what we can put on the website that is still being responsive to community groups and people that wrote in while respecting the process of an application that's been submitted. So we are working on that. We're trying to complete it as quickly as possible so that we can, it just shows how responsive that we are, and we've been working on it. It's a lot of comments, though, that came in. So, and I know that some of the other agencies have comments to respond to as well. So I think with that, our next steps, again, Christine and I are testifying today on the State Highway Administration bill, and tomorrow on the plat recordation and the conditional plat process. So. In addition to that, we are doing research on one of the recommendations regarding Planning Academy and making that something that's more educational for the community and to highlight how you can get involved in the planning process from start to finish. So this is something that we know that we've done some research on that I believe Prince George's County does already. And it's something that we're trying to see what we can do to make that a good program, but something that would require us to engage with other agencies and other groups as well. So stay tuned on that one. We are trying to, we got a lot to cover, but we are trying to start the process on a lot of these. And then again, we mentioned the coordination on the lead agency MOU. So I think with that, that completes our presentation to you and our update. We're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cronenberg and Ms. Sorrento. It's great that you gave us this progress of the work on following up on the work of the work group. You've done a lot of work, and I applaud you and your team for doing that. And are we supposed to provide some written update to stakeholders? Was there some requirement to provide a written update? And the reason I'm asking that is you've done a lot of work, and it would be great if, you could let people know, where we are to date, because to show that progress, to, build in that confidence for them that, hey, we agreed to something and we're making progress on it, so I'm just asking.
I think the one where we did commit to providing written updates was I believe it was number 18 or 22. No, it was 22. And we are posting those on the website.
Okay.
Everything that we're doing is going onto the website to show what we've completed and what's still in progress
Right.
and what still needs to be worked on. So our commitment to the work group at the time was that we would keep the website up, and that would be kind of the repository for
Right.
for our transparency, our
Yeah.
communication to the public.
Yeah, no, this is great. I love the sign, the redesigned sign, and, all of these things build transparency, which is great, and it also, we're speeding up the process, so wonderful. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I think the best thing is that we show how these recommendations have impacted our timeline. The whole, I guess that the whole reason it came, it was that things takes longer, okay? So I think it is very important that we have a baseline, and then we be able to measure that how we have reduced the amount of time or how we have improved. That by itself would talk about the work that you have been doing. And the whole thing is that does all of this work, did it have an impact? And how did it impact the development review process? And we need to have some kind of measurement to show that. So I do not know if we are working on that or if there is a way that we could pick a few benchmarks or KPIs that we could do this measurement, and at the end of the year we say, okay, this is how it was and this is how it is.
So a few things. I think the ones that will be a little bit easier to measure would be with respect to the two state bills on digital signatures
Yeah.
and the conditional approvals. Those are ones that I think we can track starting now. I mean, we've been tracking plats and how those go through the process and the time. And so we'll be able to compare, I think, from now and then based on those approvals, how long those will be taking. Some of the recommendations may not have a time component to it. It's just making it a little bit more transparent and clear. But some of the other ones that we can definitely use our dashboard that our GIS department created and start tracking and seeing if there's a change with respect to some of the
Yeah,
recommendations.
it was
that came
22
through.
recommendations.
Right.
If we could even pick like
Sure.
4 or 5 or 3, whatever that it's measurable, that we could measure, that would take us a long way to show here this. We spent 5 months, and these are a few outcomes that we could measure.
It's a great point, and we
Yeah.
definitely will be doing that. For the
Thank
ones that
you.
we can measure.
Yeah,
sure.
the ones that is possible. Yeah.
Sure.
No other comments or questions? Thank you again. And we will just take a 2-minute break and start with item number 5, the 7404 New Hampshire Avenue Daycare number CU202412. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, 7404 New Hampshire Avenue Daycare, number CU 202412, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmit comments to the hearing examiner. This morning we have from Planning Grace Bogdan to present this item. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Grace Bogdan, presenting to you this new conditional use application, and we are recommending approval and transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner. This property is located on New Hampshire Avenue, just south of the intersection of University Boulevard. And so this is very close to the eastern border of the county. As you can see on the aerial of your screen, the border for Prince George's County is shown in the blue dashed line, just east of New Hampshire Avenue. The black dashed line on your screen is representing a staff-defined neighborhood boundary. This is a boundary we must identify for all conditional use applications and review the impacts there within. This boundary backs up to Sligo Creek to the west, with New Hampshire Avenue to the east, Kingwood Drive to the north, and Glenside Drive to the south. The neighborhood is predominantly made up of single-family dwellings, and we did find one approved special exception within that boundary highlighted in green, and that's for an accessory apartment within a structure, within a house. And then along New Hampshire Avenue, the uses, given that it is fronting on a major corridor, do introduce some institutional uses. So at Glenside Drive to the south, there is a church, and then at Kingwood Drive and New Hampshire Avenue to the north, just above the subject property, is another church, which I'll show you on the next slide. Zooming into the property, the subject property is highlighted in red. Zion Evangelical Church is just to the north, and this property fronts on New Hampshire Avenue, which is a 6-lane highway, but it is served by a service road, which is separate from New Hampshire Avenue, and this works as a one-way southbound road. The property itself is just under 5,500 square feet in size and is zoned R60 within the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads sector plan. And the house has currently been used as an in-home daycare since 2015, Future Star Daycare, which is a family daycare for up to 8 children. Today, the applicant is proposing to increase enrollment from 8 children to 14 children, and this is considered a daycare center for children ranging from 13 to 30. And so the applicant is proposing to increase that to 14, an increase of 6 children. The hours of operation would not change from what exists today, which is from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Pickup and drop-off will remain occurring from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. in the evening. And if the conditional use is approved, employees would increase to 4 employees living inside the house and then 1 non-resident. The pictures on your screen show the existing operations. The one to the top left is showing the house from 7404 New Hampshire Avenue. There is a driveway which can accommodate 2 parking spaces. The low decorative fence in the front is not used for outdoor playtime. There is an entrance to the rear which shows the fully enclosed backyard of 6 feet tall fence and outdoor play activity equipment. This image on your screen here shows generally a diagram of on-street parking spaces that are available for the daycare itself, and that's shown in the green hatched boxes. So there is 1 on-street parking space directly in front of the residence on the service road, and then up to 15 spaces fronting on Zion Evangelical Church. The applicant did receive a letter of support from the church saying that usage of these on-street parking spaces would not impact the church activities, and they are supportive of the application and increase of enrollment. And so all noticing and correspondence, all noticing for conditional use applications occurs through OZA, the Office of Zoning Administrative Hearings, and those requirements have been met. We have not received any correspondence for this application. However, as part of the application, the applicant did provide letters of support for neighbors, their direct neighbor to the south, to the north, as well as those that use the daycare themselves. And so this is all gearing up for a public hearing for the hearing examiner on March 25th. And so we do find that the application conforms to the applicable sections of the zoning ordinance and the sector plan, and are you recommend approval to the hearing examiner. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I just have a go.
No, I have a comment. I was hopeful that the applicant would be here today. I'm very well pleased with this, and especially taking into consideration the need for affordable health care, childcare in the area. And,
Excuse me, they are online if you.
oh, they are? Okay. Well, thank you for submitting this, and thank you for providing this service in the community. And I'm hopeful that you'll be continually successful.
I just had a question. I do not know. It's something that I remember that I think that the fire rescue and fire requirement may be different when it is from 8 and up or something. Have you checked that if that is okay, that they are not going to have any issues with the permitting?
So through the review of this, we did send this over to DPS Fire Access Division, and they are in contact with them, and that'll be reviewed during the building, their process with DPS.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's so great that we have these daycare centers. It's so needed. As being a parent, we're scrambling all the time to find daycare for our kids. So wonderful that you're able to expand. And so I have no further questions other than just one quick thing. You said that they have 4 residents inside and 1 non-resident. So does that mean that the people that live in the home are working in the business, and then there's 1 employee that comes from outside? Is that what it means?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So I have no other questions and comments. Do I have a motion for approval?
I will enthusiastically move to approve CU 2024-12.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. And is everyone here for the next? Okay, so we'll just take a 1-minute switch, and then we'll start with the next is item number 6, 7126 Wisconsin Avenue, sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan, and site plan, and so we'll come back in 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, 7126 Wisconsin Avenue, sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan, site plan, and granting request for reconsideration. Sketch plan number 32019003A, preliminary plan number 1202300020, and site plan number 8202300020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Adam Bossy from the Planning Department presenting. Good morning, Adam.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Happy to be here again today, presenting the proposal for 7126 Wisconsin Avenue. As you mentioned, this is actually the second public hearing on this case that we're having. We can look at the little timeline here, but we first got together to discuss this back on September 14th, and the Planning Board did vote unanimously during that hearing to approve the 3 applications with conditions. Prior to the issuance of those resolutions, this was in early October, representatives of the Seasons Apartments, who are the one and only abutter of this project, direct abutter of this project, reported being not noticed properly of the application. The applicant did recognize that error, and I believe it was within the span of 3 days, the board had voted to approve the request for reconsideration, which brings us here today. Since that time, the applicant has worked with their neighbors, the Seasons, to rework a small portion of the design of the building's western facade on floors 2 through 6 only, and that directly faces the Seasons building. I'll show you some images of that, too, in the presentation. So this limited architectural adjustment doesn't substantially change the scope, scale, or character of the project as it was proposed last September. Overall, the modifications that were made resulted in a net decrease of 3,332 square feet of gross floor area of the building. So back in September, the proposal was a total of 418,332 square feet. Now in front of you is a 415,000 square foot building. So other interrelated development figures such as the BOS request, PIP, and those numbers that play off of that have been modified slightly too to account for that adjustment. So that's reflected in the staff report that was produced prior to this hearing, and those numbers will be reflected in the presentation today. Other than that, the remainder of the proposal remains as it was in September, as are most of the staff's findings and recommendations. So the location we're speaking about today, this is in downtown Bethesda in the CR zone, as well as in the downtown Bethesda sector plan area. The existing Bethesda Metro Rail station's 2 blocks to the north, and the new entrance that's being constructed, the new southern entrance to the Metro line is being constructed about a block north by the Wilson and Elm building. That'll have access to the Purple line. This site straddles the Bethesda Row and Wisconsin Avenue districts of the sector plan area. Basically, the western half of the site's in the Bethesda Row district, and the front half of it is in the Wisconsin Avenue corridor. This site is 0.6 acres in size and is currently improved with low-rise commercial buildings and surface parking. There is one specimen tree located centrally in the site that's in poor condition, and a variance has been included with the application to request its removal. Just north of the site is the Artery Plaza building and a new set of bike lanes on the north side of Bethesda Avenue. The Gateway office building, which has a neat piece of public art down on the corner of Willow and Wisconsin, is across the intersection to the northeast. The Farm Women's Market is directly across the Wisconsin Avenue to the east. And to the south of the building, we have the Crescent condominium building, Solaire apartment building, and again, to the west is the Seasons apartment building. This is just a panorama image looking from the Farm Women's Market site across Wisconsin Avenue at our site and some of the surrounding properties that I just mentioned. So the site at 7126 Wisconsin Avenue was included in the 2019 Planning Board approved Bethesda Market Sketch Plan. The sketch plan itself is a public and private partnership between the county, the town of Chevy Chase, the Parks Department, and several private developers. The sketch plan is an ambitious concept to preserve and enhance the market and transform the public parking lots adjacent to it into parks, as well as to provide several mixed-use buildings as well. Those properties that are included in the sketch plan area are highlighted in the aerial image on the right side of the slide. Most of the previously approved sketch plan, again, involves areas on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue, the Farm Women's Market, and those properties abutting it. On the west side of Wisconsin Avenue is our 7126 Wisconsin Ave site. The sketch plan the sketch plan that was approved anticipated the east and west sides of the sketch plan area would develop separately under separate site plans and preliminary plans. So this application, these set of applications that are in front of you today are focused on that west side portion. And there'll be future site plan and preliminary plan applications that will come in separately for the east side. So the sketch plan amendment that's proposed is to bring the property at 4708 Bethesda Avenue into the development envelope. That's highlighted here with the purple tone. That's the shuttered bank property. And essentially what that does, it adds about 1/3 of an acre to the development area approved by the sketch plan before and allows for a more complete redevelopment of this part of the block that's occupied by the Seasons and 7126 properties. So we think that this is a pretty big improvement over the original sketch plan, and this hasn't changed since September. So the proposal itself is for the full redevelopment of the subject site with one building with a max height of 225 feet. With a total of 415,000 total square feet of gross floor area. Again, that's reflective of the minor change in architecture since last September. We're still looking at 330 multifamily units with 15% MPDUs, and up to 130 of the units could be used for short-term rentals, which I'll touch on in a minute. Just shy of 12,000 square feet of commercial space will be included, and there is a request for 277,165 square feet of BOS density. That is, again, adjusted from September. The park impact payment number that we see here is also adjusted. So that number has actually gone up since September slightly due to an adjustment in the park impact payment rate that now applies to the project. So access and circulation hasn't changed since September. Off of Bethesda Avenue on the far left-hand corner of the floor plan that we see here is access to the underground parking garage. Opposite of that on the lower left corner on Miller Avenue will be the loading bay. That will have 2 bays for moving in, moving out, and service activities. Just to the right of that will be a bicycle storage room that will be accessible from the street. And that's tied to the residential lobby and amenity space shown in blue. Above that is the retail space shown in red, and we have illustrative images here of the pedestrian entrances coming off of Wisconsin Avenue at the corners of Miller and Bethesda Avenue, respectively. Just jumping back briefly to the short-term rental units. These are an accessory residential use that are allowed in the CR zone as a limited use, subject to conformance with the list of standards that we see here. So the applicant's proposal, again, requests to be able to use up to 130 units in the building for this purpose. So if approved at any one time, they could have no units as short-term rentals, or again, up to 130 of them. The short-term rentals function similar to like an Airbnb. And I should say with this building type too, stipulations B and C here will generally limit the use of any single unit for short-term rental purposes to 120 calendar days. And that's something, a programmatic element that the applicant will have to work with DPS to implement. The downtown sector plan does allow additional height along the Wisconsin Avenue corridor portion of the site, and that is up to 225 feet, which is again proposed. And that is if the project develops in a manner that benefits the farm women's market. The two benefits that were proposed in September do remain proposed now. Those are to fund the National Register of Historic Places listing application for the farm women's market, which the applicant will coordinate with those folks to do, as well as with our historic preservation team. And the applicant's also going to provide a thematic art element on the topic of women in agriculture in the county at the site's northeast corner. So that's the corner that's just opposite of the Farm Women's Market. Kind of cool too. The Gateway Market building across the intersection has a neat piece of public art there too. So we've got this an intersection now being proposed with art, the historic Farm Women's Market, and this beautiful new building. As a proposal in the CR zone being made under the optional development, the project must be designed in a manner to provide at least 100 public benefit points. And we see here that it is doing that in the categories of connectivity and mobility, diversity of uses and activities, quality building and site design, as well as protection and enhancement of the natural environment. Exceptional design public benefit category is given additional attention in the Bethesda overlay zone. The overlay zone does increase the amount of points available for this public benefit here. And this proposal has been reviewed by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel, which reviews all such proposals in the overlay zone for exceptional design. So the proposal was actually reviewed a total of 4 times now by the DAP, once at the time of sketch plan, 2 at the time of site plan back in the fall, and they reviewed it a final time a couple weeks ago to look at the architectural change that was proposed. At that meeting, they did reconfirm their support for 20 exceptional design points, with one recommendation to examine the possibility to add a little bit of articulation to some of the end windows, which again we'll see in an upcoming image. But they were very supportive of it and frankly made comments to the design being better now. Here we do have a couple images of the building. On the left is a view from the Farm Women's Market property. You see the top right corner of the building here is where it reaches that max height of 225 feet. With the image on the right, this is a view looking down Wisconsin Avenue, a southerly view down Wisconsin Avenue, with that 225-foot tower on the left. And on the far right of the image, we see a silhouette of the Seasons building, and at that edge of the building, that lower base portion of the building is where those architectural modifications have been made. So speaking of those modifications, the image on the left is of the western facade of the building, kind of looking down Bethesda Avenue easterly past the Seasons building, which is kind of ghosted out here in silhouette. In September, we see that the building had some windows kind of in the central portion of that facade on floors 2 through 6 of the base. And with the March 2024 revision, they've essentially shaved, I believe it was 10 feet off of the northern and southern edges that kind of projected out toward the Seasons building, provided a wider step back of those levels from their neighbors to allow more light, air, whatnot in there. And it also allowed them to add some more windows to those units, which does include a number of MPD units getting additional light, getting additional windows. So we think, and the DAP thought, that these changes are very, very pleasing. Regarding community outreach, all noticing requirements have now been satisfied. The Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee did review this project in the past. Again, the DAP also reviewed it. We did receive community correspondence last fall and again over the past week. And just noting the planning board hearings, we had our first one on September 14th, and we are here again today responding to the request for consideration. Regarding that community correspondence, just summarized here, that most of that came from residents of the Crescent condominium building, which is located across Miller Ave to the south. Many of the concerns from September were echoed again here in March, and those were, in summary, had to do with the scale, proximity, and height of the proposed building relative to them. Sidewalk improvements that are proposed, just general traffic concerns, as well as with privacy and shading. Staff did have the opportunity to respond to each person who did make comments over the course of the past week. The Seasons Apartments, those are the folks who did file the request for reconsideration back in September. That was on September 10th, and again, the board granted that request on September 12th. And the staff responses to those Crescent community members' comments is summarized here. So with that, members of the planning board, in conclusion, the three applications before you each satisfy the respective applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance or subdivision regulations, as well as substantially conform to the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. So in conclusion, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the sketch plan amendment preliminary plan, which includes the request, includes a request for the specimen tree variance, and also recommend approval of the site plan application with the conditions as reflected in the staff report. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bossi. Any questions or comments from the board?
No, I remember this hearing from September fondly. I was very well pleased with the design, and I think I may have queried why not taller. So it's exciting to see that additional height's going to be added to this. Thanks.
If there are no other comments or questions,
I think it's a great job at filling a hole there, and I'm happy that all the three parcels now are part of it, so there is not a smaller parcel left. And the building looks really nice, and kudos to good work.
yeah, beautiful building, beautiful project. So looking forward for you to break ground whenever, sometime soon. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of sketch plan number 320190038 preliminary plan number 120230020, site plan number 820230020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Yeah, I'll move to approve those with the conditions from staff.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Congratulations. Thank you. Yep, and we'll just take a 1-minute break, and we'll start with item number 9, which is the Glenmont Corridor Opportunity Study Scope of Work. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study Scope of Work, where staff is recommending to approve the scope of work for the Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study. This morning from the Planning Department, we have Zubin Adrianvala to present. Welcome and thank you.
Good morning, Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Planning Division Chief. Just wanted to say a few introductory remarks prior to Zubin's presentation. We are really excited to bring this before you. This is a study that we'll be doing for 1 year. So it's a bit different than a master plan. We will be looking at the progress of the master plan that's already been adopted for this area. We'll be doing a check-in on that. We'll also be looking at how this study can advance Thrive through the actions that are in Thrive in this plan area. We feel this is really well timed with a lot of our other efforts as a county to look at ways to advance the master plans. So with that, I'll turn it over to Zubin.
Thank you, Gary. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. For the record again, Zubin Adrinwala with Mid-County Planning, and I'm joined by my colleague, Sophie Katzker. Diving right in, as you can see, the graphic shows the various types of plans and planning projects, as well as the relationship among these efforts. As you know, Thrive Montgomery 2050 is the overall foundation of everything Montgomery Planning does now, and thus informs all successive plans and projects. As Carrie pointed out earlier, this is a study, and it allows us to investigate an issue or a geography, but does not dive into policy changes. However, it can lay a significant groundwork for a policy change or a detailed master plan. The Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study will be informed by Thrive, countywide plans and policies such as the Bicycle Master Plan, the Pedestrian Master Plan, and the 2013 Glenmont Sector Plan. This study will also dive into current conditions, offer strategies for sustainable growth, and will provide analysis on land use, economic growth, and housing for the future. It aims to deepen our understanding of Glenmont's potential along major corridors and will serve as a resource for future planning endeavors, especially as they relate to the county's centers and corridors. The Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study aims to understand how Thrive recommendations will apply to Glenmont, especially focusing on the growth along corridors and creating a complete community. This study will pinpoint essential resources, services, amenities for 15-minute living in the study area. Additionally, it will assess progress made since the 2013 Glenmont Sector Plan, identify barriers to implementation, and devise strategies that envision Glenmont as a walkable, diverse, sustainable community. And the final aim is, of course, to uphold the principles of Thrive in the study area. For geographic context, here is the study area in the county at the intersection of Georgia and Randolph. Zooming in a bit, the study area encompasses of the following overlapping geographies. Properties along Georgia and Randolph corridors, as seen as in the corridor-focused as seen in the corridor-focused boundary map here, the Glenmont Sector Plan area, and a 20-minute walk shed approximately a mile from the Glenmont Metro Rail Station. So combining these three geographies, we came up with the final geography for the Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study. The study will also analyze Glenmont's role within a network of centers in Thrive, focusing on its relationship with Wheaton, Colesville, Aspen Hill, and North Bethesda. It aims to understand Glenmont's interaction within this diverse network and its contribution to economic competitiveness and sustainable and equitable community development. The study area is home to some significant local landmarks, which host many big and small businesses, which bear testimony to the community's entrepreneurial spirit. Apart from the businesses and the metro station, the study area also hosts some new and old housing development and is continuing to see further residential development interest. Diving into some study area demographics, the area is home to over 26,000 residents across 7,600 households. This is also a diverse population with over 50% Hispanic or Latino, 19% white, 15% Black or African American, 12% Asian, and a small percentage identifying as two or more races. The median household income stands at approximately $94,000, which is about $24,000 less than the county median, with 79% of the households being family households and 66% being owner-occupied. In the study area, 82% of the development predates 1980. Residential land use dominates, including single-family homes, townhomes, and multifamily buildings. Retail centers around two shopping centers on Georgia Avenue, the Glenmont Shopping Center and Wheaton Park. Building usage includes an office building and institutional structures. The study area also has 7 public parks with 2 large regional parks nearby, Wheaton Regional and the Matthew Henson State Park. Apart from being significant community assets, we also see these parks as a critical piece of the complete communities equation. And we'll be exploring ways for the community to access these parks within that 15-minute living concept. So some background and context, we think Glenmont provides a unique chance to analyze opportunities and challenges associated with the implementation of the policies from Thrive. Thrive identifies Glenmont as a large center and also identifies both Georgia and Randolph as growth corridors. As mentioned earlier, Glenmont also has significant assets, including a metro rail station. For these reasons, the study area can be a unique case study to analyze resources, services, amenities, and short-term actions necessary to support the implementation of Thrive. The study will focus on the following guiding principles apart from the overarching goal of creating a complete community. We will examine access to housing, jobs, education, transit, and other public and private amenities to further racial equity and social justice. We will explore how to improve walking, rolling, biking, and transit in the study area, and also seek ways to understand housing needs in the study area and investigate more housing to better match supply with demand. The most recent planning effort, as I've already pointed out, is the 2013 Glenmont Sector Plan. The 2013 plan advocates a strategic development-oriented approach. Salient recommendations of the plan include assembly of properties, particularly the Glenmont Shopping Center, to achieve a mixed-use redevelopment, an enhanced streetscape along Georgia Avenue, and implementation of bus rapid transit on Georgia Avenue with explorations recommended for Randolph. And finally, it recommends improving connectivity through a creation of a meaningful street network. Here is how we anticipate to integrate the context that I have presented earlier into the study. We will explore transportation and community networks within and without the study area, inventory a list of amenities in the study area and identify gaps, assess residential access to nearby amenities within a 15-minute walk, bike, or roll on a low-stress network, and finally analyze available housing types and explore the demand-supply mismatch, if any. As suggested by the study's process and methodology, this effort is intended to primarily focus on analyzing existing conditions and developing strategies to further the vision of both the 2013 Glenmont Sector Plan as well as Thrive. However, understanding community members' lived experience will be an important component of the study. To gain better understanding, staff proposes a 3-pronged approach. Create and distribute a questionnaire on key community themes to gather wide-ranging input in multiple languages as needed. Conduct focus group for in-depth understanding of community perspective after identifying specific groups that can meaningfully inform this effort, and conduct human geography explorations in which staff will ask community members to share their view of local community perspectives on to what extent community members feel they live in a complete community, and if they can accomplish most of their daily tasks within that 15-20 minutes of access. This may involve some mapping of streets, edges, districts, nodes, and landmarks so that we can create a community map of the area and understand their perspectives through human geography explorations. Finally, the study will end with a final report that will assess land use and zoning challenges and identify strategies to address those challenges, identify strategies, services, amenities, and short-term actions to support Thrive implementation and creation of a complete community, and develop strategies to improve multimodal mobility and safety along the corridors. We anticipate that this effort will take approximately 1 year to complete, beginning with analysis this winter, which is ongoing, followed by community outreach, analysis of the feedback received, development of strategies, culminating into a final report in about a year's time. With that, we finally request your feedback, welcome your questions, and request you to approve the scope. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any comments, questions, feedback from the board?
I have a comment. I really look forward to the results of this, and I'm excited for what will be the final action after this is completed. Along with East County, I believe this portion of the county has long been neglected. I drive by it every day on my way to and from work, and I'm excited for the opportunities that exist here. Thanks.
The Glenmont Shopping Center. This is one of the, I guess, that areas that it needs the most, I think, in the county. I don't know what, I understand that one reason of it is all the different ownerships that is there, that we haven't been able to do anything. But I just thought that, the master plan that was done in 2013, I do not know what was the vision for that shopping center and why it's taking so long. This is an area that is sort of central and probably in an area that it really needs to be done as soon as possible. And to me, that shopping center is a center or cornerstone for that neighborhood to do something with it. And I do not know what is your timeline, because this is, I don't know what an opportunity study means. Is it just a study? Is it a master plan? And what is the next step? And how long does it take until, and if something, I know that something was at the works to get all of these ownerships together to do something with it. But this is something that probably needs some kind of accelerated something to make it happen. And I do not know how we can help to do that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right with and I'll of course let, I see Jessica McVery, our master plan supervisor, has joined us too, so I'll let my colleagues and our leadership jump into. But yeah, we do recognize that this is an important piece, and the Glenmont sector plan did identify that property consolidation will be a critical piece to get things moving in the shopping center, because as you pointed out, there are multiple owners. But I think what we will hopefully be able to do is, within the scope of the study, also understand the market more meaningfully, and also understand some of the more sort of formal and informal entrepreneurs who exist in that shopping center. So if you've been to the shopping center, there is a lot of economic activity which is non-traditional, so to speak, and may not. And we want to definitely access some of those people and understand their needs and concerns also, which I think will be beyond the purview of a sort of traditional development interest, in our opinion. So we look forward to exploring some of those sort of micro-entrepreneurs and communicating with them.
The question is that I heard you saying that this was envisioned in 2013, that is 11 years ago, and nothing has happened. Mm-hmm. So what did go wrong? And if we knew at that time that was an issue, I think that we should just learn that what we can do differently to make it happen. I have been hearing that something is at work for a long time, and I do not know if it's really happening or is it stalled somewhere.
Thank you for that question. For the record, my name is Jessica McVery. I'm the planning supervisor for our Mid-County Planning Division, Mid-County Master Plan team. I want to start first with, you sort of questioned what is an opportunity study. And I think one of the values of studies is that they allow us to kind of prompt or reignite the interest that's generated in our communities when we're going through a planning process. We've seen with the Advancing the Pike District study, with the agritourism study, most recently with the Wheaton study, with the Aspen Hill Vision Zero study, that these are opportunities to shine a light on the opportunities that exist within these communities and sort of bring them to the forefront of attention. And so I think that that's really an opportunity that we have in Glenmont. Both, I think one of the things that we've learned with the Great Seneca Plan is, wow, a lot has changed in the last decade. And so how can we bring all of that focus and attention back to Glenmont? You are accurate that there are, elements in motion and discussions around the Glenmont Shopping Center. We don't have anything in front of us at this time. And I don't know, Ms. Sanders, if you'd like to elaborate.
Sure. Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Division Chief. So absolutely, do we want to see the shopping center move ahead? The answer is yes. That particular property has many different property owners, so it's going to require an assembly of properties. That effort has not materialized in terms of a formal application at this time, but we do understand that we would receive something hopefully in the near future. So I think the timing of that with this study is great. In terms of the other areas around the shopping center, we do have an active project that you may have seen, the townhouse construction just north of the shopping center area. So that is the first phase of the Glenmont Metro Station project, or Metro Center, project. That project has a couple of phases, each of which have a preliminary plan approval already, and so they need to come in for site plan, which is the next step. In addition to that project, we have the Glenmont Forest local map amendment, which has been filed. That will come to the planning board for comments in the spring. And that is a local map amendment to essentially rezone the property to what was envisioned in the master plan. So I think, there is activity occurring. And so actually this study, I think, is really well timed. It will give us the opportunity to kind of bring together stakeholders to sort of say, okay, we've seen some incremental progress. How do we get this going, get this really accelerated? There's no reason why this area can't be like many other metro stations areas of the county, where we have really created a nice street grid and we have created excellent walkable development. There's no reason why it can't be here. So I think that's something that we're really going to be focused on in this effort.
Yeah.
I think the name of opportunity is really good, especially that, and I'm assuming that you are coordinating with all of these different, property owners, or if there is one developer that is working with them, because this is our opportunity to get them involved and to see how we can make it happen. So that would be the best time to step in and say, look, we really want to happen it. Maybe we could provide, I don't know, some kind of incentive or whatever it takes to make that happen, because I believe that people in that neighborhood, they really deserve this.
And I think you brought it up about the metro station. There's so many empty vacant lots around that metro station. And quickly looking through the sector plan, it said that there is a lot of language in there about redeveloping those, and I'm assuming that that's WMATA territory, or that's WMATA real estate still. Is it part of, I'm specifically thinking of the big lot north.
Georgia Avenue.
It's along the main one, at the west side, I think, if I'm northwest side, if I'm looking at, if I'm orienting myself correctly. Are there part of the plans of the scope of work to talk to WMATA and discuss their use of that real estate? I assume at some point it was a staging portion for the metro station. That's been, that vacant lot right there, plus the amount of parking, I think there's two structured parkings, one on the east side, one on the west side. That's a lot for a metro station, and that's a lot for not having been anything for as long as I've lived in Montgomery County. And I just want to make sure that part of our scope of work is discussing, if you want the commercial redevelopment around that major center, having more residential sitting next to the metro station is probably a big part of making that as an attractive possibility. So is discussing with WMATA what they're planning on doing with that and that area around there part of the scope there?
Isn't it some of the area that was in the land swap with the parks in that area,
That's
in
what
the
she
Wheaton
said.
area?
And if I could, I'd second emphatically the statements that Mr. Hedrick has made.
So having conversations with Amada, absolutely. And I think maybe, we can come back to you all and update you kind of through that process as it relates to the existing development that's already been approved. Because I think the conversation is like what has been approved and what doesn't have a development approval. And
Yeah.
so we could break that down for you as a further discussion. But yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, WMATA will be one of the major stakeholders we want to engage, as well as we've already engaged with the County Department of General Services, and we will be meeting with them shortly. Actually, we have a meeting with them this week. So we're going to be bringing those stakeholders together. We're going to be talking about how we can advance the plan, and we do, have active things underway as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's my
Great, great, thank you for that presentation. So some of the information from the opportunity study may inform a need to amend or update the master plan or amendment or whatever, but because, could that be one of the outcomes of?
That could be an outcome. I think we will assess whether that
Right.
is needed. We do have a proposal for the Georgia Avenue corridor, and through a corridor plan that is part of our budget proposal or our work program ask. So it could be that this effort informs that, which isn't anticipated to begin until 2025.
Great.
So
Great.
that this could be a helpful information gathering exercise for that effort.
Well, I like your comment that we're putting more energy, more eyes on that, and it may help to jumpstart some of that development. So thank you so much. If there are no other comments, I appreciate your presentation and the discussion we had, and I'll take a 2-minute break. That's right. We need to vote to approve. I'm sorry. So do I have a motion to approve the scope of work for the Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study?
Yeah, move to approve the scope for Glenmont Corridors opportunity study.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. We're running. We're running ahead of schedule. Is the next group ready? Okay. Okay. So we'll just take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with the next item, number 7, the Friendship Heights Urban Design Study briefing. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Friendship Heights Urban Design Study Briefing, where staff will brief the planning board. Thank you. In this, we have Andrea, Atara Margolis to present this morning. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, this is Atara Margulies, Master Planner in the Down County Division. I apologize for my voice today. I am here today to brief the board on the findings of the Friendship Heights Urban Design Study. The team was last at the board in July to present the scope of work for this study. Today, we'll review the goals of the study again and the limits of the study area, briefly review planning history in Friendship Heights, delve into the engagement process, and then I'll walk us through the actual analysis and engagement that we did that was focused on the 4 urban design networks that we studied. And then, of course, we'll conclude with lessons learned. We call this an urban design study, but what does that mean? What's urban design? We're defining urban design as the shaping of the physical form of a place, such that the buildings, streets, parks, and public spaces work in harmony to create a dynamic, welcoming place that supports a thriving public life. Successful urban design creates that strong public realm that we're always looking for. And the public realm is any space, even part of the built environment, that's open and accessible for public use, regardless of ownership. So that can include streets, sidewalks, plazas, parks, and open spaces. The goal of this study was to analyze how people experience the existing open spaces, pedestrian and transit networks, activity centers, and public life in Friendship Heights today. The community engagement that we did in the fall of 2023 included regular coordination with multiple municipalities, residents, and many other stakeholder groups. This study highlights the urban design strengths and needs of this unique cross-jurisdictional community. Here's the study area and context. The map on the left shows the context of Friendship Heights within the region. The white line going from the top to the bottom of that slide, that's not the DC border, is Route 355. For context, it goes all the way from DC up, hitting Friendship Heights right at the border with the district and continuing up through Bethesda and Rockville. On the right, you see the image of what we call the study area. The black dashed line going around Friendship Heights, that's the 1998 sector plan boundary. The study focused mostly on that, and we call that downtown Friendship Heights. But as part of our analysis phase, we explored the context that you can see in the limits of this image to DC and all the way around Friendship Heights on all sides, on the Maryland side, and we'll talk more about that context in a minute. This was our project schedule. We took the scope to the board in July of 2023. We worked on the urban design analysis in the summer and continued into the fall. Engagement took place mostly in October and November into December. We then produced the summary report over the last few months, and we expect to have the final report online soon after this presentation. Before we get into the engagement and analysis work, as I said, we'll talk about Friendship Heights for a minute. At only 113 acres, Friendship Heights is the smallest of the 4 Montgomery County downtowns, or former central business districts, the others being Bethesda, Wheaton, and Silver Spring. It's located at the border with Washington, D.C., but in quite a unique way. The busiest intersection of the area, that at Wisconsin Avenue and Western Avenue, and the Metro Rail Station, is on the border straddling both jurisdictions, and that's unique to other border conditions we have, even at downtown Silver Spring on the other side. Friendship Heights is surrounded on the Maryland side by different areas of Chevy Chase. Some of these are individual municipalities, as shown on the map, such as the town of Somerset to the north, Chevy Chase Village to the northeast, and other areas are neighborhoods within Chevy Chase, like Brookdale, which is to the southwest of Friendship Heights. So to be clear, in this study, we're going to refer to everything that's within those black dashed lines as Friendship Heights, but there are some caveats to that. You will notice that this parcel that I'm circling here, which is along Wisconsin Avenue, this is the Saks Fifth Avenue building surrounded by its parking. This is within the Friendship Heights downtown, but it is actually owned by Chevy Chase Village, although it is separated from this residential neighborhood by a buffer and a wall, which we'll talk about. And so that's one thing to know. The other thing to know is that within Friendship Heights exists the village of Friendship Heights, this triangle that you can see in the red dashed line here. It's a special taxing district, which was created by the state of Maryland in 1914. We'll call it the village during this presentation, and the village provides many services to its residents, including but not limited to, maintenance of its own parks, roads, streetscape, free shuttle bus. They maintain a community center that has a lot of community benefits for the residents and the other folks in the area. The village does not have zoning or land use authority. North and south of the village, however, are areas in Friendship Heights that are not part of any special municipality, and that's important to note as well. This is the Somerset House condo development. It's not in any separate municipality, but we consider it in Friendship Heights because it's in that downtown. And the same goes for the Geico parcel, the Wisconsin Place development, the collection retail along Wisconsin that I'm indicating here, and then the building that sits on top of the bus depot at 2 Wisconsin Circle. So Friendship Heights is comprised of all of these different pieces, and those were all things that we looked at in this study. To go through a bit of development history briefly. In the first part of the 20th century, most of Friendship Heights, including the village, was just single-family homes. There was a little bit of commercial area around Western and Wisconsin. This view here is from 1963. And this was largely how it was until around the 1960s. Department stores started moving up from DC into the suburbs to the north. That first one was actually not on this side of the county, but in Silver Spring. You may be familiar with that, the 1947 move of the Hecht's department store to Silver Spring. And of course, it's a historic facade today that we're all familiar with. But that trend continued, and up Wisconsin, the stores started to move. So by 1960, both Woodward and Lothrop and Lord & Taylor had opened in the area. Friendship Heights was beginning to turn into a retail destination. By 1959, Geico had decided to open up its headquarters there, and so that added jobs and people as well. These moves spurred a very quick change in Friendship Heights. By the mid-1960s, developers were buying up multiple single-family home parcels at one time and redeveloping them into multifamily towers. This is a view from the middle of the 1970s of the village, contrasting it with the view we saw on the previous slide of that same triangle. You can see that rapid transformation. However, so in 1964, there was a master plan that rezoned a lot of Friendship Heights to encourage this redevelopment that was occurring. But by 10 years later, in 1974, there was some fear that perhaps everything was moving too fast. And in an unusual move, the 1974 sector plan actually reduced the area of the Central Business District and downzoned several blocks after years of community involvement. By 1998, Friendship Heights was a regional retail hub, and the sector plan update at that time focused on parks and open space, urban design, and the pedestrian environment more so than any previous plan as a way to support that retail hub. It also focused a lot on maintaining the green buffer around the downtown to maintain the separation between the bustling urban area from the bucolic suburban surroundings. Here are 3 aerial views where you can just really see that transformation of Friendship Heights, and a snapshot on the left in 1951, except for a little bit of commercial in that intersection around Wisconsin and Western, where you can see the district line cut across. Everything else in the village, particularly this triangle, is all single-family homes. By 1979, it's taking shape that looks very familiar today. And then by 2008, you pretty much have the fabric that we have today, including the retail on Wisconsin, all of Wisconsin Place built out, and the full build-out of the Somerset House condos, which weren't here in the 70s. The 1998 plan did spur some key projects in Friendship Heights, including Wisconsin Place, a very significant project, a mixed-use development with an apartment building, various retail locations, the Whole Foods grocery, which is still quite popular today, and a county recreation center. However, until last year, there had actually been not much else approved in Friendship Heights in years. In 2023, this planning board approved 5500 Wisconsin, a mixed-use project, you can see the rendering here, which will be on Wisconsin opposite the Saks Fifth Avenue building. It will include a multifamily tower that will have the first moderately priced dwelling units in Friendship Heights ever, a pretty significant accomplishment. Over the last 10 years or so, the retail market in Friendship Heights has been struggling, and this was worsened by COVID, of course, as it was throughout the region. Although there still is a retail corridor on Wisconsin Avenue on both the DC and Maryland sides, there have been numerous locations like the malls and larger department stores that have closed. As we'll discuss later on today, people come to Friendship Heights today for many reasons, but it is much less driven by specific retail locations than it was in the past. I'm going to take a brief moment now to talk about the demographic snapshot of Friendship Heights, because this will be important when we look at who we spoke to during our engagement process. Residents of Friendship Heights are older, predominantly white, and well-educated when compared to the rest of Montgomery County. 35% of the approximately 6,000 residents of Friendship Heights are over 65. This is compared to 16% countywide. Nearly 70% of Friendship Heights residents identify as white, compared with 42% countywide. Less than 4% identify as Black, compared with 20% countywide, so it's quite a big difference. In Montgomery County, almost 20% of the population at large identifies as non-white, Hispanic, Latino, but in Friendship Heights, it's just hovering around 10%. And in terms of education, while 18% of county residents have completed a post-college graduate or professional degree, in Friendship Heights, it's more like 60%. We will reflect back on these data points in the next section about the engagement process, but I wanted to give everyone that snapshot here. Hearing from stakeholders was an incredibly important part of this study. We strove to understand how people feel about Friendship Heights and how they experience the public realm today. We worked with an engagement consultant, Brick and Story, out of DC. They were already very familiar with Friendship Heights from their work with the DC Office of Planning on that office's Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework Plan. And we actually coordinated with DC throughout so we could keep track of what they were doing on the other side of the line while we were looking at what was happening in our side of Friendship Heights. Our largest engagement events were 2 open-style house events at the end of October, held in 2 different locations in Friendship Heights, and that's what these photos are about. At these events, we had boards set up around the room with interactive activities, adding stickers, writing post-it comments in response to questions about people's experiences in Friendship Heights. These events attracted around 75 participants. We had a parallel online questionnaire covering the same material that got over 140 responses. We held pop-ups at various locations, took tables at existing community events like farmers markets. We walked around handing out flyers. We introduced ourselves to as many local business owners as we could find, and we attended numerous community meetings. We presented at regular meetings of the Village Council and other surrounding communities in Chevy Chase Village, the town of Somerset, and in the Brookdale neighborhood. We met with the aggregate group, the Citizens Coordinating Committee for Friendship Heights several times. We also met with the newly formed Friendship Heights Alliance and their accompanying advisory board, as well as the Friendship Heights Transportation Management District and the Western Montgomery Citizens Advisory Board. We also talked to numerous other individuals, of course, throughout the study. We collected demographic information from around 200 participants from the open house events as part of an exit survey, and the questionnaire. It was part of our online questions. This slide and the next slide reflect on how the demographic profile of our engagement participants matches up with that of Friendship Heights with regard to age and race. This is the age metric, and here's the next one. Given the small sample size, we gathered a relatively representative group with respect to these 2 metrics, although there is room for improvement, certainly, as we did capture somewhat more than the representative share of responses from individuals who identify as white and over 65. But it was only 200 people out of 6,000, so I think that's just important to keep in mind. Now on to some engagement takeaways. While much of the engagement focused on people's experience of the urban design network studied, we started off with initial engagement questions about what people feel about Friendship Heights and how they identify with the downtown. We asked, what do people like about Friendship Heights? And the top responses focused on the walkability of the neighborhood, the many green spaces, the easy access to Metro, and Friendship Heights as generally a safe and welcoming place to live. But this answer was multiple choice. There were lots of places to write in your own opinion, but the next question was fully write-in, and it provided a lot more individual responses. We asked people to describe Friendship Heights in 3 words. We asked these sorts of questions during early engagement to make people think hard about how to answer. If we're only giving you 3 words, you can't just say the first thing on your mind. You have to think for a second and say, how do I want to represent my relationship to Friendship Heights? What does it mean to me? The responses were very varied, from the positive to the less positive and everything in between. This is a Venn diagram of sorts that tries to capture the responses that we got. 40% of respondents gave us both positive and negative words in their 3-word response, and we thought that was really fascinating. Definitely points to some kind of dichotomy that needs to be studied further, and this is just it was a great way for us to understand where people are when we started the study. You can see, obviously, the green area all the way on the left. Those are the very positive descriptors. The less positive descriptors are all the way on the right in the orange. And in the middle, we had a lot of responses that kind of conveyed a bit of both. Maybe words that convey some potential hope and desire for change, unmet potential, things like that. Obviously, not all of these responses relate to urban design, but they gave us a great sense of where the community was when we were starting this conversation, and really important context for us. And I think when we've shared this with people, as we have over the last 2 months, we have seen a lot of nodding heads, and I think people appreciated this being reflected back to them so they could see where they're, where the stakeholders that they are among feel as well. Now we're going to get into the urban design analysis. So the first step we took, and this is kind of a classic urban design exercise, is to take a high-level look at Friendship Heights as compared to the other downtowns in Montgomery County. On this slide are figure ground diagrams. A figure ground diagram is a two-dimensional map of an urban space that shows the relationship between built and unbuilt space. The black figures are all of the buildings, and everything else, roads, parks, if there are water features, et cetera, is shown in white, large parking lots. We can compare the development patterns of the 4 downtowns using these diagrams, and we've stripped out everything else here. You can see where DC borders Friendship Heights from the block pattern, but it's really supposed to give you this pure way of looking at urban form. Friendship Heights is outlined in red, and then you can see the other labeled downtowns. In Friendship Heights on the Maryland side, the downtown is mostly surrounded by almost a large white buffer. Those are the parks, lawns, and parking lots that surround the downtown. The street patterns of the surrounding neighborhoods simply stop at those buffers. There's no connection at all to the street pattern within the downtown, particularly within the village, except for Western, Wisconsin, and Willard. The only side that appears a little bit more integrated, right, is the DC side with more of a regular block pattern where there's numerous intersections that you could cross. This is quite different from the other downtowns. Both Bethesda and Silver Spring have many streets that continue from the center of the downtowns out to the surrounding neighborhoods. You can see that on the Maryland side of Silver Spring, all the way here, and you can see it in Bethesda. Yes, you see the buildings change from large to small, but the fabric continues. You can follow lots of streets through and in from one to the other. Wheaton, of course, has a bit of a mixed condition where we are now. The mall parcel sort of cuts us off here from Kensington, similar to the Geico parcel in Friendship Heights. But on the other side of Wheaton, on the opposite side of Georgia, a lot of those streets do make their way into the neighborhoods in a pretty continuous way. In the report, there are some more takeaways from this analysis, but we'll move ahead now into the 4 networks that we studied. We looked at the pedestrian network, the transportation network, the open space network, and the community amenities network. And we'll talk about what that particular network is when we get there. We completed 6 site visits from July to October that were solely focused on our urban design analysis. We visited Friendship Heights many other times. Every time we sat on a street corner, we learned something else. But most of what we observed when we put our urban design glasses on, so to speak, was during these different visits throughout the summer and the fall. For each network here, we're going to talk first about our observation and analysis, and we call that what we saw. And then we'll follow that with what we heard, and the report follows this same exact format. We'll start with pedestrian network. So overall, Friendship Heights has a strong and continuous sidewalk and pedestrian network. The sidewalks are everywhere. You can walk comfortably on nearly every street. And there's a great mature tree canopy in many places, which is different than many of the other downtowns. There are high visibility crosswalks nearly everywhere, although the village has brick paver crosswalks in their own streets. And we saw some signalized mid-block crossings, some of which are relatively new, and we saw them being used by stakeholders. The pedestrian network is great when you're within Friendship Heights, but then when you want to go from Friendship Heights to the surrounding neighborhoods, it gets a little bit more tricky. Because of those buffers that exist around Friendship Heights, there are very few connections between the downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods, and you have to know where they are. At the border with Chevy Chase Village, and that's on the east side of Wisconsin, sort of behind the collection, there is actually a linear treed buffer park along the eastern edge of the parking lot of Saks and the collection, running this entire length, and there's only one connection point in the middle. It's this gate. If you don't know where that connection is, it is not readily obvious. You will have a hard time finding it. There's no signage or anything. Similarly, on the other side, the connection to the Brookdale neighborhood is through Brookdale Neighborhood Park. Now, this is a well-loved park by the neighbors, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But if you don't know how to get from here to here, you'd have a hard time finding that as well. The rest of the boundary between the Geico property and Brookdale is fences or landscape swales. And when you walk through the park on this nice path, you end up at the back of Geico, and then you've got to navigate around through the parking lots to get to the rest of the downtown. There's also a trail connection that it's described in the report in detail between Vinton Park, these woods between Somerset. This is even harder to find and certainly less accessible even than the other connections. So that's something that we observed. We also took a look at street activation. So street activation is a key contributor to a successful urban pedestrian network. An active street is one where there's a lively interplay between the public realm and the ground floor zones of the buildings on the street. Level of street activation can contribute significantly to pedestrians' experience. The streets in Friendship Heights vary widely. Wisconsin Avenue, shown in the two photos on the left, is quite active from the intersection at Western all the way up to South Park. There are storefronts with colorful and engaging displays, and there's plazas that are filled with seating and activity. Even though there are several empty storefronts, the general level of street activation is enough to make that the dominant experience along that part of Wisconsin. Ground floor retail, of course, is not the only way to activate a street. North Park Avenue, the two photos on the right, is the main residential spine of the village of Friendship Heights. It has building entrances with canopies that reach the street, floors of windows and balconies facing the street. Along parts of North Park, there are terraced planted beds that are colorful and very welcoming in the spring and summer. These features establish the connection between the street and the building, even if it's not the same level as the retail corridor. And you can see some of those pictures here. When you see lots of balconies and windows, you know what's happening in that building, even if you're not seeing the people. And it really does help. At the other end of the activation scale, you've got blocks like the Hills Plaza and Willard, shown on the left here. There's beautiful tree canopy on some of these streets, as you can see on Willard in the photo on the left, and there's nothing wrong with that comfortable sidewalk. But a lot of the buildings in Friendship Heights have these above-ground parking podiums, and that creates long, uninterrupted stretches of blank walls, often with the noise from the fans exhausting from the parking garage next to you. You have no idea what's going on above that. There's a pool on that one on the left, but you have no sense of that level of activity above. And so, this, even if it's a decent pedestrian experience, it can really impact, and sort of make it an isolating experience to walk here, particularly when it's the ends of the day that are not as active. We did get a lot of comments, and we'll talk about this in a bit, about streets that are less pleasant to walk on, and Willard was often mentioned, and I don't know that this is necessarily the only reason, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a contributing factor. The last observation I'll present about the pedestrian network is about the many circular driveway entrances and surface parking lots in Friendship Heights. Despite the fact that Friendship Heights this area was developed into an urban area over the last few decades, most of those high-rise buildings have these big circular entrances that are designed to privilege cars. The sidewalk even stops at some of them, like you see in this picture on the right at the Carlton, to give you the sense that the car has precedence here, even though it's a relatively pedestrian-oriented street otherwise. The entrances at these buildings are often set way, way back from the street and deep into the canopy, so it's even hard to see where the front door is or what's going on there. We realize that drop-offs are often necessary, particularly in an area that perhaps has a large senior population, but it does interrupt your pedestrian experience, and we felt that that was worth talking about. Moving to what we heard. So we asked questions, again, like I said, about each network that we studied. So we asked people where they like to walk in Friendship Heights, and if they feel safe and comfortable, and if not, to provide us with some detail. The vast majority of respondents said they love walking in Friendship Heights and that they do that often, and 21% said it's totally safe, they feel comfortable everywhere all the time. But we did get a reasonable number of comments about walking after dark. Those people who said they go from the metro to their house or their apartment after dark expressed concern that there's not enough lighting, that often the stores are closed on Wisconsin at that hour of the night and there's not a lot of activity. They feel that after dark cars speed down Wisconsin and Willard, and that feels unsafe as a pedestrian, and that there are some street crossings where there's just not enough light, they don't feel safe crossing. So those are some things that we heard, although generally people feel it's comfortable to walk around, particularly during the day. Moving to the transportation network, and I'll just add, in the report there is more detail about all of this engagement, but to keep this to a reasonable presentation, we're not going to go through all of that today. The transportation network in Friendship Heights is very robust. We've got the Metro Rail right there, buses going into DC and Montgomery County, so Ride-On and WMATA. There's also a free shuttle operated by the village, which is shown here in the light blue, and anyone can take it. And it makes stops all from the morning till the evening at lots of places into the village. It goes down to the commercial area, and it runs several times a week out to the Giant in West Bard because there's no non-specialty grocery store in Friendship Heights, and they've been providing that service for a while. It's worth noting, though, that there are no dedicated bike facilities in Friendship Heights today. There are several planned in the 2018 Bike Master Plan, and the report summarizes those, and we'll talk about what people told us about biking in a minute. So we asked stakeholders a few questions about transportation. We asked, how do they get around Friendship Heights within the downtown? And we asked how they get to and from the area. People walk. That's one of the things we learned, right? People walk even inside Friendship Heights, to and from Friendship Heights. They're always walking. But they also take Metro, and they move their car. Very few people are biking, very few people are taking the shuttle, actually, and almost very few people were taking rideshare. We talked about biking with some people who brought that up to us, and we got some individual comments. We saw people biking on sidewalks, but a lot of people wrote in that actually they love to bike, but they throw their bike in the car and then they drive somewhere where they can bike safely because they can't even access the bike trail network out of Friendship, nearby Friendship Heights in other places, because you can only get out of Friendship Heights on Wisconsin and Willard. None of those neighborhood streets connect. So even if those neighborhood streets connected, but there was no bike facilities, they might feel those are low traffic enough and safe enough to take the bike to get on one of the larger trails, but you're left with options of biking on Wisconsin, which is decidedly unsafe, or Willard. And so if you're gonna say either bike on the sidewalk or drive my bike, we saw people told us they drove their bike. So that was definitely a takeaway that we heard from a number of people. To move on to the open space network. So there are lots of parks and green spaces in Friendship Heights, and this differentiates it from other downtowns here, which are struggling to find green spaces in the center. Friendship Heights has plenty of green space. But in our analysis, we focused a lot on the variety of ownership of these green spaces, and it's very varied, and the report gets into that in detail, and also the variety of experiences. So just on this map, which just locates all the open spaces, the MNC PPC public spaces are at the periphery. This is 1 Western Grove, Brookdale over here, number 1, and Willard Avenue, number 2. All of the other spaces you see that we labeled 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, those and the ones that are sort of green lawn that are not labeled, those are all owned either by one of these municipalities, either by the Village of Friendship Heights or the buffer park by Chevy Chase Village, or number 4, the wooded area is mostly owned by the town of Somerset, or they're owned by individual property owners. And so they have a variety of experiences as well. The active experiences are really only in the numbers 1 and 2, Brookdale and Willard. A little bit of hiking, I guess, is available in 4, but the rest of them are mostly sort of green respite spaces in the downtown. The one exception to that is the Hubert Humphrey Friendship Plaza, which is the one located at the Village Community Center. It's really designed for social interaction. The way the seating is designed, it has this interplay with the community center. It has chess tables, and we saw people using that almost all the time. And we'll talk about in the engagement what we heard about accessing some of these parks. So one more thing to note about what we saw. In addition to those, a lot of green spaces that we saw that were really great because you're always near one. You're also always near a plaza in Friendship Heights, but a lot of these plazas are empty. The 2 largest ones that support, in theory, the retail spaces is the very large plaza at Wisconsin Place in front of Bloomingdale's, and the smaller plaza along the Collection Retail on Wisconsin. So the one on the right is the Collection. The Collection Plaza, sometimes they activate it with events. Some of the retail is active on that plaza, some of it's vacant, so that doesn't help. But at least it's a pedestrian connection between the parking and Wisconsin, so you see people using it that way. We did see people walking through it, sitting on the benches. In contrast, the Bloomingdale's Plaza on the left is extremely large. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with it. The property owner has tried hard to fill it up with plantings, with furniture, with these new shade structures. Every time we visited, we were the only people there. We appreciated the shade structures while we waited for each other to start walking around, but we rarely saw anyone else using it other than the stray shopper going from the metro through somewhere else. And it is such a large plaza, it kind of overwhelms that corner in a lot of ways. So moving on to what we heard. We asked stakeholders to tell us which parks they visit, regardless of ownership. We listed all the open spaces, just noting who owned them, and how often, and if they never visit some spaces in Friendship Heights, and if they go to other green spaces in Friendship Heights that are not parks and open spaces sort of designated for the public. And that's where we had some of our interesting takeaways. I would say we learned that Hubert Humphrey Friendship Park was the most visited park, but we also had a lot of village respondents, so that wasn't surprising. It's also, like I said, really well designed with the community center to encourage visits. We had a lot of people tell us they have never visited some of the parks in our map because they didn't know where they were. And Western Grove Urban Park, which is the one right outside the Collection on Western Avenue, was one of the ones that people said most often, I've never been there, I don't know where it is. And I think that has a lot to do probably with the fact that it's literally cut off from Friendship Heights because of that buffer park, even though it is so close and a very nice facility to visit. But the biggest surprise takeaway for us was that 40% of respondents said they go to the Geico lawn on the weekends. It's a very beautiful green lawn with a really mature tree canopy. And there's no signage saying you can't go there. Geico knows that people go there on the weekend. They told us that as well in our conversation. People don't go there during the week. They seem to respect that it's being used during the week. As it's a workplace, but on the weekends, people said they take their kids to run around, they take their dogs to run around. People told us they use the parking lots to teach bike riding and also driving. That whole property seems to be used by the community on the weekends in ways that we didn't observe when we were there on the weekdays, and we were excited to learn that. So that lawn is clearly providing a service and a space to the community that they're not finding elsewhere. In the report, there's a lot further detail on what people said they liked and disliked about existing open spaces. The final network we studied was the Community Amenities Network. So community amenities is a wide term, right? So what does that include? It could include everything from neighborhood services and features that enhance the quality of life in a given area. That could be grocery stores, restaurants, retail establishments, dry cleaners and hair salons, civic resources like libraries or rec centers, medical services like urgent care, pharmacies. Community amenities could be arts, entertainment values, even public art intended for community enjoyment. All of these entities together, when you have the right mix, it can really contribute to the success of a community, and it can bring people there, and it can help people feel like their community is meeting their needs. We wanted to look at this because we feel that it kind of supports urban design, and even though it's a little bit in its own bucket. We observed that the Whole Foods right now is probably one of the key destinations in Friendship Heights. I mean, our engagement bore that out, but we could see it with our own eyes. It serves a lunchtime crowd. People who work in Friendship Heights are going there for lunch all day long, in the middle of the day. It draws people from the surrounding neighborhoods as well. The other thing that draws people to Friendship Heights today are the doctor's offices. So many people that we stopped on the street told us they were here because they were going to the doctor. And there are many independent pharmacies in Friendship Heights that certainly support those doctor offices, although we did notice that there's no longer any large chain pharmacies in Friendship Heights with longer or weekend hours. There is a county rec center included in the Wisconsin Place development, as well as the Friendship Heights Village Community Center. The Village Center is a busy place, and we observe people using it at times of the day and the evening. County Rec Center has a wide variety of programming, and they meet stuff for all ages. It's smaller than other county rec centers, and it's actually not very visible from the street. In the report, we have a picture where it's embedded in the Wisconsin Place development. If you don't know where it is, it's really hard to find, although it's a great space. We noted the many examples in the report of public art in Friendship Heights. Friendship Heights has a great tradition of public art with some really unique sculptures and installations. One of the most famous ones is this sculpture of a police officer on the sidewalk outside Hubert Humphrey Friendship Park on the corner of the Hills Plaza and South Park Avenue. During engagement, we asked stakeholders to tell us which amenities they used in Friendship Heights most and which they left the area to access. Unsurprisingly, people use a lot of the amenities in Friendship Heights, and the favorites are the restaurants, but the community lacks many amenities. Excuse me. And people use Friendship Heights, a great location, to access Wisconsin Avenue, and therefore go south to DC or north to Rockville and Bethesda. So people said, there's a lot of stuff we don't have here, but we can get it easily. We have easy access going north or south. So that was one takeaway. And the favorite amenities in Friendship Heights were the restaurants that happen to have sizable outdoor eating areas. We heard over and over again about Clyde's and Leah's, and those are two of the larger restaurants, but they also have really great outdoor plaza experiences, and I'm sure that has something to do with it. Some respondents specifically said that they wish they had some kind of arts and culture amenity in Friendship Heights, like a movie theater or somewhere to go in the evening that wasn't a restaurant. And a number of people noted the lack of both affordable retail, saying they feel Friendship Heights is inaccessible, and even though there is retail there, they go elsewhere because they can't afford it. And also the lack of a pharmacy with later or weekend hours, and also the lack of what we would call like a normal grocery store. You have Whole Foods, very popular, and Amazon Fresh, which we didn't hear as much about, but people still, they leave Friendship Heights to go to the Giant, that sort of thing. So that was, that's kind of some of the big takeaways from that particular conversation with people. So I'm gonna summarize now some of the lessons learned, as well as some of the opportunities for future study that we identified. As a study, of course, as we said earlier, we're not making any recommendations about change here. We're just identifying strengths and needs, but we hope that this conversation will highlight some of this and open up opportunities for future study. Friendship Heights, in terms of assets, easy access to lots of transit, including the Metro Rail. I mean, that is probably one of the greatest assets of this area, and it's recognized by nearly everybody. Strong and relatively safe pedestrian network, mature tree canopy that shades many streets, lots of green spaces, always easy to get to a green space from wherever you are, lots of places to sit down and rest. And there are large outdoor areas. If there is a community gathering or an event, there's a place to have it. And even though there are some persistent vacancies on Wisconsin Avenue still is a retail corridor. It's still pretty continuous from DC into Montgomery County. People told us over and over again that's one of their favorite places to walk, and it definitely has to do with that level of street activation. And there are restaurants and shops that people are seeking out along Wisconsin. Things that we think could, deserve further study. The lack of connection between the downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods and the challenge of walking between those, definitely something that we heard about, we saw it, people told us about that. Limited opportunities for active recreation in the downtown, and the fact that the public parks that have that active recreation, you need to use those limited connections to get there, so people aren't finding them in the way that they might find them otherwise. Some stakeholders feel unsafe. There are some pedestrian safety issues that we talked about, lighting, visibility, unsafe speeds at night. And the fact that although it's a great pedestrian network, as you see in this picture, here's a picture of a pedestrian walking across a curb cut, somebody riding the bicycle on the sidewalk across that same curb cut. And so you've got you don't quite have the facilities to accommodate the pedestrians, the bikes, and get the cars in and out of the parking facilities without having a lot of conflicts all over the place. And so I think that's just another pedestrian network related thing that could use some further study. Since mid-January, we presented this presentation probably close to a dozen times to community groups in and around Friendship Heights. Following today, we'd like to incorporate any questions or comments and feedback that the board has, and we hope to publish the final report to the website very soon. And as is customary with all studies, we will send this to the county council, and if they want us to give a briefing, we'd be happy to do so. It's also important to note at this point, as I'm sure everyone on the board is aware, that there is a fiscal year 2025 request in the budget for a Friendship Heights sector plan update that will be taken up at council when they take up the budget. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Margolis, for this well-informed presentation. I learned a lot through all of these, and I appreciate that. One quick question I have is, you said also DC is doing something on looking at their side. Do you have a sense of what they're doing and in how we could, when theirs is done and ours is done, would they sort of mesh in any way, do you think?
Yes, so they're ahead of us, and theirs actually is just done. They just published the final report. It's called the Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework Plan. Mm-hmm. They were probably about 8 months to a year ahead of us in the effort. They actually gave us a tour of their area, or the Friendship Heights part of their area. Their plan goes all the way from Friendship Heights down to Tenleytown, so quite a bit of it goes way beyond what kind of impacts our Friendship Heights. They are dealing with, retail vacancies on their side of Friendship Heights as well, and they're looking at multiple opportunity sites and hoping to see more housing and more affordable housing along the Wisconsin Avenue corridor. Their plan also addresses, they mention, which is something that does impact the Maryland side, that right immediately across the street from the Maryland side is the Lord & Taylor building, which WMATA owns now and plans to turn into an all-electric bus facility sometime in the late 2030s, or and then they hope to redevelop their existing facility, which is behind that and sort of connecting to Wisconsin, and that report sort of takes all that into account. Their process is somewhat different than ours. Now they have to go through the process of sort of working on the zoning. They have some proposals in the plan, but it's online, and we'd be happy to share it with the board. We've been meeting with them monthly about this for over a year, and we've shared. There are some similarities, but also a lot of differences. Their fabric is different on the other side in DC in terms of the types of. They've got a dense fabric along Wisconsin, but not. We have all these high-rise apartment buildings. They don't quite have that. Their fabric breaks down into sort of the 4 to 5 story townhouse fabric in the neighborhoods along Wisconsin. So they're trying to get more of that housing density on Wisconsin because that's where they're sort of missing it, and they see that need there. But otherwise, they're looking to strengthen pedestrian connections, open spaces, things that certainly align here, and trying to keep that Wisconsin Avenue corridor connection kind of seamless so that you feel like you don't feel like you're crossing jurisdictions, particularly today when you cross Wisconsin at that Western Avenue location. And that's something that is important for them too. They are already, they have the Mazza Gallery on their side that's already in the middle of being redeveloped. It will just have ground floor retail and apartments on top. And so I think they're hoping to see more of that out of their
So
plan.
Mazzo Gallery is on their side?
Yes, that's on the DC side, yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
Any of the other board members have comments?
So just what is happening to Mazzo Gallery?
Well, it's pretty much demolished at this point. There's going to be apartments and a ground floor retail. And I don't know what retail is going in the bottom.
So that's sort of very close to where we are.
That's across the street from the Bloomingdale's Plaza.
Yeah, I thought that Mazzo Gallery actually was in your
No.
study.
Nope, it's in DC.
And also, just to add, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record, the project that is redeveloping on Mazza Gallery is retaining the below-grade garage, but they're only building 6 stories. They could go significantly higher, but I think all of the, construction cost issues that we're seeing everywhere in the region, that, the city was hoping for them to do more, they're doing stick-built construction on that site.
Oh, well, I have a couple of more questions. You may want to go, I can go later.
Ms. Margulies, I think this is the first time I've had an opportunity to hear one of your presentations, and I really appreciate your enthusiasm and communication style. And I'm excited that you'll be presenting this to the county council, and I know that President of the council, Mr. Friedson, will probably be excited about it also, and I look forward to the continuing development and redevelopment of the area. I particularly liked your slide number 13 that showed the progress of the area from single-family homes to multi-family apartment and residential units. And so you did an outstanding job. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions or observation, actually. I agree with you. When you look at the Friendship Heights Central District, it looked like a gated community when you showed the grid that is there. And I do not know. I think it is important that somehow to eliminate that. And I do not know that what is the plan of action and how we could make those connected, that they have more opportunity for people to move around easily. So that would sort of bring some life back there. I remember that when we were reviewing, I think it was 5500 Wisconsin Avenue, we received a lot of, correspondences from the community there that they welcomed it. And they said exactly when you showed your chart about boring and young people have gone. And it's very interesting that when you look at the diversity and the age of the different generation there, it has ended up that the younger generation have moved out, and it has just kept the older generation, and the younger generation not coming back in there. So I think that what we need is diversity. We need to diversify that other, not only age, we make the diversity closer to the county. And I do not know if that is because the housing is expensive there, that people are not able to come. And also it's what I heard, it was the sense of community there. They said we need coffee shops. We need, and you said that people enjoyed it and there is plenty of it, but apparently it's not enough, that people just wake up in the morning and they could just walk 1 block and go and, get coffee or talk to each other and so on. So I think that it looks like that one of the biggest things that we have to do, find ways to diversify the community there, that you have all different blends of the community there, that to bring life over there. That's what I saw and I heard from what you said.
Thank you. We did, when we started our engagement, we were concerned about even reaching the representative population of Friendship Heights, but we did get a number of even though it's a small sample size, we were happy to get a number of responses from people with kids. We asked, I didn't cover this in here, it's covered in the report, and there's an engagement appendix to the report that I don't know if the board had a chance to look at. It's like a memo at the end. It really gets into all the details of the engagement. We asked questions about household composition, so we asked who lives in your house, seniors, kids, to get a better sense. And we did hear from a lot of from a reasonable number of families, more than I expected, considering how we found it was sort of difficult to reach people that were outside of like the senior networks that we were easily plugged into. Yeah. It does seem people went out of their way to come to engagement and say, we're younger and we live here and we want different things. So we are seeing a little bit of that. I think to your question about why it is the way it is goes much farther back into the history of the development of Chevy Chase than I was going to cover in this. That could be an entire presentation on its own. And sort of the way that side of the county developed was not going to lend itself to a diverse population without a lot of extra effort. So that is a short answer to how it got, one of the many factors for how it got there. But we did see evidence, at least in terms of that the diversity in terms of age is beginning to shift. People are moving in. There is a wider range than we
So
were expecting.
it's a very good thing, so that we have a lot of lesson learned, that we don't do it again, it's a beautiful community. But I agree, because I used to go there, but not anymore. And I do not know, maybe it was the traffic, maybe it was the type of the stores or things that was there. I think that in the way that it looks like that, if you go to a department store that is big and enclosed, it's not attracting that many people anymore. You want to have the openness and a lot of other things that it come with it. So it's a lot of stuff that it looks like that we are learning that we don't do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, James, go
Oh,
ahead.
either way, just a couple of thoughts. I think looking at this and going through the presentation, this connective aspect, this really is a walled-off area, and you cannot go east-west from here. And not only, I think, from you see the neighborhood streets ram into things and stop. And like you said, there's a gate on the west side that you can kind of get in. There's a couple of like paths and stuff, like those connections. And I don't think that we necessarily, when we're thinking about it, extending just the full street grid, but at least making those, because there's one I know I had a friend that used to live around there. I know that there's one little thing on the west side. It's like about that wide, and you can sort of go through it. And there's like this canopy of trees, and it kind of looks like you're going into like a cave. And opening that kind of thing up to like pedestrian access and full access and welcoming with the streets, I think is sort of key to sort of getting a lot of that throughput that you'd otherwise have. And I think on a broader scale, this Friendship Heights should be connected to, I think it's Connecticut that's right over there on the side with the Safeway and everything like that, and the square. I know this is a jurisdictional issue. You go over into the DC side. We can't do much around that. But these are two places that are like about half a mile apart at best, as the crow flies. Those should be accessible across this whole section here. And I think that like really emphasizing that aspect of completing the connections to everything. It was intentionally walled off, which sort of brings me to the second point that I think jumped right out when I was reading the materials is that it was downzoned in 74. That's the key. The reason that this is the way it is that this is a 50-year time frame of, you downzoned and kept people from being there, and now we're reaping the consequences of those decisions. A lot of the things we're talking about have long-term decisions. We have to. I think that there's a lot to be said for highlighting the fact that a lot of this is downstream of those decisions made 50-ish years ago, and so that we really have to do like Commissioner Pettaway was saying, think through those processes and sort of we're attempting to rectify some situations that were made well before we all sort of got here. And that's the thing, two things that popped out. Otherwise, it was great. I think this is good. But not only the interior connections, but connecting this neighborhood sort of more broadly to the other areas around. It's a jurisdictional issue. There's no magic wand to wave. But something to consider as we move forward and we do the presentation on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, thanks for the great presentation. It was awesome to see so much information kind of compiled in that way. And to sort of build on what Commissioner Hedrick was saying, given that the sector plan is coming up next year. I was curious how we're thinking about the plan area for that and how we're going to define that. And it relates to sort of the connectivity issue. It relates to the proximity to like what I assume in the past was a different plan area on the Connecticut side for many reasons. But also, of course, proximity to DC. It's like a shared community, both here and on the Connecticut Avenue side, half a mile away. So it's unusual in that sense, and I'm wondering how we're thinking about the plan area and if from a lot of different standpoints, connectivity, land use, zoning, and how it sort of relates to the DC side. If we're considering an unusually shaped potential plan area to allow for kind of a broader understanding of how people navigate or how we want them to be able to navigate and use these areas.
So I'll take that one. And as you point out, Atara and the team have put a lot of information into this for today. I think your question is something that we'll need to do more work on. I think if the schedule is for us to start staff work in July. So I think in the fall, after the boards had their break, I think we will be coming back to you with and going out to the community to talk about that, because I think even during some of the community presentations, folks, particularly in the surrounding community, are anxious to know. And so that's a much larger conversation, and we'll be back with you in the fall to have that.
Great, thanks. And I assume we have a little bit of time. I just have one or two more questions to get into. So first, I'm curious about the history of the Saks Fifth Avenue property and the reason why it was walled off. I assume that's related to the Chevy Chase side.
So I'll say, first off, if we could have done a whole presentation on the history of the development of Friendship Heights. There are so many, many interesting stories. But from my research, the residential communities were not in favor of the Saks coming when it came, right? It was part of a little bit in the later part of the 60s wave of department stores moving north. And of course, that was more north. It wasn't just at the border. The other two, Woody's was on the Maryland side, and the Lord & Taylor building is still there on the other side of Western. This was, closer to where people lived. The land was part of Chevy Chase Village, and it was a fight to get the Saks there, which you can see by the zoning that's on the Saks property, which I'm not going to get into right now, but it is very intentionally zoned to sort of create a buffer between that department store and the neighborhood. There was, even though the neighborhood are the patrons of that at the time, or certainly the patrons of that level of department store, they just didn't want anything commercial that close. So I think it was very intentional the way it was designed and laid out.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks. And sticking on that side of Wisconsin just for a minute, there are several. Although there is that path that you mentioned, and kind of it's a little bit hidden the way it weaves behind kind of the roundabout, then you have to sort of turn around and you finally get to it. Mm-hmm. There are a number of kind of residential streets on the Chevy Chase Village side that they were laid out in a manner to potentially connect, obviously, to Wisconsin. History, reasons. We get all of that. But as we move into the planning process for the sector plan, and I have no idea, whether this is feasible. We're thinking about long-term timeframes, but I would love, and it's not, obviously, you're on the same staff, it seems like on the same page. I would love for some study and consideration for imagining connections on both sides. And it doesn't necessarily have to mean vehicle connections, of course, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean asphalt. Or at least a lot of asphalt, but how do we encourage people to sort of cross and use and be able to access and create a grid, even if it's not for vehicles, with all of the associated benefits that come with that. So that's kind of on my mind as I think about this area. There's so many other great amenities, you mentioned so many of them, but also wide sidewalks that are sort of there and ready to accommodate lots of people walking through the area. If only we could help them get there, I myself am guilty of I was living in in northern Bethesda, kind of right off Wisconsin, for a while when I first moved to the county. And I'm guilty of using the sidewalks to bike in this area, because how else are you going to get down there and how else are you going to navigate? And so that person you showed, like, that could have been me had you been there on a different day. So I think we have a lot of work to do here, and thinking through all these connections and how it relates to the DC side, how it relates to Connecticut Avenue. There's a lot of like really fascinating stuff to be done, and I look forward to hearing more about that when it kicks off in the summer.
Yeah, all great comments by the board. So thank you so much. And one last thing, the Geico property looks like it's could be almost a third of that whole plan, that area. Do you have a sense of what their goals are for that property long term?
I think that will be something we'll find out during the sector plan.
Okay, great.
Can I ask one more question? So now we have this report. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to incorporate it into the sector plan and wait, or are we going to do something about it, in regard to connections or in regard to the sidewalks or a lot of other things? There may be some kind of lower hanging fruit that it could be recommended, and I do not know how we could make them to be implemented. But we have done the study, now what? That's my question.
I mean, I think at this point, the next step would be the sector plan. Sector plans. So I think the community and stakeholders very graciously allowed this study to be an urban design study. I mean, folks have lived in this community long enough to have been involved in the last sector plan. And so I think, they allowed this to be a conversation just for what it was. I think the next step would be the sector plan, and there's a lot more engagement that that we'll need to do. And so I think for the moment, Atara is working on some other things that she'll be here in April to share with you. Silver Spring Streetscape, spoiler alert. So I think were the council to approve us to start a sector plan, this would absolutely be, one of the foundation blocks of that effort. And I think the lessons learned and the things to study are absolutely going to inform the effort, which, it's March. We're just talking about 4 or 5 months. I think that's the next step. That's the next step for us.
What's the problem? You come up with such good ideas and things that it needs to be that I get anxious. I say, I can't wait. I want to see this. I want to see these things happening because, even though if it goes to and that's one of the pitfalls, I believe. You guys do such a great work, and you come up with, these gaps. Okay, that you clearly identified the gaps. And, if I was living there, that I'm not, okay, but if I was living there and you have 70% that they are older, so, okay, I like to see something in my lifetime before I cannot use it. And this is something that you get excited about it and you say, okay, so what? What am I going to get from it?
Yeah. Part of the process.
We're all excited. Thank you so much. We look forward to the next steps, and we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:10, where we'll be starting item number 8, 9801 Georgia Avenue preliminary plan and site plan and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So thank you so much. We'll see you at 1:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, 9801 Georgia Avenue Preliminary Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, public hearing. We'll first have staff present the report on this project, and then we'll have public testimony, and then we'll have the applicant come up and speak, and then the board will then deliberate over this item. So from the planning staff this afternoon, we have Parker Smith presenting this report, and welcome, Parker, and we look forward to your presentation. And well, thank you all in the audience for coming. It's never this full, so so we appreciate you coming, making the time to come to provide your testimony. We really appreciate that. So we'll start with Parker. Thank you, Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, Parker Smith with the Mid-County Planning Division. Today I'll be presenting 9801 Georgia Avenue, Preliminary Plan 1 2023-0160, Site Plan 8 2023-0130, and Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0040. These applications propose the development of 390 dwelling units and 5,000 square feet of commercial and a single building of up to 80 feet at the northeast corner of Georgia Avenue and Forest Glen Road. The proposed development is across Georgia Avenue from Forest Glen Metro Station, and the project accommodates a new entrance to the metro station planned for the southwest corner of the site. Staff is recommending approval of the subject applications with the conditions enumerated in the staff report. So this is a graphic to get us all oriented on where we are in the county for this project. As you can see, the subject property is located in the southeast of the county on Georgia Avenue, immediately north of Interstate 495. Zooming in a little bit, immediately across Georgia Avenue to the west of the subject property is the Forest Glen Metro Station. To the east on Forest Glen Road is Holy Cross Hospital, and further east is Sligo Creek and Sligo Creek Parkway. Further north on Georgia Avenue is downtown Wheaton, and to the south on Georgia Avenue is Interstate 495, Silver Spring, and Washington, D.C. The subject property is located within the 2020 Forest Glen Montgomery Hills Sector Plan and is zoned CRT 2.5, C2.5, R2.5, H120. The subject property has a site area of 3.78 acres after deducting areas of dedication and the area of the tunnel parcel. The property is currently improved with Forest Glen Medical Center, a two-story building along Georgia Avenue that exposes a third floor when facing Woodland Drive. The existing building has vehicular access points on Forest Glen Road and Georgia Avenue, and a large surface parking lot to the north of the building. The property also includes 0.43 acres of forest at the northwest of the property, and as part of the subject preliminary plan, the property will be subdivided into a single lot for the development of the project, as well as one parcel to be provided to MCDOT for the planned metro tunnel. This graphic puts the proposed development into its neighborhood context. At the southwest of the subject property is the site of the planned metro entrance and tunnel, which will be served by kiss and ride spaces at the southeast of the site along Woodland Drive. At the north of the property is a through-block connection between Georgia Avenue and Woodland Drive, and at the south is a half-acre civic green. The proposed development will also include the signalization of the intersection of Georgia Avenue with Tilton Drive, which you can see here at the top left of the graphic. As mentioned, the proposed development site includes land that will be provided to MCDOT for the Forest Glen Passageway project, which is a planned metro entrance and tunnel that will extend underneath Georgia Avenue to connect with the existing Forest Glen Metro Station. This is an MCDOT project that is currently funded in the Capital Improvement Program with a completion year of 2028. The recommended but not yet approved fiscal year 2025 to 2030 CIP shifts the completion year to 2030. Here's the site plan itself, with Georgia Avenue at the bottom, Woodland Drive at the top, and Forest Glen Road to the right. The subject applications propose 390 multifamily units in a single building. Also proposes 5,000 square feet of commercial development, which will be located at the southwest of the building, closest to the planned metro entrance and the Georgia Avenue Forest Glen Road intersection. The project features an above-ground parking garage that is fully wrapped by the proposed building and contains 457 parking spaces. The garage is accessed via Woodland Drive and Georgia Avenue. At the south of the property, at the right of this plan, is the half-acre civic green, and at the north or the left of this plan is the through-block pedestrian connection. The proposed development includes vehicular access along Georgia Avenue and Woodland Drive. Loading for the project will also be located along Woodland Drive, adjacent to the vehicular access. The existing property has an access point on Forest Glen Road, which will be eliminated with the proposed development. There are a total of 466 parking spaces proposed with this project, with 457 spaces in the above-ground garage and an additional 9 spaces provided along the street on Woodland Drive. 25 of these spaces in the garage will serve the project's proposed commercial use. Pedestrian circulation will be improved by providing a through-block connection and improved sidewalks and pedestrian facilities on all frontages. At the south of the subject property is a half-acre civic green, which was a requirement of the sector plan as well as a condition of the previously approved sketch plan. The civic green design includes multiple areas defined by the grade change that exists on this part of the property, with a hardscape plaza near the planned metro entrance at the west, a seated lawn in the center of the space, and a pergola and tiered space at the east of the civic green. Along Georgia Avenue in the civic green space, the building itself is urban in character, with a varied design giving the impression of multiple buildings to break up the massing of the block. At the ground level are large windows that invite interaction from the street where the building's proposed commercial uses will be located. The southwest corner of the building includes prominent features that announce the building's presence at the intersection and near the planned metro entrance. Along Woodland Drive, the building is much more residential in character and steps down to 3 and 4 stories along this frontage. Again, the massing of the building is broken up with gaps and varied design elements, and the inclusion of individual residential entrances and townhouse-style bays contribute to this frontage's residential character and compatibility with the residential neighborhood located to the east. Also included in the proposed development is the provision of a through-block connection at the north of the property. This space has been designed for safety and functionality and will benefit from thoughtfully planned landscaping and lighting. Residential unit windows and a resident amenity space located along the south side of the connection will also provide eyes on the space to improve safety. Staff supports the awarding of 115 public benefit points, with the most points being awarded in the affordable housing and transit proximity categories. The staff report incorrectly stated that a maximum of 70 points may be achieved for transit proximity. The correct maximum number is 50, which per the CR guidelines may be achieved if the project is in a CR zone. This project is in a CRT zone and thus receives 25 points by virtue of being adjacent to the metro. I will now hand over to Amy Lindsay to discuss the environmental component of these applications.
For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. As Parker previously stated, there are 0.43 acres of forest on the property. Now, there is approximately 1 acre total of tree cover, which includes that 0.43 acres. There are 8 specimen trees on site currently. This shows some photographs that you can see this area of vegetation that's a combination of forest and tree cover. As you can see, a lot of the green is actually from an evergreen euonymus, which is a invasive species that has covered many of the trees. But these patches of forest are important. I don't want to diminish that. The applicant proposes to remove all 0.43 acres of forest and will provide 1.11 acres of off-site mitigation credit in a priority watershed, or 1.32 acres of mitigation credit in a non-priority watershed. The applicant has requested 0.09 acres of canopy credit and is providing 0.46 acres of stratified plantings, which are not for forest conservation credit. These are part of the through-block connection that Parker highlighted, but these are a mixture of native plantings that provide habitat for wildlife, particularly concentrating on Lepidoptera, which are the moths and butterflies, which actually provide the basis for much of the ecosystem, right? So we've got habitat, we've got food. So this is not for forest conservation purposes, though. There is a variance request along with the forest conservation plan plan, you can more powerful than I knew. You can see in red are the protected trees on the property, 3 of which are actually street trees, and those trees are proposed for removal. And in the green stars are mitigation trees that will be planted to mitigate for the loss of the protected trees.
Thank you, Amy. Staff appreciates the substantial testimony received about this project, which includes testimony both supporting and opposing the project. Community concerns with the proposed development were made clear at the time of sketch plan, which was approved in March of 2023. And staff continued to receive community testimony from the early stages of review of this project, which began in late August of 2023. As correspondence was received, it was forwarded to the relevant planning and agency reviewers for consideration during review of the plan. Staff also met with community members at their request on multiple occasions. The applicant has met all submittal and noticing requirements for the subject applications. The applicant held a pre-submittal community meeting at Montgomery Hills Baptist Church located across Forest Glen Road from the subject property on July 11, 2023. Community members reported not being able to attend the meeting due to the doors of the meeting space being locked after the meeting started at 7 p.m. To rectify the situation, the applicant did hold a second community meeting virtually on October 10, 2023. While a number of concerns were communicated through community testimony, we heard the greatest concern about the following 4 issues: the Woodland Drive access point, the amount of parking proposed, the building scale, design, and compatibility, and the loss of forest on site. The community's primary concern is about the inclusion of a Woodland Drive access point. I will discuss that in a moment on the next few slides. Linked with the issue of a Woodland Drive access point is concern about the amount of parking provided with the proposed development. 466 parking spaces are provided for 390 dwelling units, which represents a decrease of 74 spaces from the time of sketch plan and is within the minimum and maximum range allowed for the CRT zone. Parking will also be unbundled, which means parking spaces will be provided for residents only if they pay an additional fee. This fee will provide a concrete financial incentive for residents of the proposed development to limit car possession and use. The community also raised concerns about the building scale, design, and compatibility. These issues were addressed through extensive coordination and design review of the project. Sketch plan condition 4 required specific revisions to improve the compatibility and overall design of the building, all of which have been addressed. The community also raised concerns about the loss of forest, which Amy described and addressed earlier. So the most pointed concern staff heard was opposition to the inclusion of a Woodland Drive access point. Community members are concerned that the proposed development will worsen the traffic congestion that exists on Forest Glen Road at its intersection with Georgia Avenue. When faced with this congestion, particularly when attempting to follow the route shown in red in this graphic, community members are concerned that traffic will instead opt to move east through the neighborhood on Myrtle Road and Sherwood Road to make an easier right onto Forest Glen Road or to move further east on Forest Glen Road to Sligo Creek Parkway. Myrtle Road and Sherwood Road have a pavement width of 20 to 22 feet, parking on both sides of the street, and no sidewalks. Community members are concerned that an increase in traffic on these streets generated by the proposed development will worsen the safety of pedestrian users of Myrtle Road and Sherwood Road. Opposition to the Woodland Drive access point has been well documented throughout the process, including as part of the sketch plan, and a formal petition against the access point had received 317 signatures at the time of staff report posting. Concern about the Woodland Drive access point was made clear during the sketch plan, and sketch plan condition 14 stated a preference for Georgia Avenue access, pending the results of an operational traffic study of the site. The applicant conducted the required traffic study, which was approved by planning staff, MCDOT, and Maryland SHA. The study concluded that a Woodland Drive access point was necessary for the site. The community commissioned review of the submitted traffic study by Joe Mara of Indesco, Inc. Planning staff, MCDOT, and SHA all provided responses to the comments made in the Indesco study. Planning staff, MCDOT, and SHA staff are all here to answer any specific questions about the traffic study. In response to the community's concern about the Woodland Drive access, the applicant will be required to signalize the intersection of Tilton Drive and Georgia Avenue. This signalization makes a left turn onto Georgia from Tilton more viable, and thus creates a routing alternative shown in green that allows drivers exiting the subject property to move south on Georgia Avenue while avoiding the congestion of Forest Glen Road altogether. To improve pedestrian safety, the project also includes traffic calming on Woodland Drive. The pavement width will be narrowed to 22 feet, and on-street parking will be added to the project side of the street to create the conditions for slower speeds and calmer traffic. Also required as part of the project is a contribution towards the Forest Glen Road sidewalk project. The applicant will contribute more than $1 million to this CIP, which will improve Forest Glen Road with a 6-foot sidewalk on the north side of the street between Woodland Drive and Sligo Creek Parkway. Lastly, the Maryland State Highway Administration also has a project proposed to improve the traffic conditions and pedestrian safety around the subject property. This project will improve pedestrian safety and accessibility along Georgia Avenue between 16th Street to the south and Forest Glen Road to the north. The project includes the widening of Forest Glen Road along the subject property frontage in order to add a designated right turn lane. In conclusion, the subject applications meet all requirements of the zoning code, subdivision regulations, and forest conservation law. The applications substantially conform with the recommendations of the sector plan, and staff recommends approval of the preliminary site and forest conservation plans as enumerated in the staff report and modified herein. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Now we'll have public testimony. Thank you for everyone for coming, participating in the public testimony, and either here or online. We have over 40 speakers between you here and online, so when I call your name, I'll call it in groups. We'll start with the people that came to give in-person testimony, and you have the individuals have up to 3 minutes, groups have up to 6 minutes, but we'll be strictly monitoring that because there's so many of people speaking. There'll be a timer in front of you, so please make sure you make all your comments within that time frame. If you hear that others, if you come after someone else and they're saying, please don't, if you don't have to repeat the testimony from a previous person. We'd love to hear new comments. So please try not to repeat so that we can get everyone's testimony. You should know that we've also read all the testimony that came to us before today, so we also have that testimony too. So let's start. We have one virtual speaker that has to go before 2:30, and we'll let that person go first, and then we'll do the in-person. But let's start with calling the in-person people up so that you'll be ready. So there's Pamela Stanziani, Philip Jacobsberg, Wendy Rainey, Eileen Cross Jacobsberg, and then Pablo Stein. And Mike Sidorov. So we'll start with our online Teams person, Haley Skokar. Welcome, Haley, and you have 3 minutes to provide your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Haley Stokar. I'm a social work professor, a parent, and of course, a resident of the Forest Estates community. My testimony today will be brief because I know my neighbors have a lot of salient information to share, but I wanted to contribute some insights related to bicycle commuting and safety as it pertains to the new construction and the parking lot egress on Woodland Drive. I live on the other end of the neighborhood and often use my bicycle to get to and from the Red Line, and many others in my area do the same. Woodland is virtually the only street in the southeast corner of the neighborhood, southwest rather, that feels safe for cyclists due to the low volume of car traffic. I sometimes ride with my young daughter in tow, hitched to my bike with a trailer behind me. More people biking, it should be noted, means fewer people driving, so active transit choices like this actually benefit everyone. With what I've come to understand about the increased traffic that will result from the parking entrance on Woodland Drive, I have to reconsider my commute altogether and consider whether I would even be willing to bike in that area at all for safety reasons. Remember, too, that many residents of the proposed new building will be choosing a home adjacent to the Red Line because they also use bikes and favor active transit. Their egress in and out of their building would also add bicycles to the mix on Woodland, and their safety is also of paramount importance.
Winter, how are you feeling?
In conclusion, I support new construction, but oppose.
We can't hear you.
Thank you.
No, we couldn't hear the last 30 seconds of your presentation because you accidentally muted yourself. So can you just say the last 30 seconds?
My apologies. In conclusion, I support the new construction, but oppose a parking entrance on Woodland for the safety of children, walkers, motorists, and also all community members who are using their bicycles. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. The next is Pamela Stanziani.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
All right. Good afternoon. I represent the Forest Grove Citizens Association in the capacity of Board Vice President. The association is a community whose members' residents are directly impacted by this development at 9801 Georgia Avenue, most significantly the access changes to Woodland Drive. The association represents over 100 homes, operates under a constitution, and has brought our community together for events and activism since 1950. Over the years, the association has successfully discouraged initiatives that would erode our community. This includes negotiations with the local hospital to stop them from buying neighborhood homes in order to tear them down to expand parking. It also includes successful advocacy locating the Forest Glen Metro Station where it is now to land that was mostly vacant instead of the east side of Georgia Avenue. Beside the station, the original plan was to build chillers and mechanical systems on what is now a thriving community playground and recreational area, Getty Park. To be clear, the association is not against development at this site at all. We are against the proposed mass increase of cars traveling throughout our neighborhood. My home is the second home east of Woodland Drive on Myrtle Road, running parallel to Forest Glen Road. In fact, I can see Woodland Drive and Forest Glen intersection from my bedroom window. As the representative of the association and a homeowner directly impacted by the Woodland Drive access to and from the development, I see and experience the backups, congestion, and weekly collisions at this intersection on a daily basis. I also see and hear the cars speeding on Myrtle Road to avoid the delays in construction on congestion on Forest Glen Road and Woodland Drive. Adding an entrance or exit for 450 plus cars to access will exponentially increase traffic and collision pedestrian safety. A 48-hour traffic study paid for by the project developer does not convince me or my neighbors, especially since it was conducted in the summer when people take the most vacation. Schools are closed, bus stops are not stopping at the 3 bus stops on Woodland Drive, and the street monitors they placed are almost 2 blocks from the Woodland Forest Glen Road intersection. A major local employer, Holy Cross Hospital, and its employees are also affected and affect our neighborhood. The cars line up blocks past Sligo Parkway and along Georgia Avenue during rush hour shift changes, with many using Woodland Drive as a cut-through. This traffic, combined with other hospital-related traffic, such as ambulances, hospital delivery trucks, rideshare drivers, etc., add to the traffic. The ambulances use Georgia Avenue only during emergencies when they can use their sirens. Otherwise, it's Woodland Drive. Ironically, it was Woodland Drive that the county closed to all outside traffic over the 2-3-year time period for pedestrians and cyclists during the pandemic. It is also designated in county plans as a bike and pedestrian-only greenway, yet somehow there's been a 180-degree turnaround from all of that with no explanation to the community or residents. The association continues to have serious concerns over the lack of notifications to our association residents. We had to take action legally to shine a light on that lack of transparency and adherence to requirements, particularly when we are the ones directly impacted. This includes our concerns with the major changes to the county sector plan in 2020 amid the onset of a deadly health pandemic when the focus was on health safety. I worked for the Department of Health and Human Services at that time. I know exactly what our citizens' concerns and fears were at the time. Notifications of major county zoning was not one of them. The question that remains, how are Montgomery County residents represented by the county in this scenario with no traffic study required or executed on behalf of those residents using our tax dollars? Why is it that the only traffic study required, considered, and paid for is by the proposal developer, who paid a commercial party whose interest is tied to the developer? As I noted, I work for the government, and it is the government that represents all people, that is the independent party for all studies, research, etc. I also want to understand you to understand the personal impact your decisions make on the residents. I almost lost my home during the recession in 2009 when I was laid off from a commercial construction company and developer. I'm a single mom who fully supported 2 kids myself. I fought hard for my home, and it took 3 years, but I don't give up. I still have this home for 20 years. Not only is this the single major investment for my future, but just as important, I saved that home because of my neighborhood, my kids, the bonds, and the relationships I developed. It was and still is critically important to me to maintain a community as opposed to development for tax dollars and what is clearly not going to be significant affordable housing. I want to make a point that your website says your goals are planning great walkable communities that include conserving and enhancing existing neighborhoods. Lastly, it's important to recognize that WMATA, the entity that runs the Metro Rail and bus service, announced this week a $750 million deficit for fiscal year 25 and proposed that among rate hikes and other cuts, 10 Metro Rail stations with the lowest ridership will likely be closed. They won't be able to confirm anything until after April or May. The state and federal governments are also tightening mode. WMATA has to close stations. If they have to close stations, it is unlikely they will spend $30 million on a tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanziani, for your testimony. Next is Mr. Jacobson.
My name is Phil Jacobsberg, and I live at 1709 Belvedere Boulevard. I travel to the Beltway via Woodland Drive every day to get to my job, and I've been doing so for over 20 years. I am one of the 318 residents who have signed the petition opposing the entrance onto Woodland Drive. Many of us were at the first meeting when the developer made the statement, I quote, "No Woodland entrance, no development." To this day, we don't have an explanation as to why that statement was made. But one thing we've observed, throughout the process, the county and the state have bent to the needs of the developer, but not to the concerns of the adjacent residents. I don't say this lightly, but the county and state transportation officials have let us down. As we have documented, the developer's traffic report continues to be riddled with errors and otherwise raise questions that need to be clearly answered. Even in the final report, the conclusions still read that the difference between the initial 2 scenarios studied are, quote, insignificant. Given their own data, it's absurd to make that statement, yet there it is in the final report. This is just one instance of many. I would like to believe that the motivations of SHA and MC.DOT were in the residents' best interest, but their reluctance to engage with us on the developer's traffic report after repeated tries suggests we didn't deserve their time. And on top of that, they did an unprofessional job of validating the report. They had many opportunities to correct the report and otherwise bring some level of objectivity to it, but they didn't. The residents living behind the new development and those affected by new traffic patterns are major stakeholders in this process. But the process never gives these residents a seat at the table where, frankly, negotiations happen and decisions are made. As things stand, it is very difficult to have relevant concerns heard and properly weighed. It's patronizing to be told to write letters and otherwise testify when the process is all but complete now. So we have canvassed the neighborhood with our petition, we hired a traffic consultant to review the developer's traffic report, and we ran a traffic experiment to demonstrate what's in store for us, all done in an effort to penetrate this conversation. When a process is not transparent and major stakeholders don't have a seat at the table, you're inviting the kind of conflicts we are seeing now. We argue that the Georgia Avenue-only entrance was not properly considered and not even studied when the new light was introduced to Tilton. Had we had a seat at the table, we would have at least had our questions answered and our proposals properly vetted. But instead, we are left with the impression the process was rigged from the very beginning. So where are we now? Or where does that leave us now? The fair thing to do to repair the number would be to repair the numbers in the traffic report, rerun them as necessary, and fix the conclusions, which currently are not supported by the data. In addition, a fourth scenario should be added where a light is installed at Tilton and a U-turn is permitted there. We strongly urge the planning board to accept these recommendations. However, assuming the planning board is not willing to write the process we suggest, at an absolute minimum, they should permit U-turns to be made at Tilton in Northwood. It's simply not fair for SHA to argue that all southbound traffic should be pushed through our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Ms. Wendy Rainey.
Thank you. I just was going to say, I do not know how to use this.
Oh,
So
just
for the
push
video, just push Alt-5 when I do it?
I'm sorry, use what?
We're
going to play a video.
We're going to play.
to that little pointing right arrow all the way at the bottom.
Got me. Okay. Okay, so just hit that when I go to play it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start. No, not
She's
yet.
going to say a couple things first.
So before we showed the video, we wanted to say, we designed a traffic experiment to simulate the traffic conditions that we could expect at the corner of Woodland and Forest Glen Road if the entrance from the development onto Woodland Road occurs. We lined up 10 cars at this intersection, corresponding to the 198-foot queue size published in the developer's traffic report. It should be noted that among other errors in the data and the conclusions of the developer's report, the 198-foot queue was off by 50%. It should have been a 312-foot queue, or 15 cars. We performed the experiment on October 25th, a typical weekday morning at 7:45 and then again at 8 a.m. We made videos of each of the 2 traffic runs and then created a short summary video that we'll play now. Okay, now, this is our video.
8 a.m., Wednesday, October 25th, 2023.
There we go.
We're trying to head south on Georgia Avenue. And it's not easy. There's a long line of cars on Forest Glen, all waiting to do the same thing. At this time of day, the line can sometimes stretch all the way back to Holy Cross Hospital. JLB Realty commissioned a traffic study to understand the impact of including a new garage entrance from 9801 Georgia Avenue onto Woodland Drive. The traffic study, funded by JLB and performed by their partners, Lenhart Consulting, concluded that the impact of a garage entrance on Woodland would be minimal at this intersection. We live here. We know this intersection, so we wanted to try it out. We lined up 10 cars on Woodland Drive and asked how long would it take for each car to turn right, across this backup, and get into the left lanes in order to head south on Georgia Avenue. What we saw wasn't pretty, but it wasn't surprising. It was hard to get out. Oftentimes, a car on Forest Glen would block the intersection. Even when everyone was following the rules, at best, 1 or 2 cars could make it in for each cycle of the traffic light on Georgia. And when there was a break to get in, it wasn't always easy or safe. We ran this experiment twice, back to back at 7:45 and 8 a.m. The first time, it took 9 minutes and 23 seconds for all 10 cars to get through. The second time, it took 11 minutes and 49 seconds for 9 cars. So across the 2 runs, that came out to an average of 67.5 seconds per car. And remember, that's just to get onto Forest Glen. Then we wait a cycle of the traffic light to turn onto Georgia. Is 67 seconds too long to wait at an intersection? Not necessarily. On a typical day, there are 1 or 2 cars waiting here, and it takes a minute or 2 to get out, plus another minute or 2 to turn left. But if 5 or 10 cars are waiting, that's another story. Here, we're 3 minutes into our experiment, and we'll see 3 cars who were not part of the experiment decide that they've had enough waiting. They escape this traffic jam by going down Myrtle Road. Myrtle Road and Sherwood Road are narrow residential streets with no sidewalks where typically only 1 car can pass at a time. At this time of the morning, parents often walk their toddlers down Myrtle and Sherwood to Kensington Forest Glen Preschool at the bottom of the hill. 2nd and 3rd graders walk by themselves to the elementary school bus stop at the corner of Sherwood and Forest Grove. 6th graders bike to Sligo Middle School. A major impact of this garage entrance will be on pedestrian safety, not just at the exit point, but throughout the neighborhood.
Your 6 minutes.
I'm going to continue on
Oh.
that. My name's Eileen Kraus Jacobsburg. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, but I think, yeah, you combined your time and how much
Yeah,
time
we
is
combined.
left?
How much time do I have left?
Okay. Yeah, so I think you took a minute to get going, you took the 4 minutes, and then there is no more time.
There is no more time.
There is no more time. All right, we allowed you 6 minutes, and there is no more time, okay? Yeah, so thank you. We have your testimony, right? We have your testimony. So next is Mr. Steins.
Yeah.
Yes, please, thank you.
All right. My name is Pablo Stein. My wife and I live at 1816 Sherwood Road, along with my 4-year-old son. I'm against the garage access on Woodland Drive as planned, for the safety of the children in our neighborhood, and for all the children that will one day live at the new apartment building. Their families will want to go to Getty Park and will want to walk to Flora Singer, and they should be able to do so without the danger this access brings. I sent 2 letters into the planning board. In one, I outlined that the site was originally studied without a garage, without access onto Woodland, with a garage without access onto Woodland, and that the sector plan believes this could be made to work. In fact, the DRC stated last March that they still believed it could be made to work. In a second, I put together 18 pages of documented issues with the operational study that is being presented by the developer, an operational study that was scoped to determine the necessity of the access on Woodland Drive. We contracted a PTOE, consulted with the University of Maryland Traffic Safety and Operations Lab, and with the civil engineering friends of mine. I was told by them, a member of the public who is an engineer scares the S out of everyone, so I guess that's me today. In any case, at no point does the report point to the necessity of the Woodland entrance. I'd like to walk you through the data and tell you the story I think it really tells. The sole access point on Georgia Avenue effectively reduces pedestrian hazards when walking to the Metro or Getty Park and prevents queuing and backups on residential roads. That's the only thing you can tell. According to the study, during the peak AM hour, approximately 101 cars will need to exit onto Georgia Avenue, and TCAM analysis indicates that there are about 120 gaps, averaging around 18 seconds each on Georgia Avenue northbound during that hour. Cars will safely enter Georgia Avenue and easily get to their desired lane. 99 cars need to travel southbound during the peak hour, and managing 1 car every 36 seconds is completely feasible, especially with the existing dedicated left turn and U-turn lanes at Tilton and August Drive. They each have capacities of 7 and 5 cars respectively. SHA suggests mitigation in their documentation, and the design could be further assisted with a potential option 4, adding a light at Tilton. Option 1, using Woodland Drive to access Forest Glen Road, results in 312-foot queues and further exacerbates the dire situation on Forest Glen Road. Consensus was reached that this situation is undesirable and leading to the adoption of option 3, which retains the woodland access while signalizing Tilton to encourage its use as a major thoroughfare. Option 3, in my opinion, is the worst of all options. It directs 63 cars from the site, plus an additional 89 cars past daycare centers and school bus stops, through roads that are already struggling with narrow passages where barely a single car can pass, and the study indicates that queues on Tilton would increase from 50 feet to 284 feet, with delays rising from 9 seconds to over 100 seconds. That doesn't sound like a success, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to use that. I quote Forest Glen and MC Dot, "We intended to implement a mini circle at the intersection of Tilton Drive and Woodland Drive. However, our recent count revealed significant pedestrian activity, hence we are leaning towards an all-way stop at the intersection. This is in the sector plan, and this is where the study wants to send these cars." In March 2023, the Planning Board prioritized community concerns and the pedestrian safety by endorsing a single entrance on Georgia Avenue. The operational study does not make a case for changing that decision. And I want to just point out that there are 3 versions of the report, and they don't remove statements that are false once the numbers changed based on required corrections, and it seems like they would rather have people read the statement and accept it and just claim it was a mistake if they get caught. And I've talked to people, and they said that's a strategy developers lose a lot, and that's awful.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Mr. Mike Sidorov.
Sidorov, thanks. Yeah, hi, thanks for listening. I live on Myrtle Road. I'm here today as a parent of a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. I support development of this site in line with the sector plan, but I can't support having a garage entrance for 450 cars onto Woodland. And this was my initial testimony, but I actually really kind of want to go off script because something crazy happened this morning, and I promise that this is true. So I went to work, got on the metro, took my scooter for the last bit, and I was on the sidewalk on my scooter, crossing the garage entrance to Children's National Hospital where I work, and a car made a left turn right in front of me, and it didn't hit me, but it like knocked me off my scooter, and I landed hard on my right elbow, and like no broken bones, thankfully, but like something's wrong and I got to get an x-ray. And you know, it is crazy that this happened this morning. I promise this is a true story. And you know, it just got me thinking, like, what if this wasn't me on a scooter? What if this was a 10-year-old on a bike? Could they have gotten out of the way? And you know, I don't know if you all know, back in November, 2 kids in Riverdale Park in PG County, a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old, were hit by a car and killed when they were walking to school. And that's what's at stake here, and that has to be at the forefront of all of your minds when we consider this proposal. Back at the sketch plan stage, you all recognized our concerns about pedestrian safety and made the approval of a woodland entrance conditional on a traffic study. The problem is the developer's traffic study focused solely on traffic. It didn't address pedestrian safety. So it had a 750-foot boundary, and beyond that radius, anything wasn't considered. It didn't tell us, for example, what the baseline traffic is on Myrtle and Sherwood, so we can't know how that would change. Nowhere in the 200-page report does it consider where school bus stops are located or how many families walk to KFG preschool. I want to quote the original staff report from way back at the sketch plan stage. On page 32, it says, quote, "Staff agrees that traffic impacts on the neighborhood need to be minimized for vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle safety. The transportation study that will be submitted at the time of the preliminary plan will be focused on pedestrian and bicycle impacts." So here we are. The developer's traffic study is not focused on pedestrian and bicycle impacts. It's not. Another major limit to their traffic study is that, as Pablo said, it considered only 3 scenarios, and what's missing is scenario 4, where there's one Georgia entrance plus a light at Tilton that allows cars to make a U-turn safely. What's missing is scenario 5, where they put the light directly adjacent to the property so cars can make a left turn directly out onto Georgia. Would either of these scenarios work? I can't say for sure because there isn't any data. And I want to end with a quote from a planning board member. This comes from a WTOP news article about narrowing Little Falls Parkway in Bethesda to make it safer for pedestrians. The quote is, quote, "If I can save one person, I will do that. It could be my sister, it could be my brother, it could be my child, it could be my grandchild," said planning board member Mitra Pedoem. I hope I said your name right. In Bethesda, the planning board prioritized pedestrian safety. Here in Silver Spring, it's my kids. Please do the same. I ask that you please put pedestrian safety first. Approve the project with the condition, no garage entrance on Woodland. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. So we'll have the next group come up. George Gregal, Linda Robert Grigal, Linda Nemec, Daryl Davis, Dennis O'Brien, and Gail Miller. One, two, three. One more, Brett Gelman.
Linda Nemec is online.
Okay. Yes, you are. And we'll go ahead and take you. Yeah.
Now or last?
You'll go after Robert Grigal.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robbie Gregel. I live on Sherwood Road with my parents and two younger brothers. I'm in 8th grade at Sligo Middle School. I bike to school and back home every day. My younger brother is in 6th grade, and he walks back and forth to school every day as well. There are no buses because we are so close to school, so my friends also walk to school. I've been biking in the neighborhood for over 6 years, and even in that time, I've noticed a lot more cars going through the neighborhood, and it definitely makes biking to Sligo much more difficult. I've also had many experiences with drivers not respecting pedestrians or other bikers, which is not something I want there to be more of. It can make my daily bike ride to school much more dangerous than it needs to be. I live on Sherwood Road, right at the end where the new development is being planned. There's already a lot of cars on Woodland. Adding so many more with the garage entrance right there would be much too dangerous for walkers and bikers alike. I'm also worried about putting a kiss and ride drop-off for the metro at this same intersection will make the traffic problems even worse. I know many other middle and elementary schoolers who walk along Woodland, and they shouldn't have to worry about their safety on what should be an easy walk to school or their bus stop. My youngest brother is currently in 1st grade. He can walk from the bus stop all by himself, and we don't want there to be any more traffic making that walk more dangerous. I'm here today to urge you not to allow the garage entrance so close to our homes on Woodland Drive, where it could cause so much danger for walkers and bikers. Please push for the Georgia Avenue entrance with U-turns allowed at Tilton Drive.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yep. We really appreciate you coming out and testifying.
Thank you.
So the next, we'll do the team's testimony by Linda Nemec.
Yes, I'm testifying as an individual. My name is Linda Nemec, and I live on Myrtle Road. Many of us had the same reasons to move into the neighborhood, moving into Forest Grove, Forest Glen, Forest Estates neighborhoods. It's the trees, as well as easy access to the metro, which is a safe way for our kids to get around as they grow up. I am concerned about the impact of the proposed development on air quality and on our health. Clear-cutting the patch of wilderness, those trees that you saw next to the site to make room for the new building will reduce our air quality. There are about 40 trees growing there. Not all in great shape, you saw that, but half of them are, and they weren't shown. And others are quite tall. According to one study, a tree along a roadway removes significant amounts of cadmium, chromium, nickel, and lead in just one growing season. If you look at an air quality map of our region, a neighborhood, it shows that the air quality where that patch of trees is located is better than the other areas adjacent to the rest of Georgia Avenue going north. In fact, the map shows that even though our community is close to the Beltway and Georgia Avenue, we have better air quality than the surrounding areas. That won't continue with the current plan. Trees proposed to be planted will take decades to grow to the size of the lost forest. As a healthy non-smoker recently diagnosed with lung cancer, I am worried, and we should all be worried, about the impact of development on our health in this region and in our neighborhood. Studies show that people living in areas with fewer trees have significantly higher mortality rates of all types of cancers compared with people living in areas with more trees. As tree cover is reduced, women's rates of lung, breast, and uterine cancer go up. For men, their rates of prostate, kidney, and colon cancer are higher. Even worse for our air quality, though, will be the traffic idling in front of our homes as vehicles wait to get to the main access roads. According to a study done in Utah, vehicle idling may contribute up to 34% or more to local air pollution levels. We appreciate the influence you have had to try and make the design of the new building fit our neighborhood and reduce the number of parking spaces. Now we are asking you to consider the safety and the health of the residents most affected by the proposed plan. That plan is to use our neighborhood streets as the access routes for the residents living or parking in the proposed apartment complex to get to the main roads, especially Forest Glen, which you saw,
backs up every morning. This will have a significant impact on our quality of life and on our health. We ask you to, 1, help us keep some of the older trees while new ones are planted. 2, pay careful attention to the tree cover the project developer is proposing. And most importantly, reject the entrance exit onto Woodland Drive. This last request is supported by a petition signed by 318 families of Forest Grove and Forest Estates. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Nimick. Next is Daryl Davis.
Hi. Hi, my name is Daryl Davis. My wife, 3 children, and myself are longtime residents of the Forest Grove community adjacent to 9801 Georgia Avenue. Like many of our neighbors, we're concerned about the impact of this redevelopment plan that includes hundreds of new parking spaces, as we've heard, an entrance onto the already busy Woodland Drive, and minimal buffer space between the proposed complex and neighbor houses. We're especially concerned about traffic and pedestrian safety issues, as we've heard. Should we have hundreds more cars exiting onto Woodland Drive and impacting surrounding small residential streets? Woodland Drive and adjacent streets are already used, as we've heard, as rush hour thoroughfares by drivers cutting through our neighborhood on their way to and from work. These are small neighborhood streets without sidewalks, which are heavily trafficked by children and pedestrians at various times in the day. It is hard to imagine the addition of hundreds of cars onto these streets in a daily fashion. We strongly encourage you to limit car allowances in this complex, encouraging new residents to use the Forest Glen Metro and Metro bus exit on site, as many in our neighborhood do now. We also strongly encourage you to work with developers to limit the height and mass of the proposed building so that its size and architecture will more closely align with that of our existing neighborhood. Finally, we strongly encourage you to limit entrances and exits to this complex to Georgia Avenue so that Woodland Drive does not become a traffic and safety hazard that could spill over into smaller neighborhood streets, almost none of which are equipped to handle greater volume. And I have a final question for the Planning Board. My understanding is Montgomery County and your purported interest is in building density at places of metro or public transport stations and more affordable housing at these places. So I ask, why would you support this redevelopment plan, which provides 466 spaces for more cars and very limited affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Dennis O'Brien.
Catherine? Do it up. I'll make sure. I can't tell if it's up. Up there it is, okay. Okay, we push here.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Catherine and I are 39-year residents of Forest Grove and reside about 750 east of the proposed Woodland entrance. We raised our children here and had hoped to live out our retirement here. We're not opposed to the redevelopment of the site, quite the contrary. We are adamantly opposed to JLB's proposed development plan, which totally dismisses a key stated objective of the sector plan, that such development be equitable and that it preserves and strengthens the community. Also, it fatally fails to balance the regional traffic demands with the needs of preserving the existing residential neighborhood. The updated sector plan rezoned the R60 property, which has operated with a special exception for almost 60 years, with the requirement of no vehicle access on the Woodland Drive. Why? The Board of Appeals wrote in their decision in September of '65, so, end quote, not to affect adversely the health and safety of residents or workers in the area. I would say very Vision Zero forward-looking in 1965. The approval of the rezoning opened the door for the Woodland Drive access, which the developer seized upon to maximize the economic footprint of the parcel. So here we are. Next slide, please. The residential streets adjoining Woodland Drive are only 20 feet wide versus 25 feet wide to the immediate north in Forest Estates. Cars are parked on both sides. A medium SUV is over 6 feet. Do the math. Cut-through traffic already occurs during peak periods. MCDOT responded to our concerns about the cut-through traffic, and I quote their response: "This phenomena may occur, but is not a fatal flaw. Since the vehicles using these routes live in, have a destination within the neighborhood, they are not considered transient or cut-through traffic and should be permitted to access the site from these available routes. A phenomena is defined as a rare or unusual occurrence. Cut-through traffic is already happening, as you saw, and adding over 450 vehicles will ensure it is constant. Adding insult, MCDOT encourages full use of these directly adjacent narrow car-laden neighborhood streets to access the property. I can only turn their response as tone deaf, actually unconscionable, and consistent with the disenfranchisement we have experienced since being engaged in the process. Next slide. Work session 2 of the sector plan presented this redevelopment idea. Next slide. This looks like a lot like Wheaton Forest, Amherst Avenue, a stone's throw away. Townhomes fronting the single-family homes within Forest Grove and higher density apartments fronting Georgia. This is an example of development that provides a balance of range housing and respecting our immediate neighborhood. We first learned about the massive scale of the proposed redevelopment and the proposed woodland entrance in September 22 from a physical sign announcing a community meeting. But there was no earlier physical signing concerning potential rezoning. A physical sign alerts residents of the community as they go about their daily lives within their neighborhood. I learned that no sign was needed, only a newspaper ad and alerts on a planning board website from Ms. Carrie Sanders on February 1st of this year. No individual mailings like this one to alert us, because I was so informed that Forest Grove isn't within the sector boundaries, but it sure as heck will be drastically impacted. Next slide, please. I'll be quick. So rezoning that allows this building requires no sign. Next slide.
Sir, you need to wrap
But
it up,
this building
please.
does, next slide, please. Just
Sir.
next slide, please. Let me finish, please.
No,
You're not
sir,
going to allow
you're-
me. Okay.
Sir,
Wonderful.
thank you so much.
This side here, this gentleman, 270 feet away from the woodland entrance, had a poster sign for a 2-foot setback variance.
Miss Miller,
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Gail Miller, and I live on Sherwood Road where it abuts Woodland Drive, so we would be very much affected by this. In a nutshell, there's a parcel of land that's subject to a variety of restrictions, legal and also practical. There's a developer who wants to build a project that really doesn't quite match the parcel, so the developer claims substantial compliance, and where that doesn't work, requests waivers to make the project fit. But there's one aspect of this project that cannot be made to fit, and that is the additional cars that will be dumped on our residential streets. The additional cars are inherently incompatible with this location. The board members who heard the sketch plan testimony seem to recognize this and urge that the entrance be placed on Georgia. Now we are hearing this simply cannot be done. If that is true, then the number of cars needs to be cut substantially so that it can be done. And if the developer claims it must have these cars to rent the units, then the number of units must be cut. I've never felt more helpless in my life than in dealing with this. A substantial reduction in parking is such an obvious solution for this property, which sits atop a metro station. I'm in disbelief that it won't be done. It's the right thing to do in a world coping with the climate crisis. Where's the vision of our public officials? Where's the concern for 466 additional cars, plus delivery trucks, plus a kiss and ride, plus the garbage trucks, plus the guests? At this location, what does that mean? It's like a disease with a cure that your health plan won't pay for. But you, the board, are all well aware of the cure, and you can provide the cure. Please cut the cars. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Mr. Brett Gelman. Is Mr. Brett Gelman here? Mr. Brett Gelman, Ms. Monica Bradford, Ms. Tamara Sidorov, Mr. Partop Verma, Mr. Michael Miller, and Mr. Rajesh Ra. Is Michael Miller here? Okay. Is Mr. Ray here? I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Gelman, you can start.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Gelman. My family and I have lived at the corner of Woodland and Myrtle for 10 years. We are one of 6 houses that reside directly across from the development, which makes our property some of the highest stakeholders for today's testimony. As a parent of 2 school-aged children, my family's primary focus is that of pedestrian safety. Both of my kids attend Flora Singer Elementary and walk down Myrtle and Forest Grove each morning. If the planning board is not aware, these streets lack sidewalks, which makes my mornings anxiety-ridden when my kids walk to and from the bus. Now imagine the same morning rush hour, but with hundreds of cars exiting the Woodland Drive garage and zipping down our local streets. Now also factor in our assigned middle school. Sligo Middle is so close that all students in the neighborhood must either walk, bike, or get dropped off. There is no bus service. My oldest will be walking to Sligo next year, as will many of his classmates. And that doesn't even include those who leave their home to walk to the metro, families that utilize the child care centers down on Dameron, or those who walk to nearby Holy Cross. At the very least, sidewalks and crosswalks should exist on these streets before the project moves any further. Crosswalks along Woodland are of utmost importance given how many cars outside the neighborhood use that road as an alternative to bypass Georgia. This also results in backups, especially when certain drivers decide to make a left on Forest Glen during rush hour. To help mitigate backups along Woodland Drive, the intersection of Woodland and Forest Glen should be converted into a right turn only exit. My wife and I have encountered firsthand what happens when someone tries to make a left-hand turn on Forest Glen during rush hour. It backs up Woodland Drive, which then blocks us from being able to exit our driveway since it is accessible from Woodland. Speaking of blocked driveways, this brings up my second biggest concern is the proposed kiss and ride. The sector plan calls for, and I quote, 9 on-street parallel parking spaces along Woodland Drive that must be designated and reserved for pickup drop-off for the Forest Glen Metro Rail Station. Given that there's already a kiss and ride at the Forest Glen Metro, I don't believe this lay-by is typically necessary. Any sort of short-term parking should be in the proposed development's parking garage. In addition, that development should also include a roundabout for cars dropping off individuals to their residences or retail located inside the building instead of being dropped off onto Woodland, further congesting a major road in the Forest Grove neighborhood. And this ties to my final concern, the increase of litter. I say increase because as someone who routinely picks up trash on our yard due to cars idling along Woodland, it is hard to fathom how much litter could increase with 9 lay-by spots as well as countless cars traversing along the road due to the complex. I'm hoping the county and developer will be installing trash receptacles on the building side of Woodland Drive to reduce the amount of trash left by cars dropping off Metro passengers, contractors waiting for rides, and so forth. As one of the residents who will most directly be impacted by this development, I hope the planning board takes into consideration our legitimate concerns with the way the plan is currently presented and can significantly improve upon, based on our input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gelman. Next, Ms. Monica Bradford.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Monica Bradford, and I have lived in the Forest Glen, Forest Estate neighborhood for 37 years. As you know, a developer cannot begin a traffic impact study until the scope of the study is approved under LATR guidelines. The LATR process and the scoping form are very quantitative and flow directly from a calculated number referred to as peak hour person trips. The process does not incorporate qualitative community knowledge. At no point prior to sign-off on the study scope is the proposal presented to the community for a reality check. Yet, it was the concerns of the community that convinced the planning board that a traffic study was indeed needed for this development. A clear information gap existed from the very first step in the traffic analysis, resulting in only 2 scenarios being tested initially. So it's not surprising that there's a disconnect between our lived experience and the developer's traffic study. As you've heard, over 300 residents living on 16 different streets signed a petition asking for the elimination of the Woodland Drive entrance and a reduction in parking spaces. Perhaps if residents were included in the approval of the scoping document, the resulting traffic impact study would be something the community could trust and support. Moving to my second point, I have questions about the noise analysis that was performed by Phoenix Noise and Vibration in July of 2023. They measured indoor and outdoor noise impacting the human ear and calculated a day-night average noise level for the development. Their report states that the Civic Green area will be impacted by the transportation noise levels above, and this impact will be above 65 decibels LDN. I did not find outdoor noise levels addressed in the staff report, though the need to mitigate the indoor noise levels is mentioned. Does Montgomery County require outdoor noise levels to be below 65 decibels? If so, I find it hard to imagine how a noise barrier can be accommodated within the proposed design for a civic green. A civic green is a public benefit that needs to be a safe and healthy environment. Are these projected noise levels a health concern? And if so, when does that get addressed? My third point relates to two contradictory outcomes in the process. On one hand, our neighborhood is being asked to accept increased congestion because of our proximity to mass transit, and on the other hand, accept the developer's assertion that 466 parking spaces are essential to financial viability of this development. This doesn't seem fair or logical. In conclusion, I ask that additional time be taken to consider the fourth scenario and fifth scenario that others have raised in their testimony. Please follow through on your earlier instinct to listen to the concerns of our community and find a solution that the developer and the neighborhood can support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Ms. Tamara Sidorov.
Hi. Oh, sorry, push the button. Hi, my name is Tamara, and like many of you, I'm a parent. I tell my boys that as their mom, I have 3 jobs. 1, to love them. 2, to keep them healthy. And 3, to keep them safe. I am here today to keep them safe. We live at the top of Myrtle Road, and every day we walk our 5-year-old down the hill to his preschool on Dameron. And we walk our 2nd grader to the bus stop for Singer Elementary. We walk to Getty Park on the weekends, and I walk to work. I am a pediatric and neonatal ICU nurse at Holy Cross, so it's not just my personal job to keep kids safe, but it's my professional obligation. I had to find shift coverage to be here today. I feel so strongly that our testimony today and your response has the potential to be life-saving. My safety concern is that a 450-car garage entrance on Woodland Drive is totally dangerous and totally reckless. Our neighborhood streets are already used as a cut-through for folks heading to Holy Cross, so bringing 400+ more cars into the neighborhood is terrifying. A few weeks ago, I was holding my 5-year-old's hand while crossing Dameron, and I had to physically pull him back when a car sped by, and he and I were both really shaken up. But it's not just me. Just yesterday, the director of our neighborhood preschool reached out to our council member and the Department of Transportation because the area around the preschool is already so dangerous for pedestrians. So funneling in 450+ more cars to our neighborhood with so many walking families is very clearly and without question only gonna make it more unsafe for pedestrians. I wanna say another thing. At the very beginning of our first community meeting over a year ago, some neighbors asked about how this project will affect ambulances, which sometimes cut down Woodland. The developer said, in front of the Development Review Committee, that they looked into it and, quote, "It's just an old wives' tale." As it happens, I'm a transport nurse, and that means that I ride in ambulances taking sick kids to and from other hospitals. Ambulances absolutely do use Woodland Drive, and this is just another example of how the developer ignored and gaslit our community in pursuit of profit margins. How about a few other old wives' tales? It's an old wives' tale that this project cannot work with one entrance. It's an old wives' tale that this board has no choice but to approve this unsafe proposal. You as a board have a vital choice in front of you: children's safety or the developer's profits. I've seen too many horrific and devastating child traumas to convince me that there is any reason worth increasing the risk of a child being hit by a car. If you approve this project, please do not approve an entrance on Woodland Drive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Mr. Verma.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Pratap Verma. I am a lifelong resident of Montgomery County, a product of MCPS, and have resided in Forest Glen for over 12 years. I am the founder of the community group Finding Forest Glen, the nonprofit Friends of Forest Glen. I'm also a home builder here, and I'm also a former member of this administrative body. We are in a housing crisis. Not only are we not meeting our housing goals, but this application before you is also in serious trouble. After years of grassroots advocacy, numerous public meetings, and engagements with the planning staff, Forest Glen was ready to have its moment. We even got approval for a second metro entrance, which you saw today earlier is also in jeopardy. We also got historic zoning that would allow for real density and height on top of a metro, where it belongs. We even got a red policy zone that lowers fees and exempts projects like this from even having to do a traffic study, with the idea that we need more housing and make it less complicated in this county. But why is this project getting more and more complicated? Why are we losing these critical housing opportunities? Forest Glen is not downtown Silver Spring. It's not Wheaton. It's certainly not Bethesda. The projects here all happen in very, very tight margins. They often don't pencil out. I know that because when I was an advocate trying to bring more housing near Metro, so many people said it's not going to work. It's just not going to work in terms of the math. The proposed development that hopefully you guys will hear about at the Metro is potentially a Housing Opportunities Commission project that is now slowly being made public. That only works because it borrows with the full faith and credit of the state of Maryland. That's a very unique mechanism to bring housing to this area. But the private sector does not have access to that kind of borrowing to allow for actual housing to be built here. Developers have limited options. With rising interest rates, a lot of these projects are failing. In fact, you're going to see housing projects fail not only all over Montgomery County, but they're failing all over the DMV. As a concerned citizen, I implore this body to evaluate each additional requirement and do a simple test. Does that bring more housing to this area that's desperate for rejuvenation? More neighbors equals more diversity, a more vibrant neighborhood, and a more dynamic environment where we can all thrive. And this project does exactly that and falls right in line with Thrive and our need to have housing on top of transit. I hope you can make this project work without making it more complicated. On a side note, special thanks to the Historic Preservation Office. We saw recently that nice historical markers were installed in our neighborhood, and so it's always nice to see you guys doing good work. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. And next is Mr. Michael Miller.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Miller. My wife and I have lived at 1807 Sherwood Road since 1983, and I'm opposed to putting a Woodland Drive entrance and exit on the proposed site. While I appreciate some of the new efforts, they fall woefully short for the simple reason that all the drivers living in the building would quickly discover that using Sherwood Road and Myrtle Road to exit the neighborhood is far more efficient to get to Silver Spring, to Colesville, to Columbia than dealing with the traffic at Forest Glen in Georgia. We have two daughters who grew up on Sherwood Road and two granddaughters who live on Sanford Road, but spend a lot of time on Sherwood Road. It's been one of the great joys of my life to teach them how to ride a bike, roller skate, and skateboard on Sherwood Road. In addition, they and their friends played soccer, softball, tennis, and tag on the front lawns, frequently chasing whatever ball they were playing onto the street. Their games were rarely interrupted by cars, but invariably, if they were, I or another adult would have to yell, "Car!" because kids don't pay attention. Hundreds of additional cars coming down Sherwood every day increases the accident potential considerably. I worked for MCPS for 46 years, mostly in high school, but also in elementary and middle schools. I've gone to school with high school kids in the pitch dark in the morning, middle school kids in the morning in the semi-darkness, and come home with elementary school kids at dusk. One thing all that group has in common is that none of them are paying the least bit of attention to their surroundings. We park our cars sometimes on Sherwood Road, and it's been sideswiped 3 times. So apparently some drivers are also not paying attention to their surroundings. Again, allowing hundreds of additional cars to come down Sherwood Road every day would seem to exponentially increase the possibility of a tragic encounter between pedestrian and car. A county representative wrote that this apartment's residents have a right to clog the streets because they're part of the neighborhood. True. Well, true. But one of the first obligations, maybe the first obligation of every government, is to protect all of its citizens. Montgomery County Council passed the Safe Street Acts in 2023. The developer's current plan to build an entrance on Woodland Drive that's going to bring hundreds of additional cars in contact with pedestrians every day down 2 streets with no sidewalks is unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next is Mr. Rajesh Ray.
Thank you. I'm a little taken aback by one of the previous testimonies where the ask was to make this less complicated by basically compromising on safety. Safety is a prerequisite. It's not a complication. It's not something that you do to make profit happen. And it was also very clear that this is about margins, and the woodland entrance is about margins, and therefore we got to make it happen. So I don't know what to say. It's pretty crazy. I live on 1821 Sherwood Road. For the last 3 years, we moved from a 1,000-foot condo on the other side of Georgia Avenue. We've lived in this area since 2005. And I was hoping I didn't have to be here after the last meeting. And at the end of the meeting, we had this traffic study. And the traffic study is paid for by the developer. And we tried to do another traffic study, and nobody wanted to work with us because they don't want to fall afoul of real estate people. So anyway, I'm really concerned that we are trying to maximize profit, and we are trying to not optimize what needs to be optimized, which is safety, which is what the former vice chair of the planning board is saying here, who's basically testifying on the behalf of the developer. It seems to me fairly crazy that this is happening. We do not oppose the development. What we oppose, as I said, is 450 parking spots on top of the metro and an entrance on Woodland that will cause untenable traffic in the neighborhood. Essentially, the road is being appropriated for profit maximization, as was previously told. I mean, as far as the developer is concerned, the community and neighborhood is not the customer. We understand they have no roots in the region, and this is a rental property. But they would like to have even the renters who are coming in would like to have a street and neighborhood where they can walk and maybe walk their kids and use their bikes to Getty Park. Anyway, so all I can urge you is, we can have, two futures here, a road and a neighborhood full of cars, less walkable, more dangerous, and a divided, resentful neighborhood, or we can have a win-win solution, which has been proposed by people here for the community. And it can't be that, hey, the margins don't work for us, safety doesn't matter, just make it work. That's all I have.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll have the next group come up, please. There'd be Caroline Hanover, Cheryl Hogue, Whitney Warren, Peter Franson, John Hathaway, and Kit Gage, please. Okay, we'll get going with Ms. Caroline Hanover. Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for allowing this testimony today. I wanted to say that I live on Forest Glen Road. I'm 3 houses away from the proposed development. My husband and I have lived there for the last 24 years. And the video that you saw is no joke. That actually happens every morning, and that's in good weather when there's no backup on the Beltway that adds to the traffic or an accident on Georgia. So I'm just going to say up front that that's my daily morning. That's the morning. The afternoon is the same, and so is the evening. It sometimes takes me 15 minutes to get out of my driveway. And I've seen numerous accidents on Forest Glen Road in the 24 years that I have lived there. Some in which where the cars end up on the opposite street, side of the street on the sidewalk. I've seen people jump off the sidewalk onto a neighbor's lawn once to avoid being hit by a car. So it's a real concern, and adding 390 units to this neighborhood with over 450 parking spaces, we already have a congested area. Georgia Avenue is a 6-lane highway, essentially, and we have small streets. So people are always going to look for a way to avoid Forest Glen Road. I see it all the time. I walk my dog every morning, starting at 7 a.m. The other morning on Myrtle, 8 cars zipped down Myrtle. And when I say zipped, they weren't obeying the speed limit. They were easily going 35 miles an hour to avoid Forest Glen. So I urge you to think about this because it is really about safety. And I do not oppose, and my husband and I do not oppose development of 9801. We'd like to see it smaller. We'd like to see it in line with the aesthetics of the community. We would like to see more sidewalks also as part of the development. We're welcoming the sidewalk on the north side of Forest Glen Road. And what we're hearing and what we see is we're being stonewalled around that, very real concern that we have around adding cars into an already congested area and creating a safety concern. So thank you for taking the time, and I hope you consider our testimony today.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Cheryl Hogue, I'm sorry.
Hogue, that's right. Chairman Harris and Planning Board members, I'm Cheryl Hogue, and I've lived at the corner of Woodland Drive and Sanford Road for more than 30 years. My property, 1820 Sanford, is directly across Woodland Drive from the current wooded area at the northeast end of the planned development. My property is about 25 yards north of the proposed entrance and exit onto Woodland Drive across from Sherwood. That proposed entrance and the number of parking spaces are the only parts of the development I oppose and I'm concerned about, though I support the suggestions of the Friends of Sligo Creek. I speak as a proponent of good governance and good public policy. And I'll state that Montgomery County needs this housing, and this is the place to put it. Yet, as a Montgomery County taxpayer for the last 40 years, I expect the Planning Board and its staff to address the public's concerns, including safety, in a fair and equitable fashion. We essentially have two traffic scenarios for this entrance, one with and one without a traffic light at Georgia Avenue in Tilton. Yet we've only seen one scenario run for a possible Georgia Avenue only entrance, and also without a traffic light at Georgia Avenue in Tilton. This has never been compared to a Georgia Avenue only entrance and exit involving a light at Georgia and Tilton, perhaps with trucks allowed to use a woodland entrance and to the development and a U-turn at Tilton. This defies logic and the principles of fairness and equity that underlie good government and lead to good public policy. We need this study taking seriously and not discounting and dismissing some of the issues that the outside traffic consultant has raised. We need to also factor in pedestrian and bicycle safety. In addition, we need to push the State Highway Administration to allow U-turns at Tilton. SHA has provided no data to the public explaining their reasoning. I ask in the name of good public policy, fairness, equity, and transparency that the board take these two steps. This will demonstrate that the board has heard the voices of more than 300 county residents who signed that petition and will be impacted by this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Whitney Warren.
Greetings. My name is Whitney Warren, and my family lives at 9808 Dam Run Drive in the Forest Grove neighborhood. Thank you very much to all of you for hearing us today. While I'm grateful for the small changes to the 9801 Georgia Avenue development, I urge you to act more decisively to keep our neighborhoods safe by preventing the exit onto Woodland Drive. I also implore you to think more deeply about pragmatic, balanced growth in our county. 15 years ago, I was discouraged from moving to this area. A friend described the Georgia Avenue intersection with 495 as a cluster failure, and you can imagine what she really said. I obviously did not heed my friend's advice because at the time I was filled with gratitude for Montgomery County's generous and enlightened IVF policy, which had been instrumental in helping us start a family. I was happy to pay taxes to a region with such enlightened policies. I am here now, missing a day teaching, to urge you to continue that legacy of enlightened leadership. Now, to me, enlightened means incentivizing a no-car building, which would lessen the overall traffic burden. Our neighborhood was made for 100 homes, 100 cars, so this development will increase our traffic burden 4 to 5 times. It is enlightened to realize that people are getting their groceries and all of their services without cars these days. This development will enrich the developer and give politicians boasting points, but it will be on the backs of my children and neighbors, endangered by the impatient drivers on narrow roads that were not designed to be thoroughfares. Enlightened leadership means being able to create more housing in Montgomery County without damaging existing neighborhoods or ignoring faithful residents who love this area and only want it to be a good place to live for everyone. Enlightened leadership means recognizing that many existing policies look ridiculous, hypocritical, and deadly to citizens. To parents, it seems ridiculous to think that schools and teachers should bear the burden of unbridled growth, and all a developer needs to do is pay off the county in the process. There should be laws that tie development to school creation. To a resident of a place named Forest Grove, it seems ridiculous that a developer can put solar panels in place of green space, when green space has been proven to calm and enrich people's mental and physical health, which is sorely needed on overcrowded and deadly Georgia Avenue. It also seems ridiculous that leadership will allow a giant urban-esque building in Forest Glen near that aforesaid cluster failure and tell citizens that common sense and safety don't matter in a red zone. You should know that neighbors I canvassed were aghast when they learned of this red zone policy. I fear that red zones will be aptly named because people will die on these busy roads. Finally, I hope you can see that the hypocrisy of a county choosing pragmatism when it came to the developer's errors, but ignoring the pragmatism of our arguments today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Peter Franzen.
Thank you. Thank you. I've lived in Wheaton since 1965, and I've lived at Americana Finmark condominium since 1980. That is the property directly west of this proposed development, not the subway station. I've looked out over traffic-choked Georgia Avenue for 40 years, and I can confirm everything that we've heard, including the ambulances making left turns to go down Tilton. That's not an old wives' tale. Americana Finmark is an island of green, and it's got 316 units on 14 acres of land. That's why it's semi-gated, to keep out the insanity that sometimes has been proposed for this area. The approved development next door, where all the trees were cut down, will make it worse. This new proposed development will make it even worse. The area has always been residential, including going back to the 1970s when the county council approved the metro station at Forest Glen, provided it remain a residential area. And all the studies cited in my letter, going back 50 years, say that. The Forest Glen Metro only has 6 elevators because it's one of the deepest stations in the world. Your predecessors were surprised some years ago to find that when they took a tour of the subway station with people from Americana Finmark. This was at the time when they were considering 2 12-story Trump-like towers to be built in the area. There's no escalators at this property. It has limited capacity to take people 200 feet down to the subway platform. As everybody has said here, how anybody is going to get in and out of this property at the medical building is going to be difficult enough. I've seen this place choked for 40 years. Forest Glen is also used by people coming down Route 29 to get to the Forest Glen station because of the limited turning ability at the intersection. The half-acre Civic Green is kind of a sick joke. Americana Finmark across the way has more green, and yet we don't get any money from the county to help support that. I propose in my letter making the whole property a park to reduce congestion in the area. Increased development will destroy the residential character of this neighborhood, which is a residential neighborhood. It's one of the very few places in the system with a subway station that is residential in the whole metro subway station. Put the development in Wheaton or Silver Spring. Based on what I've heard here today, if this were a democracy, the property would not be developed. And what you're doing really is subsidizing housing here for jobs in Northern Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is John Hathaway.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Hathaway. I live at 1803 Myrtle Road, which is 5 houses down from the proposed development. I've lived here for over 30 years. I've raised my children here. I walk to the Metro just about every day. I've walked my children up and down Myrtle and up and down Woodland for years. There was a very good reason why back in the 60s the zoning prevented an entrance on Woodland. There was a very good reason when we were here for the sketch plan hearing that one of these board members asked the person in charge of traffic on the staff, is keeping the entrance, having no entrance on Woodland, is that a doable for this development? And the answer was yes, to the round of applause. There was a very good reason why the sketch plan board determined that the preference was not for an entrance on Woodland. All of those reasons are still good reasons despite what we've seen from the traffic expert. We know because we've lived there and we see what happens. Let me say something about this concept of calming. It is the reddest of herrings in this particular situation. Let me give you an example. My wife is from Baton Rouge. I was down there after Katrina when hundreds of thousands of people had to move temporarily to Baton Rouge, and they were living in places where there wasn't sufficient roads, and it was a disaster. It was a parking lot. There were fights. It is the calming. Yes, people will be calm for a minute when they're stuck in traffic and not moving, but then what's going to happen, as you saw in the video, people are going to get upset. They're going to turn around. They're going to go down the side streets. And there are alternatives here. The alternative that's been presented to you, but also there are other alternatives. If you're going to put a traffic light at Tilton, why not move that traffic light down a couple hundred feet and make it an entrance and exit traffic light right on Georgia Avenue? Solves the problem. Why not? The other thing about the Metro now may not stay open. If you're on the Metro and you're looking at the red line, Forest Glen, Wheaton, Silver Spring, which you're going to get rid of? So this could be a tunnel to nowhere. Everyone realizes that the entrance on Forest Glen is not optimal, but it works. It has worked for a long time. So there's another option of just leaving that open. Finally, I just have a question for you. I wanted to read the sector plan about improving the overall quality, but my question is, if you allow this down the road, where do we go? Where do all these 300 people go to get our quality of life back? Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Ms. Kit Gage, please.
Hi, my name is Kit Gage. I'm Advocacy Director of Friends of Sligo Creek. I've lived in the county about 40 years. The forest at 9801 Georgia, which is within the Sligo watershed, has seen better days. You saw the pictures. So why would we seek to save it? Despite jumping through regulatory hoops, it's clear the developer and possibly planning have decided it's not worth the bother. We disagree. That forest, remarkably, is still functional as a forest in many ways. It has some big and substantially healthy trees despite serious euonymus vines wrapping around. Some of the dead or dying trees are home to woodpeckers. I saw them the other day. And worms and bugs that baby birds require to live. There are other birds and animals that are supported in that habitat. Despite not being a full formal forest, that 1.25 acres on 9801 Georgia currently can function and does function to produce oxygen, sequester carbon, keep the surrounding area cooler, and amazingly, it probably still does a good job capturing and absorbing stormwater better than any building site will do. I'm sad when I look at that forest. Probably it was once healthy in an increasingly dense and polluted area. Certainly it could be made healthy with some serious effort. Instead, people have failed it and abandoned it. But even with the forest in this degraded state, it's nearly impossible that a big new building taking up almost all the forest space can provide the equal environmental benefit that planning requires as a condition of development of the site. And what are the stated and legal priorities around protecting forests? The county and indeed the country has prioritized addressing climate change. The county and the state have mandated no net forest loss in the face of continuing loss of tree canopy. We have a new forest conservation law. Finally, the county has prioritized environmental protections for this part of the county for its relatively less affluent and more densely settled population. Despite these laws and priorities, this area of the county, in particular this focused area, has lost a huge percentage of forest canopy, from 41% to 25% from 2008 to 2018, using county figures. It may be worse today, even before cutting down this forest area. Not until developers, planners, county government, and all the people in the county really take their forests seriously will we start from the beginning of any plan change saying, first, how can we save this forest? And if we must build around it and enjoy, appreciate, and save it. It would be remarkable if people did that today here, and that's what we request, despite being so far along in the process. But at the very least today, people must recognize there are lots of folks who understand why and how forests must be preserved and stand up for them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gage. So we have one more in person. Ms. Abigail Sistian, are you here? Okay. So we're going to now go to all virtual because I don't think there is anyone else that was signed up that's here that did not speak. Okay, so let's go to teams. We'll call three, and then if you could be ready to speak, just if you're not speaking, just put yourself on mute. So the first is Galen Rendy, the second is Sheldon Fishman, and the third is Michelle Wilpers. So we'll start with Galen.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Galen Rende, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Friends of Sligo Creek, who respectfully request that the Planning Board deny the current development application under the proposed preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan due to the planned removal of the entirety of the forested area at the north end of the subject property. First, the proposed preliminary plan and site plan do not substantially conform to the recommendations in the applicable master plan. The Forest Glen Montgomery Hills sector plan emphasizes that priority should be placed on preserving and restoring the existing forest cover, rather than removing and replacing it. The sector plan repeatedly references a preference for habitat preservation and overall improvement at this site, which is to be balanced with, but not subservient to, the scale of development. Indeed, the sector plan recommends concentrating building height and density at the intersection of Georgia Avenue and Forest Glen Road at the south end of the property, away from the existing forest. The proposed development would do the opposite, creating a civic green at this intersection at the expense of increased building density at the north end of the property where the existing forest cover is located. Neither the documents submitted by the applicant nor the planning staff report meaningfully consider any alternatives to the proposed development that might keep the existing forest intact. Further, no meaningful analysis is provided demonstrating that the proposed mitigation strategies would provide an equal environmental benefit as the existing forest. A more robust environmental analysis is required to ensure that the recommendation of the sector plan is met and that the proposed plan would in fact result in equal environmental benefit as the existing forest. Our other concern regarding the sector plan is the discrepancy between the forest cover reported in the sector plan, which is 1.25 acres, and the forest cover included in the planning staff report, just 0.43 acres. We understand that the acreage determination in the staff report comes from the forest stand delineation, but no explanation is provided as to why this value is so different from the figure determined in the sector plan as adopted by the Montgomery County Council. The acreage determined by the applicant is then used to calculate the total reforestation and afforestation required under the forest conservation law. So further explanation as to how the applicant arrived at this number and justification for its departure from what is reported in the sector plan is necessary. There are also deficiencies in the proposed forest conservation plan. When deforestation is proposed, the forest conservation law requires reforestation on the same property or the use of mitigation credits purchased from a forest bank within the county. If neither of these options is available, developers may make an in lieu fee payment, subject to certain preconditions. The applicant is not proposing sufficient reforestation on the property to meet the requirements under the forest conservation law, and there are currently no mitigation credits available at any forest bank in Montgomery County, leaving an in lieu fee as the only viable option to satisfy the applicant's planting requirements under the proposed plan. One of the preconditions to use of an in lieu fee is that the applicant must demonstrate that the requirements for reforestation or afforestation on-site or off-site cannot reasonably be accomplished. Yet no consideration has been given to reducing the scale of the development to keep the existing forest intact or to allow for additional reforestation on the property. The applicant claims that this large scale of development is required under the sector plan, but we find no such requirement in the sector plan or the Montgomery County Code generally. Although the sector plan recommends percentages of the development that must be dedicated to certain types of housing, there's nothing in the sector plan mandating the level of development proposed by the applicant. As I noted before, the sector plan recommends the prioritization of both affordable housing and habitat preservation. Preservation means the process of keeping something alive, intact, or free from damage or decay. The applicant has not demonstrated that preservation of the forest cover on this site cannot reasonably be accomplished. The forest conservation plan is also deficient because the requirements for a variance have not been met. Variance may only be granted if the applicant can demonstrate that unwarranted hardship would result absent the grant of a variance. The applicant claims without adequate explanation or justification that denial of a variance would impede any significant redevelopment of the property. We see no reason why a moderate reduction in the scale of this development to allow for the preservation of existing trees, which is one of the explicit recommendations in the sector plan, would impede any significant redevelopment on this property. Finally, a variance may not be granted if the request is based on conditions or circumstances resulting from the actions by the applicant. We understand that there are certain constraints on this property related to relocation of sewer lines. However, neither the applicant nor the planning staff report adequately explains how this condition justifies a variance in this case and the removal of the existing forest. For the reasons I've already mentioned, the only condition that explains the need to remove or damage all of the variance trees is the applicant's desire to build as large a development as possible. For these reasons, the Friends of Sligo Creek respectfully request that the Planning Board deny the current development application under the proposed preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fishman. Thank you, Mr. Rendy. That next is Mr. Shellman Fishman. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Sheldon Fishman, and I'm going to continue the topic that Kit and Galen have done such a terrific job introducing. But first, thank you, Chair Artie Harris and members of the Montgomery County Planning Board. Thank you for stepping up to serve on the Planning Board. Thank you for working to maintain procedures that worked well under the previous board and to address procedures that needed to be fixed. I am an active participant, an active member of several environmental groups, including Friends of Sligo Creek, right there, the Climate Coalition of Montgomery County, and Safe Healthy Playing Fields. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of our 4 children and our 6 grandchildren. The climate crisis is real and will impact them even more than it will impact you and me. We live at 9913 Dameron Drive, 2 blocks downhill from 9801 Georgia Avenue. I support the high-rise mixed-use building at 98 Georgia Avenue because it is across the street from the metro, from Forest Glen Metro, and hopefully will have a direct entrance to that station under the very dangerous Georgia Avenue. But your mission includes protect and steward natural resources. This site includes a grove of tall trees that serves as a forest, whether or not it meets all the criteria of the Forest Conservation Law. Your publication, Makeover Montgomery, tells a compelling story of the many benefits of urban forestry, particularly at this location, which is at the intersection of Georgia Avenue and the Beltway. The plan before you is to chop down every existing large tree and to mitigate the environmental impact with replacement trees. I am told that this late in the process, this board may be unwilling to take any actions to save these tall trees. But perhaps you will revisit this plan to explore what requirements you can specify for the developer regarding this forest. Or perhaps you will explore acquiring the forest and being a much better stewards of this natural resource than recent owners have been. There may be financial resources that can be directed to the cleanup and sustainment of that urban forest on current 9801 Georgia Avenue if you acquire it for the Parks Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next is Michael Wilpers. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Chair Harris and Planning Board members, I'm Michael Wilpers, testifying as an individual, though I'm past president of Friends of Sligo Creek and currently chair of Natural History. Along with others in FOSC, I advocate for the ecological health of the Sligo watershed in which this project is located. Dense residential development near public transit should not mean destroying valuable green infrastructure in the process. The Forest Conservation Plan under consideration calls for the removal of almost all the 55 trees on the 1 acre woodland on the north side of the property. I urge the board to focus on the aerial photograph of the tree cover in this woodland for the most accurate sense of what's being threatened. The sector plan requires the developer to provide an area of equal environmental benefit of that currently provided by the woodland. And that's what I will focus on. 24 of the trees in this site are large enough to be considered, quote, significant by the county, which means they are at least 2 feet in diameter. 9 of these trees are considered specimen trees by the county, which means they measure at least 30 inches in diameter. To get an idea of the unusual size of these trees, it's safe to say that less than 10% of the trees in Sligo Creek Park ever reach 2 feet in diameter, and a scant few have achieved such a size as 30 inches. In fact, only 2 woodlands of the same size of this site in Sligo have so many specimen trees. The developer proposes to cut down 18 of the 24 significant trees, and of the 9 specimen trees, only 1 will be left standing. County regulations allow the developer to mitigate the loss of specimen trees with saplings just 1/10 as big, if the total diameter of all the saplings equals 1/4 of the width of the lost tree. That means that a massive 32-inch red maple, such as one on the site, can be replaced by 3 saplings of 3-inch diameter each. Needless to say, these saplings can't remotely provide an environmental benefit equal to that of specimen trees and won't for many years, assuming that they survive. Slide, please. One gauge of the environmental benefit of a tree is through its leaves. In addition to providing shade, mitigating heat island effect, and removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, they also act as the sole food source for hundreds of species of butterfly and moth caterpillars. These, in turn, constitute the primary diet for birds in the springtime, especially when feeding young chicks in the nest who require soft food items rich in protein. According to formulas developed by the U.S. Forest Service, while saplings of 3-inch diameter trees provide a negligible number of leaves, a tree old enough to be 20 inches in diameter creates an astonishing 4,000 square feet of leaf structure. That's a lot of shade. And won't for many years, assuming that
You muted yourself, Mr. Wilpers.
In addition to providing shade, mitigating heat. Can't remember where I got cut off. According to formulas developed by the U.S. Forest Service, while saplings of 3-inch diameter provide a negligible number of leaves, a tree old enough to be 20 inches in diameter creates an astounding 4,000 square feet of leaf surface. That's a lot of shade, CO2 absorption, and food for caterpillars and the birds that eat them. From this perspective, the developer's proposal does not qualify as providing an area of equal environmental benefit, and I urge the board to reject the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have three more now, Mr. Bree Kunzel, Mr. Robert Ferez, and Allison Gillespie. Mr. Kunzel?
Yes, sorry, one second. There we go.
Oh, Ms. Kunzel, sorry.
That's fine. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bree Kunzel. I am the owner of 1007 Gardner Avenue in Forest Glen, Maryland. I also work with Parthop Verma in bringing homes to families that are in need, and I support the development. One thing I hear over and over is that there are not enough housing choices in Forest Glen. And the Georgia Avenue project is exactly the kind of development that we need to utilize our local resources like the Metro and Holy Cross Hospital. I attended last summer's public meeting for this project and was surprised to see how many people were in objection. However, I didn't want to share and didn't want to share their neighborhood with new residents. In order to do this, we want to bring road traffic down for sure. And I think highlighting the Metro on that main drag would negate any additional traffic by bringing people's awareness to the Metro that was so close to the area. And in order to do this, we need to support projects that bring housing to Metro sites and make it easier for projects like this one to bring more density to Forest Glen. This is a pioneer project, the first of its kind, and I'm hoping that we don't attach too much additional requirements to the site plan. Thank you for your time today and your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Robert Ferez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board and Planning Board staff. I'd like to thank you for giving me and other members of the community an opportunity to express our views. My name is Robert Ferris, and I live on the corner of Myrtle Road and Woodland Drive, right across the street from the development site, with my wife Stephanie and our one-year-old daughter Matilda. The purpose of my testimony is to express my strong support for the development applications and for the county's continued efforts to encourage transit-oriented mixed-use development. I want to start by acknowledging that as a supporter of the development, it's not easy for me to speak today. You've heard the perspectives of many of my neighbors. I'm not on the bandwagon. That doesn't mean that there aren't supporters out there like me. I urge the planning board to consider perspectives that go against the loudest and most emotional voices in the room, including the perspectives of those not here today and the future residents of this building. I've submitted written testimony asking the planning board to approve the applications for the reasons expressed in planning board staff's report, including the relevant transportation department's finding that limiting site access to only Georgia Avenue is not viable or in the public interest. So I will heed your advice and not repeat my written testimony here. Instead, I want to take a step back and just tell a story. And this is a true story. So the other day I was at my dentist in Kensington and I was just making small talk with the dental hygienist as one does. And she was just gushing about how much she loves Kensington. She was like, it's great here. My apartment is like a 5-minute walk from my job. I can walk to restaurants, I can walk to my bar, I can walk to Safeway if I have to. And keep in mind, my dentist is located right in the middle of historic downtown Kensington near the $1 million Victorian homes and the row of cute little antique stores, this really idyllic neighborhood. And all the while she's talking, I'm thinking to myself, and given the context of my neighborhood's spat over this building, and I'm thinking, I don't even know where these apartments are. And so as I'm leaving the dentist, I do a quick scan of the area and I realize there's this high-rise apartment right there, smack dab in the middle of downtown Kensington. And I don't think I'd even ever noticed it before. And by the way, at the foot of the apartment, there's a huge surface parking lot. And my point is that it seems like things like new apartment buildings can be really scary and unsettling before we know exactly what life will be like after they're there. But more often than not, once they're there, they kind of blend into the background and they move from the column of these new scary things that we don't understand to the column of these existing treasured things. And this is how I think about the project proposed here. I think about the Holy Cross nurses and doctors 10 years from now, they'll be telling their patients, I live in the apartment right down Forest Glen Road. It's in the cutest little neighborhood. My daughter can ride her bike up to the park and there's a great little convenience store on the first floor and the Metro is right there. And maybe one day they'll say, and right across Georgia Avenue, they're putting in a bunch of new restaurants on top of the Metro. My point is that all these places near transit are really lovely places to live. They're not mobbed by traffic or harrowing places for pedestrians. If anything, we see around the DMV that greater density has achieved the opposite by creating a critical mass of walkers and bikers. We have nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, I strongly urge the planning board to accept the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have now Allison Gillespie.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Allison Gillespie, and I'm here to voice my strong support for the development at 9801 Georgia. This property is about 1.5 blocks from my house. I've lived here for more than 2 decades, and during that time, I've served several roles on environmental groups, transportation groups, multimodal safety transportation groups, PTA, and planted a lot of trees in the neighborhood. And I actually really love my neighborhood, and I'm really happy to welcome new people to move into it. And I think this is the greatest place to put housing, right next to Metro, next to some really good transit. I think that's the best move environmentally. I also am really happy to see this development because we desperately need housing at all price points to alleviate market pressure. I've given detailed remarks. I'm going to heed your call not to replay those, but I do want to in particular call out 4 important things. I'm really glad for the sidewalks that the developer will be paying for on Forest Glen Road. Those are fantastic and long needed, and something we have been asking for the whole 2 decades I've been here. We've been fighting as a community to get those to increase safety for those going back and forth throughout the neighborhood, and especially to Sligo and to Holy Cross Hospital. I'm also glad to see that Woodland was moved up due to this development in priority for the bike master plan, and I think the traffic calming along Woodland is going to be great. I'd love to see bump outs and et cetera. I would actually really like to see sidewalks though on both sides of Woodland, and it's kind of puzzling to me that all of Woodland doesn't have a sidewalk on both sides. So that was one thing that puzzled me in the plan. I do not think that having an exit only on Georgia Avenue is a good idea. I think it would be a nightmare for everyone all the way around, because I think it's going to make Georgia Avenue much less safe, and Georgia Avenue is already not very safe. I think that there will be adjustments to be made by the neighborhood, but I think we'll navigate those. And I think the effect of having that exit there will actually be overall a strengthening impact for the neighborhood eventually. I do want to say, please don't twist this development for the sake of a few very sad, very badly poor trees. They're in very bad shape. I think it's good to just cut them all down. I have seen too many developments around here twisted into weird configurations for the sake of trees that are about to die anyway. And that particular space of trees is nothing but a nursery for invasives. I've seen other examples in our neighborhood where developers were asked to put a buffer like that, and it just becomes a nursery for more and more invasives. I can show you a great example along Everest that we have as a neighborhood been working hard to take care of, and it's horrible. Developer, after this is done, will not necessarily take care of that space. So I agree with removing all the trees. Thank you for your time today, and I'm excited about this development. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. The next 3 will be Starlin Okada Rising, Anna Irving, and David Miller. So we'll start with Starlin Okada Rising.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Starlin Okada Rising. I live on Myrtle Road, a block and a half from the proposed development. I support housing near public transportation, especially affordable housing. However, I advocate that the new housing should not undermine the safety of the immediate community. Specifically speaking about the proposed Woodland Drive entrance and the large ratio of parking spots to units, which was justified by the developer based on financial reasons. I already see firsthand cars rushing down Myrtle, attempting to avoid traffic on Forest Glen. These cars are not driven by my neighbors. And so far, my 7- and 3-year-old and other neighborhood children have been successful at dodging these cars while getting ready for school or waiting for the school bus. But with the addition of the proposed 466 parking spaces for the 390 units, the number of these racing cars will likely increase significantly as they become frustrated by waiting in queues. There are 2 community playgrounds in the Montgomery Child Care Facility, which serves 2.5-year-olds and older within walking distance from our neighborhoods. And many of the children and parents utilize these facilities heavily, walking and biking to these places along Myrtle and other roads. And as a research scientist with more than 20 years of experience, I will attest that experimental data such as the developers traffic study, must be collected under appropriate conditions or the data can be rubbish. As any parent knows, morning traffic flows increase substantially during the school year, And as a resident that uses the Forest Glen and Georgia intersection regularly in the morning, I can absolutely attest this pattern happens. I have frequently seen cars illegally drive into the oncoming traffic lane to get into the southbound turn lanes during the school year. The traffic study was conducted during the summer school break, nor did it evaluate the effect on the immediately connected residential streets located right outside of the proposed entrance. I'd also like to note that Georgia Avenue is not a high-speed road. At this area, it is 30 miles per hour, which is similar to the cross street Forest Glen, which is 25 to 30 miles per hour. Finally, sorry, there is a large existing metro parking lot across the street. The developer has repeatedly justified that they need extra parking spots, 466 of them, for marketing purposes. The new development that's right up the street or right across of Georgia has a restricted number of parking spaces due to the proximity to the metro. Why would this developer not have similar scrutiny? Overall, I strongly advocate to remove the Woodland Drive entrance or even limit it to a service-only entrance. I asked the committee to question the number of proposed parking spaces if these are justified only as a marketing ploy by the developer, as that there is a large metro parking lot across the street. Thank you very much. Over.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Next is Anna Irving.
Hi, everyone. I do have slides prepared, if we could pull those up. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Irving. I apologize for not attending in person. Unexpectedly, my daughter stayed home sick today. I'm a resident of Sherwood Road. As I understand the plans, that puts my home less than 500 feet from the proposed garage entrance on Woodland Drive. Next slide, please. At the last public hearing, my partner gave a very detailed testimony explaining the dynamics of our neighborhood's traffic. He reviewed the nuances in a way that only a resident would understand. To orient you, in the yellow up top, that is the proposed development, and on the left, this is what Forest Glen Road looks like every single weekday. Yellow arrows show how new residents may thread through our streets to bypass this terrible traffic. He gave you logic, and today I'm going to give you heart. Next slide, please. Welcome to our neighborhood. We're a community that delivers food to new parents. We shovel each other's driveways of snow, and we share in a summer bounty of fig and cherries. This is a neighborhood that cares. We know our neighborhood the best, and we stand the most to lose. I'm not here motivated by profits. I'm here to protect the safety of my community. Next slide. Though I support a form of development of this location, I oppose the Woodland Drive garage entrance. This garage will exacerbate traffic and risk pedestrian safety. Our streets are too narrow to accommodate any additional traffic flow. I worry the most about the children of this neighborhood, walking to school on narrow, sidewalkless roads. Next slide. Very simply, I ask that the Woodland Drive garage entrance be eliminated. If that creates traffic flow issues going in and out of the building, reduce the volume of the building. When this was suggested to the developer, the response was that they just can't make the numbers work. Are we a county that prioritizes profits over human lives? Next slide. The most disappointing outcome of today would be for our planning board to hear all of our testimonies and not listen. We're being clear in our stance against the Woodland Drive entrance. Protect our neighbors, protect our children. The Woodland Drive entrance must be eliminated in order for this development to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irving. Next is David Miller.
Greetings. My name is David Miller. I live on Dameron Drive, about a half a mile from the development site, and myself and my family walk or bike through the site regularly. Like others, my kids also walk, run, bike, and wait for buses throughout the neighborhood, and I also fear for their safety every single day. And that's because it's already dangerous by design. For example, the widths of both Woodland Drive and Dameron Drive encourage speeding, and a lot of people do. I'm a professional transportation planner certified through the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and in full disclosure, my company and myself for over the last 10 years have worked for MCDOT, primarily related to pedestrian safety, transit planning, and the BRT Flash program. In my career, I've also done parking studies and traffic studies, but I'm only representing myself today. I strongly support dense mixed-use development on this site and strongly encourage the planning board to approve it with conditions that have been previously noted and with much less parking. Although some traffic impacts are unavoidable, I do support a primary entrance on Woodland Drive. I do not think the development needs to be as large as it is, and I strongly disagree with the number of parking spaces, even if the cost of the spaces has been unbundled from the dwelling units. Given the elimination of parking minimums in the county, I encourage the planning board to require the site to have a much lower ratio of parking to dwelling units, perhaps 0.5 or 0.75 parking spaces per unit. While it could impact residential landscaping and some trees within the county easements and right-of-way along the roadways, requiring the developer to increase the funding for, or the county increasing the funding for sidewalks along Sherwood and Myrtle, and putting in one or more raised crosswalks at those streets and Dameron Drive would alleviate many of the active transportation safety concerns raised by neighbors. The solution, though, to our traffic problems is not to push people to live further away and require them to rely on personal vehicles. These people will still pass through or by our neighborhood on their way to the Beltway or southward and will still impact congestion on Forest Glen and Georgia Avenue, either directly or indirectly. We have to build dense housing adjacent to transit everywhere to facilitate our transition from car-dominated suburbs to a livable multimodal county, but we have to do so in an intelligent way with much less parking than people are used to and much less than is proposed by this development. While I personally feel that the opinion of those who live closest to the development should be given extra weight, I will note that according to the census, there are 3,109 people in the census tract within which this development falls, which is bounded on the east side by Georgia, on Dennis on the north, Sligo Creek on the west, and 495 to the south, all of which is less than a mile from the site. So the 318 who signed the petition represent 10% of the population of this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll do the next three. It's Matthew Lloyd, Palmer Phillips, and Anthony Vernon. We'll start with Matthew Lloyd.
Hello, planning board members. My name is Matthew Lloyd. I've been a resident in the Forest Glen neighborhood for close to 15 years, and I live within the block of the proposed redevelopment at the Forest Glen Medical Center. I'm sure there are plenty of times when you listen to testimony where folks come to the table and say, I've seen so much change over time. And the testimony that I'm sharing with you today is not that. I'm here to offer my support for the housing and availability of the commercial retail establishments close to the Forest Glen Metro. As a longtime resident, I'm sorely disappointed that we as a county and a neighborhood haven't taken the opportunity to thoughtfully develop the area around the Forest Glen Metro, both east and west of Georgia Ave. Put simply, the neighbors in Forest Glen want a walkable and transit-oriented development. That's literally the definition for livable community space. It means access to small retail and shops within easy walking distance for folks. And the successful development of the Metro Tunnel under Georgia Ave as a pedestrian safety measure means a lot for my family and my kids to get to Sligo Creek for running, walking, and nature. I personally see this proposal as a driver for the successful development of the Forest Glen to 16th Street corridor that would be so important for this community. And it's been a little bit disappointing for me to listen to some of the testimony for folks today to be so cavalier about the continued existence of the Forest Glen Metro. Many of the concerns expressed here today were about traffic and pedestrian safety. I certainly share those concerns, but feel like it's important to point out that without the Metro, the traffic and pedestrian safety issues are going to increase exponentially. Successful development around here are going to serve a diverse and vibrant community to support the broader community and make sure that the Forest Glen Metro is not on WMATA's chopping block. All that said, I do want to qualify my support. I want you to listen to closely to the traffic development concerns, especially for folks that live in the immediate vicinity, like on Woodland Drive. And my other concern is the fact that this project is at a crossroads of a Maryland State Road, Forest Glen Road is Maryland 192, and the neighborhood roads of the county. I have personally had extremely disappointing interactions with the Maryland State Highway Authority, taking a constructive role in pedestrian safety for the Forest Glen community. And I certainly want to emphasize that. So broadly, I'm supportive of this project development, and thank you for being open to the testimony.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next is Palmer Phillips.
Hey, good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, planning board members. My name is Palmer Phillips. Sorry I wasn't able to be there in person today. Just had to step aside for this. I'm a resident of Forest Glen. I live about 300 meters from the proposed site on the west side of Georgia Ave.
So, Mr. Phillips, can you turn your camera on if you're able to?
Yeah, is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I hope that doesn't take away from my time there.
No.
Great. Have lived in the neighborhood for over a decade, I think 12 or 13 years in two different locations very near this site. Echo some of the very limited concerns. Definitely seems like a lopsided testimony today, but again, just want to reiterate what some others said. We've been talking about this development application for several years now, a number of years, going all the way back to when we were able to get funding for that second metro entrance, which I think would be transformational for the neighborhood. I've got three small children. Thankfully, we're within walking distance to our elementary school. And we end up having to do that along a street on the other side of this area that's also not sidewalked. And it's also the only entry and exit from our school area. So it's a little bit ironic today, as I've listened to some of the testimony, I find myself fearing on the days that I've walked my children to school, fearing for my own safety from some of these parents coming through the neighborhood, dropping off their children at school in their cars. But I do, having experienced that, absolutely recognize the concerns in that neighborhood, having spent a lot of time over there. Those are narrow streets. It would be great if we could maybe take some energy from this discussion and focus on those cut-through traffic, because it's pretty bad over on that side. It's even worse, it seems, on that Gardner Road cut-through, which I live right on Caney Place. Just hundreds of cars every morning, not residents of the neighborhood, cutting through, trying to avoid that one light on Georgia Ave. You know, from my standpoint, as somebody who's immediately affected by this, I just want to reiterate again, like this is not just a local issue. This is not just an issue where we need to think of perspectives of those immediately affected, those who don't want additional cars on Woodland or in the neighborhood, or don't want to be burdened by that. Of course, we're all worried about safety of our children, but this is a countywide issue. We're in a housing crisis, and this is an opportunity, finally, after 5 years, to potentially start addressing that. The last thing I would say is, boy, under these days with remote work, I mean, I can't imagine that all 400 of those cars are going to be departing every morning as is stipulated. I think you're going to get a lot of people living there, but not necessarily entering and exiting every day. Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Next is Anthony Vernon. And then followed by Anthony is Kofi Dabu Apraku, and then Leah Apreku. Mr. Vernon, are you there? We'll come back. We'll go to Kofi Dabu Apraku. Is Leah Apraku on? Next, we'll go to Nandini Arunkumar, Morgan Wigan, and Karen Marichu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Nandini Arun Kumar here. Thank you. I live at 1821 Sherwood Road. And, I want my testimony here to be about, for the board to hear about about the issues that we as a community have faced with the process, both me personally and the community with this development process. What has been frustrating for a lot of us over the last year and a half has been that there really is no forum for the neighborhood and the community who will be impacted by such a large development to be involved in the process, to understand what's happening and to hear our voices be heard during the process before it is too late. A development of this size and scale with so much impact on our communities, we simply don't exist during the process. We are told to write letters that go into the ether. We send a petition, signed by close to over 300 people, opposing the inland entrance, questioning the number of parking spots, and there's no response. There is no communication. There are certainly no conversations or dialogue with the planning staff or the developers during the process. The developers do have conversations, right, with the planning staff, with the transportation officials. They know what's happening. Things are moving, things are changing, and we are on the fringes, checking the DAIC website to find out if there are new documents posted, how are they different, where are they different from earlier versions. We have no idea whether something is final or whether it will be changed. It is extremely easy for staff to dismiss our efforts as being wasted on older versions, and that it's no longer what is current. But that's because there is simply no way to figure out any of this as we are not part of the process. Our emails to MCDOT went unanswered. We are told now they were never received. We don't know how. Our emails and calls to SHA went unanswered, have still gone unanswered, and we have no idea why. Again, we feel we simply don't exist in this process. And the process is completely stacked against us. In desperation, as citizens, we turn to our elected officials who tell us they cannot get involved, will not get involved, but who else is there to represent us? We managed to get a meeting in front of some of them and their aides to voice our concerns and show them what 300 plus people are opposing. And this is when things actually become truly bizarre. An email that we sent to an elected representative's office on a Friday at 3:37 p.m., inviting them to this meeting, is forwarded by that elected representative's office to a community member whom they characterized as is pro-growth and that they work with. It makes it onto our neighborhood listserv on Sunday with insinuations of ill intent that are completely wrong. I want you to forget about the neighborhood squabbling, but if this process is free of political interference as it is supposed to be, why did this happen? Why did our emails get forwarded?
Yes.
Why is the community being played against one another?
Thank you.
What does the board think this is okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Morgan Wigan.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Morgan Wigan, and I am a 29-year-old pediatric nurse currently living in the Silver Spring area. I'm exactly the type of person that would be looking to live in a building like the one being proposed. This building is very attractive to me. I like that it has a pool. It's close to the trail where I could walk my 2 dogs, and it's close to the metro. Even though I have a car, I often metro to avoid traffic and parking issues in the city. After my lease is up at my current apartment, this is exactly the kind of place I would want to live. In addition to being a potential tenant in this building, I'm also someone very familiar with the area. I'm a former nanny and current babysitter to 2 children on Myrtle Road. For the past 4 years, I've been walking with them to and from Getty Park, the bus stop, and their preschool, and I'm aware of how dangerous it can be when there are cars that drive by us haphazardly and are going too fast or seem to be unaware that I'm walking with two small children. Often there are other older children who are school-aged who walk by themselves in the same area to and from the bus stop. Adding an entrance on Woodland Drive and adding 350 cars would drastically increase traffic on the route where many children walk and would risk their safety in a very scary way. I am someone who would absolutely move into this building, and having two entrances versus one would make absolutely no difference to me. I have a car, but I often use Metro, and I'm more interested in the close proximity to the Metro and my ability to bike and walk with my dogs safely in the neighborhood. Additionally, as a pediatric nurse who has worked at Children's National Medical Center for the past several years in the emergency department, I unfortunately am much too familiar with the death and injury that can result from children involved in pedestrian motor vehicle accidents. More times than I'd like to remember, I have been on the trauma team that must provide life-saving interventions to a child who is brought in after being hit by a car on their way to school. I would love to see everything be done to prevent this from happening to any child in the future. This is something that should be taken very seriously, as increasing the traffic on a route that is well traveled by adult and child pedestrians would absolutely risk public safety. The safety of the kids in this neighborhood is much more important than having two entrances, especially considering that the building is attractive to potential tenants like me for the reasons I previously listed. In conclusion, I ask that you approve this building, but that you don't allow a garage entrance on Woodland Drive. It wouldn't move the needle for me as a potential tenant to have two entrances versus one, and I would like to see the county demonstrate that they are prioritizing the concerns of the community, public safety, and the lives of the children in the community above profit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next is Karen, is it Marichu? And then the last is Miguel Texiria. I see Miguel on. I'm sorry, who needs to? Karen, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, my name is Karen Mary Show. My family, I'm providing written testimony and oral testimony on behalf of our family who lives on Sanford Road in the Forest Estates neighborhood, blocks away from the proposed development site. I'd like to share with you that we are not in favor of the development plan as proposed for the Forest Estates Glen Metro development at 9801 Georgia Avenue. We are, however, in favor of a modified plan for development. I don't want to go over some of the same things that have been said, so I'll try to focus on some different ideas or different sentiments about the current proposed plan. One of them is specifically for affordable housing. When I learned of this plan, the buzzword affordable housing was being mentioned, but to my chagrin, I realized what that means is that 10% of all of the units that are to be built would be for affordable housing. I do not see how that addresses the current housing crisis that we are experiencing and have been experiencing in the county. My concerns are that the number of units that are non-affordable housing, particularly for service workers, negates the need for meeting this dire need of housing for people who cannot afford market rate or above market rate prices. Also, I have concerns about gentrification. I think that there would be a lack of racial and social equity that otherwise affordable housing would support. Also, I'm concerned about accessible units and the percentages of those, and also their not being designated parking spaces for accessible units. My husband and I, we live in a one-car family household. We do use the metro regularly. Having a development of apartment buildings that is literally almost on top of the metro and permitting so many cars just seems unconscionable. The county has put together, through a lot of analysis, a lot of conversation, and a lot of planning, different amendments, different policies, and I'd like to see those followed. One of those, of course, is the most recent ZTA 23-10, which is the zoning text amendment for parking, quieting, and queuing and loading. I'm sure you're all familiar with this.
Yes, your 3 minutes are.
I
Just take
I did.
10 more seconds and finish up, and because your time is up, okay?
Okay, I think there was a lag time with my getting on, but okay. So I'm just saying that I would like for the county to take in consideration infrastructure that the new apartment units would require for electricity, for sewer, for schools, and all of those things. I would like them to consider the forest conservation easement, the parking, and also affordable units. And lastly, congestion that the plan would currently create. I'd like to see another proposed plan on easing congestion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It looks like we have one last, is it Michael Tiziria? Miguel.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Texera, and I live on Darcy Forest Drive. I've lived in Forest Glen for about 14 years. I actually have lived in two homes in Forest Glen. I moved within my neighborhood. That is how much I love this neighborhood. And I have two children that go to Flora Singer Elementary. And looking back on why I moved to this neighborhood, it is because it is a unique mix of a location where we have such a great variety of both housing options, a diversity of people that live here, and then also great access to public transportation. And it's because it is, but the reality is this: there are far more people who want to live in Forest Glen than can live in Forest Glen. And increasing the supply of those housing options in this neighborhood is not just a local issue, but is countywide. And given the choice that I made to move next to a metro station, that was part of the bargain. That this is a place an area that will see growth and that should see growth. I'm originally from Rhode Island. It's from a town that is a Rust Belt town before there was such a thing as a Rust Belt. And one thing I can say is that towns that stop building and neighborhoods that stop building and stop improving and turn away from public transportation, those are the kind of towns that slowly decline. And I've seen that in my old town, where the people that live there, they're locked in, and then their kids can never move into that neighborhood because the supply is not there. That's the one thing I wanted to leave with you, is that building more housing in our neighborhood is necessary. The only way to do that is to build up. And for my kids, if I want them to live near me in the future, the only way that they're going to be able to kind of stay in the neighborhood is through having a diverse options, both renting and owning in this neighborhood. So I'll leave you as a final word that I do support this project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. So I think we have everyone that wanted to testified. And so what I'd like to do now is to have the applicant come up, have MCDOT come up, and we're going to take a 2-minute stretch break here, and then we'll finish this. So we're going to take a 2-minute break. Thank you. from the, yes, so we're live again. Yeah, we're going to get started. So we have the applicant here, we have the MCDOT, and we have the state highway that's available online. So what I thought, if the applicant would like to make a presentation first, and then we'll then go to state highway, and then we'll talk, and then MCDOT. Okay.
Appreciate that. Erin Gerard with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicant. With me on my far right is Graham Brock of JLB, the applicant, and to my immediate right is Nick Dryben of Lenhart Consulting. They're the ones that did the traffic study that you've heard so much about. It was a little hard, honestly, to sit through all of the testimony that said this was rigged and it's a done deal. I do want to start by thanking staff. I mean, this is not an easy process, and anyone who says that it is very unfamiliar with what actually goes on, because there is a lot of pushing and pulling. This has been a very long road. There were some things I never thought that we would get through: architecture, green space, things like that. So I do want to thank your staff for working so diligently with us, and I just want to emphasize how very objective they really are, and that it's just not easy to get these things done in Montgomery County. And especially for this project that has so many competing demands on it. There's grading issues. There's 3 frontages. SHA has plans for the property. MCDOT has plans for the property. Staff has their own views for the property. So there's been a lot to work through, and it has been very difficult. There were also things that were said that simply aren't true. 10% affordable housing, no, we're doing 15%, and 25% of those will be 2-bedroom, just as the sector plan calls for. There were allegations that the traffic study was done when school was out. That also is not true. We have that the traffic study didn't contemplate pedestrians and bicycles. It absolutely did. We obviously can go through all of that in as much detail or as little detail as you want. But I think also a lot of the testimony was based on this assumption that just because there's 400 some spaces in the parking garage, they're all going to be dumping on the road at the exact same time when everybody else is trying to go to work. And I think we've been clear that the parking is needed to make this project work. I don't think anyone, or at least people here in this room, don't want the project to be built and sit empty. It is a very difficult thing for a developer to figure out how much parking is needed to make it work. People may, as you heard, I think there were some people that testified, they may take transit every single day, but on the weekend they want to go visit their mother in Virginia, or they want to go to the grocery store, or whatever they have plans for. A lot of people keep a car for the weekends or the night times. They don't use it to commute. So I don't think we can base this on assumptions. As far as safety, again, we're happy to discuss that as well. I think people are conflating the idea of all these cars on the road and safety and everything's going to change. And I understand that this is a big project and that change will occur. But I think we have done a very thorough analysis, and has your staff, as has MCDOT, looking at all these issues. Sidewalks was a big thing. We are going to have brand new sidewalks along the 3 frontages. The developer's contributing $1.2 million to put in a new sidewalk on Forest Glen Road that is sorely needed. And we looked at putting sidewalks other places. The fact of the matter is the right-of-way is there, but in a lot of places, people have put retaining walls, or they have a vegetated screen. And it was decided pretty early on that we didn't want to disrupt the neighborhood by, bulldozing their front yards and putting in these sidewalks where they weren't needed. So, or they were needed, but it would be too disruptive for the people who live there. So those are some things I just wanted to note right off the bat. I also wanted to address the idea that people felt like they weren't heard or they weren't in the process. I mean, certainly we have the pre-submission meeting. We have been, Graham offered to give his card, and I think he did give his card to a number of people at the pre-submission meeting, offering to meet. We weren't personally contacted for any of these types of meetings. I know your staff did have meetings with them, but I just really kind of want to point out too that the planning board and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission was set up for a reason, to insulate it from politics. So it is not a plebiscite. It's not what most of the voters want that are going to tell you what needs to happen. It's your role, which I'm sure is very difficult, to balance the equities and to figure out what is the proper planning thing to do in the big scheme, despite what some immediate neighbors may think. There are a couple things. For as much as we have been through this process for many years, there are two things, and my strong preference is always just to accept the conditions and move on. But as you've heard, this project is very tenuous financially. There is a lot that has gone into it, and as you know, inflation rates have gone up and construction costs are going through the roof. And so they recently did some numbers, and it's very tight to make this work. And I know everyone thinks developers are super rich and they have these margins and are always amount of money, but the fact of the matter is these things do not always paper. And we're right on the line of what will actually work. So there are two things that we wanted to bring your attention, neither of which are actually coming from your own staff, but from other agencies. One is, and this came through, we had 3 rounds of comments in this review, which is somewhat, in my experience, is atypical. Usually it's 2, but we had 3 rounds here. And in the 3rd round of comments, we got a comment from DHCA that they were looking for 5% 3-bedroom units. So we had the conversation at the sketch plan. At that point, there were no 3 bedrooms proposed. We increased that to 2.5%, which is what we've had throughout the process. But DHCA kind of came in at the end and wanted 5 3-bedrooms, which is called for in the sector plan. We will admit that. But it is very problematic to do that. We are providing the 15% MPDUs as the sector plan calls for. We're providing 25% 2 bedrooms as the sector plan calls for. But to go to 5.5 3 bedrooms is problematic. And I can let Graham explain because I don't pretend to be an expert on that.
Graham Brock with JLB. 3-bedroom units are larger. Everyone, simple math. What you usually do is you stack them on a corner with windows and the corner, and how it just sort of works is you usually put them in corners. Given the site and the constraints we have on the setbacks along Woodland, and then some of the site constraints that got put on the side on the corner of Georgia, we only have so many units we can stack in the corners. So we can get about 2.5%. If we're going to do more 3-bedrooms, you start taking 1s and 2s and combining them, and our unit count starts going down and down and down. The second problem with 3-bedroom units is when you rent them, they butt up against the rental of townhouses and single family. And financially, we can't take that burden because you end up having to reduce the price per square foot, which is your profit margins, to accommodate 3-bedroom units. So we can't take more 3-bedroom units, and it's sort of dictating market conditions on us, and we just can't do it. So that's the reason why we can't do more 3-bedroom units.
So in that respect, we would be asking that the planning board modify site plan condition 4C1A to accept all of the recommendations of DHCA's February 8th letter, but for that one recommendation. The other thing that we wanted to bring your attention is preliminary plan condition number 4 likewise accepts the recommendations of MCDOT in its February 23rd letter, incorporates them as conditions. This has a long history, and I'm going to try not to get too far in the weeds here, but when we were at sketch plan, MCDOT had indicated that they would require that the entire tunnel parcel, so this is the parcel, it's connected to the Civic Green area in the southwest corner of the property, be dedicated to the county for the tunnel. We had some conversations with them subsequently saying, that's just too much to have to give that land. There's funding to purchase it. We really need to have this conversation. And we had numerous meetings with MCDOT, and they agreed that it would be taken instead of conveyed, so that the county would purchase that. In fact, we modified all of our development standards to make sure that we weren't taking density off it, we weren't counting it for green space. So we actually amended all the plans in reliance on MCDOT's determination in that regard. However, their most recent letter again reverses that position and again asks for a dedication of the whole area. And this is, getting back to a kind of seminal point about this project. If the county is serious about wanting more housing, it needs to take these things seriously. The first thing that everyone said about it, MCDOT ties in their letter the need to dedicate instead of pay for the land to the number of pedestrians that are going to be generated by the project. So a transportation need, if you will. Developers in this county are already paying impact taxes for transportation impacts. That was the first thing the county came up with to mitigate transportation impacts. This project will pay $1.5 million in impact taxes alone. More recently, they came up with the LATR proportionality guide, which also is to improve transportation. So that layers on another $2 million for transportation improvements. So it's one of those where the county keeps layering on these things and then can't understand why housing is not occurring. So those are the two things. Again, we would ask that the board accept the recommendations of the MCDOT letter, but for that first one, and require the a purchase or a taking of the property instead of a dedication. And those are the, I'm sorry to complicate things for everyone, but if we want this project to get done, we really needed to raise those two issues. So we are here to answer any questions. Again, if you want to talk transportation, Nick is here, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yes, well, the two changes you want, we'll need to come back to that later. Right now, so what I'd like to do is, what I heard from the testimony with issues around, around the entrances. Why do we have to have the entrances we have on this project? Also they had some questions about forest conservation analysis. I'd like to go back over that. I'd like staff to talk about, you talked about connectivity. Staff felt that there is connectivity within, the way the plan was getting around the site. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then you're talking about public safety, pedestrian safety. We'd like to just, if staff just talk about why we feel that there is adequate safety. But we have SHA on the line now, and I'd like for SHA to discuss why we landed on the entrance points, why we landed on the traffic light. The residents, the community thought, well, that entrance on Georgia is enough, but could you just go through your analysis of why we ended up where we are now? Entrance on Woodland, entrance on Georgia, right in, right out on Georgia, and the traffic light. So you can take us through your thought process there.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Quasi Woodruff with SHA Access Management. So one of the main reasons we felt that having only one entrance on Georgia Avenue was that the volume of traffic that would be using it and crossing 3 lanes to try to go south on Georgia Avenue would present an unsafe condition. Georgia is a very heavy traveled roadway, and having just that one entrance with that many vehicles trying to use it to go south, crossing 3 lanes to try to make a U-turn on Georgia, that presented a safety and operational issue for us. With regard to the traffic light, that actually helps with safety because it presents gaps and allows people to safely make turns from Tilton to go south on Georgia Avenue. So those were pretty much the two main reasons we felt that another entrance on Woodland would be better than just having one on Georgia.
Okay. So that was based on the data that from the traffic study or from the... Okay.
From data from the traffic study and just our review processes. Yeah.
Okay.
Could you have a slide, the location that Mr. Woodruff is discussing? And is that any way possible that you share some of that data with us? That, if you have like at the peak hour, what was the value that it was beyond what was safe to do?
This is Rebecca Torma from MCDOT. I'll help out answer. We were discussing this earlier today. And this Deepak Samarajan is here to help me, assist me. Oh, it is on. It says green. Closer, sorry. So we looked at the data, and I think if we had just the one entrance, it would be 99 AM, actually 99 AM peak hour trips that would make a U-turn, 3 AM that would make a left, and then the total, it'd be almost 100, it would be 73 U-turns and 21 left turns. So if you're coming out of the site and you want to go south and you're going southbound, basically it was about 100 in each the AM and the PM peak hour trips to make that U-turn or left turn.
Okay.
So this is Deepak from MCDOT. Basically, that 100 vehicles, that 73 vehicles and 99 vehicles, 73 from the PM and 99 from the AM, they will come out of the site and traverse 3 lanes of traffic, get to the left turn lane, and have to make a U, go head southbound to 495. So that is a lot of vehicles making that U on a high volume roadway.
So how does it work now with the light at Tilden?
Even with the light, that is the amount of vehicles. With one entrance, that is the amount of vehicles making a U at that location, even with the light. So that is a safety hazard, basically traversing 3 lanes of traffic and getting to that left turn
I
lane.
thought that you said you put the light and makes it better.
It makes it better with the access on Woodland because the U-turns can be avoided. Basically, with the access on Woodland, people will come out of Woodland, either head toward Forest Glen or head towards Tilton, come out and can make a left, safe left turn with that signal.
And how many would be the traffic with the access to Woodland that is going to make that left turn?
Yeah, I mean, having coming out of Woodland, they can come to that intersection.
How many? What is
It
the
will
peak?
be, with that, it's probably around 6 to 3 AM and 37 PM, making a left at that intersection. So
that's actually coming out of this, excuse me. It is.
and some of the cars will go to, the rest of the cars could go to Forest Glen. So basically 100 is split. I mean.
Yes, and that's what
I mean,
exactly.
they have a
so-
choice either way, go to Forest Glen or go to Tilton Drive and make a left at Tilton, which is safer. Right now, what is happening is it's an unsignalized intersection at Tilton and Georgia. So all the vehicles are heading towards Forest Glen to make that safe left turn. So with the signal, we are making it safe for the left turns to work
At Tilton and
at
Georgia.
Tilton and Georgia. So
Is it safe to assume that some will also use the access point on Georgia as well? So
Yes, I mean,
it's not 100 sort of either or. It's some amount on Woodland and some.
So
will still
what
use Georgia.
happens is, in order for them to head southbound, they have to make a left at either intersection. Right? So coming into the site, they will use the Georgia entrance. They won't be going through the neighborhood.
Yeah. I was just talking about volumes on Woodland. It's safe to assume that some would still choose to exit on Georgia and maybe make a U. But just for the sake of sort of understanding volumes on Woodland, we're not talking about absolutely 100 cars. Some may still choose to exit.
Some may. I mean, it's not safe. That's one of the reasons why. It's a short distance to get to that left turn lane. I mean, with a heavy volume of traffic, there's about 1,000 plus cars coming in the AM peak and 2,000 cars heading south. That's just the through traffic. I'm not talking about the turn traffic. I mean, the vehicles making the turns, but it's just the through traffic, about 1,000 plus cars each direction. So have the vehicles traverse that 3 lanes of traffic and making a U, even with the signal, is unsafe.
Well, is it fair to say, because when I was reading your document, was that 70% of the traffic would go southbound and 30% is going to go north on Georgia. So if your assumption is that we are trying to understand that with the amount of the parking that we have, what is your professional estimate of traffic on Woodland on AM peak hour or PM peak hour? And if we assume 70% go, to the Tilden to make a U-turn, and maybe 30% just go to the north of Georgia then if you say it's 100 or 80, let's just say 100 because it's easy, then 70 of those traffic may go to Tilden and 30 may come to the, Forest Glen.
So there is a traffic distribution, the way it is done. So
This
which
is
I would.
Richard Brockmeyer for the record, Mid-County Transportation Reviewer. So as part of the LATR guidelines, there's an appendix, and that lays out what the distribution of traffic should be for specific areas.
Yeah, could you share that with us? Do you have that to share that information with us to see how it's being distributed? We just want to see what is the amount of the traffic that is estimated.
I don't have something right now. I mean, I have something on my computer, and I'll figure out how to show it. But basically, 70% would be going southbound, going south to points south, 13 north, 7% going west, and 10% going east.
So what is the amount of traffic on Woodland on AM peak and PM peak?
It depends on the scenario. So are we talking about the scenario where there is signalization in Tilton and there's an access on Woodland?
Yes.
Give
exactly.
me a minute and I can get the numbers from
I think that's what is on the table,
traffic
correct?
report.
Okay.
So we're looking at it right now, and the traffic report shows 63 in the AM going out of the site, making a left onto Woodland, and then 23 making a right out of the site and going south.
To Forest Glen.
To Forest Glen.
Okay.
And that's the AM. The PM is 37 making a left onto Woodland and 16 making a right onto Woodland.
And that is considering that there are some traffic that they're going out of the Georgia Avenue. Hopefully you have calculated.
There is some traffic, yes, 13 and 8, 13 in the AM and 8 in the PM. Some traffic getting to Georgia as well, yes.
From Georgia.
And I just, for the sake of clarity, so we all understand, can you define AM and PM, kind of the range of time?
It's a specific range usually. I don't know each intersection is different, but generally it's a 1 hour period, and during the morning and the peak period, the highest volume of traffic. So it could be 6:30 to 7:30.
Okay, so yeah, vehicles over a period of time. So using the 60 example, could be potentially one vehicle a minute, just as an estimate. So we have a sense of kind of the scale, and we're not talking about 60 vehicles leaving all at the same time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Just, again, for the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Reviewer. So in the TIS document, which is available online, it's page 90 of the November 6th TIS or LATR study. Page 90 has all the distribution of the traffic.
Okay.
And I can work on pulling that up. Sorry, I wasn't logged in, so give me just a minute.
All right, Mr. Bartley.
One of the things I find interesting in this and the traffic calculation and the use calculation is that this is a metro-centered type of building. And so we're looking at, residents who may want to live here because it's on top of a metro station. They're going to utilize the metro station. So are the traffic numbers being calculated with regards to how many residents would use metro as opposed to driving their vehicles during peak times? Because I think that's really important. Thanks.
Yeah, so we follow, there's specific guidelines that are followed for the LATR, and that uses ITE trip generation to determine the number of trips based on the land use, the number of trips that are generated from the site. We also do some additional factoring to basically try and get a little bit more approximation for the specific policy area. And then also we break it out by mode. So we have peak person trips, which is what determines if a traffic study is done to begin with. They have to hit a certain threshold. But then it's broken out by vehicle trips, transit trips, multimodal trips. But specifically for auto trips, we use the ITE trip generation.
So can I just ask this, that, okay, so at least we have some idea that how many could be within an hour for the traffic. I understand that we have a community that is already living there, and I truly believe that we have to look at the health and safety of the community. I support the development. I do support it. My question is that, is there any way that we could look and mitigate this traffic impact for the existing neighborhood? And I have a few questions that I just asked. Maybe you all have done. Like for Woodland, I understand that we are doing a sidewalk, but we are allowing parking on one side. Is that possible that the parking that we allow, if it is for pickup or whatever, to use the garage, and we use that additional width to build a bike lane or additional sidewalk? That's one question. The second question is that have we looked at the neighborhood street? I'm sorry, my computer keep turning off, like Myrtle and Sherwood, if I remember it, and Tilden, especially Myrtle and Sherwood. They are tiny and children are using that to do sidewalk. Have we looked at the one-way traffic pattern? That means that maybe from Sherwood, everybody go to the east, just one way. And then on Myrtle, everybody go to west. So that gives us additional roadway width that we provide sidewalk for the children, okay? That way, right now, the community is complaining, and I totally get it. We need sidewalk, we need safety. Okay, we all want this building, but we are adding a little bit more whatever traffic. So let's mitigate the traffic and make it easier for the neighborhood. So let's come with ideas that if they're concerned about their children's safety, let's see that how we could make these side roads safe for our children. I'm not going to say their children, for our children. Forest Glen, I have been driving because I used to work at the Parkside and using Forest Glen. It is congested, I know, but have we looked at it that maybe we could add additional lane, make the lanes a little bit narrower, make more wherever that we need. I think we need more left turn, and we have to have a straight to go through, and then we need to have a right turn. Can we work with, is it a state or county road, and see that if we could make narrower and provide more capacity for the intersection that they can move. Is that possible that we could look at some of the signalization to create some of these backup that is coming over there? So it's a lot of other ways that we could look around the whole neighborhood and take care of some of their concerns to make it safer for their children. I don't know if we have done those.
So maybe the question, yeah, thank you for your comment, is have you considered, one-way streets, or what would it look like to provide sidewalks? What the pluses and the minus? Would more options on Forest Glen be better or worse? When you guys were looking at the traffic, have you looked at any of those things?
So I can speak to what was considered in the LATR, and then I'll defer to DOT on other, outside of the review process. So for the LATR, they are constructing the protected crossing, the signalization at Tilton in Georgia, and that provides a new pedestrian crossing that's protected, that was called for in the sector plan. And then they're also contributing funds to the Forest Glen sidewalk CIP, so a sidewalk that would be on the north side of Forest Glen, so that would improve pedestrian environment on that road. So those are the two things that this project specifically is doing, and then I'll defer to DOT.
I meant county look at it. I understand. I'm not asking the developer, because I understand that they are at the verge of making it or not. But we all are in it together, okay? We want affordable housing, and we want to make sure that developers can build them. And we cannot make it in a way that they cannot profit or stay in business. But there are county impact to the whole area, And this is part of the Vision Zero. There is a school right there that they're taking their kids, but no sidewalk. They
think they're
have to
gonna
put
comment
those
on
sidewalk.
This is Rebecca Torma from DOT again. So we have Kwesi Woodruff on. There is a state project along Forest Glen, and I think it was mentioned in the presentation. And then Michael Paler, the Chief of Division of Traffic and Transportation, he's also on the call, and he can answer some of your questions as well. So, Kwesi, I don't know if you want to talk about the state project real quick.
I could briefly. Are you guys hearing me okay? Yeah.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Kwesi Woodruff again from SHA. Yes, as Rebecca mentioned, we do have a project at that intersection, Forest Glen and Georgia. I'm not sure of the fine details, but I know one of the things we're trying to do is make it safer and just increase capacity. They're probably going to be improving the signal timing there and just making it safer and more capacity.
They're also proposing.
And I was just going to add that this is Scott Holcomb with SHA as well. You know, as part of that project, we did have, when the developer team did do their traffic impact study, I believe they were required to take a look at it with the future SHA project in place. So I believe their latest analysis does include the additional lanes that are located at that intersection. So I just wanted to make sure to note that.
That's wonderful. So that's one thing that it's taken care of now. It is that we can look internally with MCDOT for sidewalks through the Vision Zero and maybe some traffic patterns for the side road to make it a little bit better.
So good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Michael Paylor, and I'm the Chief of Traffic Engineering and Operations for Montgomery County's DOT. And as this project has come to our attention, we are planning to reach out to the community to have a detailed discussion about particular needs and wants regarding traffic safety and operational controls. Now, there's been mention of the installation of sidewalks in the community. There is a process for that, and there is a vetting, well, that process includes vetting by the communities, and it's handled through MCDOT, so the community can request consideration of sidewalks, and they have to get a certain number, a certain percentage of community participants to agree to that, because as we probably know in Montgomery County, not everyone wants sidewalks on their roadways. So that process is something that we could enter into. There was also mention about changing the what we call the access, or changing the usage of the roadway to make maybe one road one way and make another road one way in the other direction, make it a couplet or something of that nature. And again, there's a process for consideration of that treatment, and it's handled through Executive Regulation 1794. And again, because we want to make sure that everyone who might be impacted by such a change in the network composition, the network flow, is in favor of that, then that process would have to be entered into by the community. And of course, the MCDOT staff would be facilitating the concerns. And once there was a consensus to say yay or nay, if there was yay, then we would do a requisite design and submit that to the community, and then ultimately change that access. But again, these two items, sidewalks and access restrictions or access permitting, those are governed by executive regulations that are on the books. And of course, the community would have to subscribe to that and also make that request to the DOT. But to highlight what I said at the outset, I am, and my staff is planning to get connected with the lead entities in the community and have a meeting with them to talk about their concerns, to see how we might be able to mitigate some of the impacts that might be created by this development.
Yeah, I really appreciate, Michael. I think it is important that we, as the county, look at the impact and see that how we could make sure that there is all the safety or concerns for safeties are considered. And I think that gets priority for other existing because there is something new coming there that was not there and people are concerned. So it has to be looked into and see that if there are safety concerns for children, especially sidewalks, I support that. So, if we could put it in the public right away, my understanding was that for sidewalk, because my daughter just asked for a sidewalk, and they said that you have to have 100% of your property neighbors agree that we can do come fast, or else we have to go through the process. Or they said it can just come if everybody agrees. If they don't, then we have to go through the process. So, but if we have the right of way, if we could help and put the sidewalk, hopefully that's something that alleviates the issue.
Yeah, thank you for those questions, bringing that up. So, the board members have other questions, comments? Yeah.
Just along the same lines, I mean, and since we have MCDOT on and the State Highway Administration as well, speak DOT, but some sort of limited access into Sherwood and Myrtle, I think, would be useful to take a look at as well. I don't know if that's easier. Those are narrow streets, and sidewalks will be hard to fit in either the right-of-way or anything else. But something that like a choker into the thing or a curb bump out is fairly effective at preventing exactly the kind of cut-through concerns that I think a lot of the neighborhood presented today, and I think it's probably, if I'm right, might be easier than the sidewalk option. So I don't know if it's a condition of, I don't think it's a condition on the developer, but it's something for MCDOT to consider to think about curb bump outs or choke point at either Myrtle or Sherwood or both potentially to narrow down access and entrance to that and limit access to those streets. So, local traffic only, that kind of thing. But I think also some physical barriers to preventing easy access to that from Woodlawn Drive. To do that, I think on a practical level, it doesn't look like there's a lot of access except just to go around and wait at the other end of the line from a traffic standpoint. But I think there's potentially a lot of use in putting in physical and then the signage there as well. And I think it's something for MCOD to consider, but that is, again, community-led, I think, for the most part.
Okay. All right. So,
I have a comment.
Okay, please.
And questions. So when this first came before us with regards to the sketch plan, I abstained with regards to my vote. And the reason why I abstained is because I wanted to know if there was going to be any alternatives looked at other than the Woodland Drive interest, and whether or not that was explored. If there were alternatives, were they explored? And then were there alternatives to the deforestation explored? And if so, what were those alternatives, if any? Thanks.
Thanks again. For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Reviewer. I'll answer that first question, probably turn to Amy for the second. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay. So yes, the LATR study was done, and then there was an appendix to that included an operations analysis, which was conditioned by the sketch plan approval. And that looked at a scenario where there was only access on Georgia Avenue, and then a scenario where there was access on both Georgia and Woodland Drive. And then we asked them to do a third scenario where we had the signalization at Tilton. So 3 scenarios were done. We also had them look at both the interim conditions, so the existing lane configuration, and the future lane configuration when the SHA project comes in.
Also, it would be now a good time. We talked about, there were some comments, testimony about the forest conservation analysis, and, could you walk us through that? What's a forest, what's not a forest, the condition, the variance, the specimen tree, so that we can at least address the comments from the residents.
Certainly. For the record, again, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. So I first want to sort of separate 2 different issues, because we heard a lot of issues, and I want to make certain that we don't conflate them. So there's first what the sector plan says. Now, the sector plan property-specific recommendations for this property do state an acreage of forest. However, forest is actually determined through the regulatory process. And we don't get into exactly what is forest, what is not forest, until we are reviewing a regulatory plan. So for example, sometimes there can be 10 or 20 years in between when we make recommendations for the sector plan and when we see a regulatory plan. Additionally, when we're making sector plan recommendations and writing descriptions, we're not going out and doing all of the detailed field work required to make those determinations. So those are the first two things I kind of want to separate. So the Forest Conservation Plan is based on the natural resource inventory that was submitted and reviewed. And the acreage was determined by looking at not only the number of stems and trees that are in the area, but also how deep the area is and what the acreage of the area is. So for example, a tiny area that's maybe 1,000 square feet would not qualify. So there are regulatory, there are legal definitions of what is forest and what is not forest. In the case of this property, when you look at an aerial photograph, it looks very green, and it would lead you to believe that this is all forest. But when you get onto the site, that is not the case. If we could go back up one slide. Right. So the center photograph, I'm actually inside that green area right now. That was not taken on the edge. That was taken inside because there's a large part of it which actually doesn't have any trees on it. Now, it is true that these were taken in the winter, but in some ways that's better because it lets you see what the degree of invasive cover is. That being said, that doesn't mean that the level of invasives means that it is not forest. It just is a quality of the forest. And I'm not trying to diminish the importance of small patches of forest in our urban areas, because those are important. Some of them are very vibrant and used as locations for migratory birds. So I want to be clear that I'm not diminishing the importance of this forest. So the sector plan has some specific recommendations that talk about giving maximum flexibility for the removal and replacement of the forest with an area of equal environmental benefits, which is a little squishy. There isn't like a checkmark test that works. So in working through this, given the location of this at the corner across from a metro center, the requirement to provide the large public open space, we worked with the applicant's team to create a landscape plan that I actually think could serve as a model for future developments because it takes into account many of the ecosystem services that a forest actually provides. It's often very difficult in an infill situation to preserve forest because we're dealing with a lot of utilities that either have to be relocated, you're dealing with drainage considerations so that we're not shedding water onto adjacent properties. You're dealing with an infill situation where you have to meet grading on all four sides with usually not a lot of extra room, not a lot of extra flexibility. So for example, this property is really not that large. It's under 4 acres, and we were, through the sector plan, asking for half an acre to a full acre of public open space. So there isn't a lot of flexibility always and a lot of space to move along. And when you include the 3 road frontages that all have improvements on them, there are pedestrian facility improvements on all 3 of those frontages, that starts to add some levels of complication as well as the grading necessary on this property. So there is a fairly substantial grade. So in this case, we do not have a scenario that shows the existing forest to be retained and still able to meet that, the housing desire.
But, however, what I did hear you say, you followed the procedures, the stormwater, the forest conservation procedures that we do for every site, right?
Absolutely. This meets the legal requirements. They are meeting some of it on site with some landscape credit, but not much, while still providing all of that landscape, and will unfortunately have to take the rest of it off-site, yes.
Okay, so so thank you for addressing that. I'd like planning board members, any additional comments, but here's where I am on this. The applicant is providing substantial number of housing at this site, at a metro site, consistent with our goals of Thrive to provide multiple types of housing. Also, it will benefit metro ridership and hopefully, so that maybe Forest Glen won't be the least used metro stop. And it also, the applicant is putting with the walkway, they're putting a walkway on the the west side of Woodland, in terms of great pedestrian flow, a walkway on Forest Glen all the way to the Sligo Creek. What I understand is that what we're in the pedestrian plaza, which for the community to gather. I think it's a great public amenity for the site. There is a through-block connection, which is part of what we want in our site that would help the residents on the east side of Woodland, the residential community get to Georgia and other places. So I feel that, that the applicant has met the requirements. I will say that even though the parking, it's not a requirement, but you're between the minimum and the maximum. I would, as you get to the final design stage, I would like you to consider less parking. I don't know what is the floor. What is a floor in the garage? How many spaces do you know?
In this garage, it's about 60, 75. I'd have to, off the top of my head.
Right. I see that, so you're parked at about 1.2 now, I'm close to 1.2, but 25 of those spaces are for commercial, which you need, and then you'll be down to maybe about 1.1 something. I'd like you to, when you get to the final, because I feel that you are near Metro and that less parking is better than more parking, and then I think it could save you, some money, which will help do the other parts of the project. We need to address these. There are a couple requests that you wanted, and then I'll have all the other board members chime in here. One is the DHCA requirement is for 5% 3-bedroom units. Well, I don't think we can change the DHC. I think the 3 bedrooms are especially families, for affordable families would definitely love the 3-bedroom units. But that would be, finally, it'd be a DHC, they would have to, but this is.
May I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
The condition is to incorporate the DHCA recommendations in full. Is that accurate? Can we make the condition to incorporate them all but X? Is that what we're considering here? Is one or the other?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we can say that would DHCA have what legal staff?
Well, to answer.
Hi, this is Maggie Gallagher from DHCA. I just wanted to add that the master plan also recommended that they include additional affordable units at slightly higher AMI than the MPDUs. And we did talk to the applicant and decide that it would be okay to waive that piece of the master plan, since the market rate units would likely be set around that price anyways, with the condition that they show us that the market rate would be around that price. So that's why we kind of felt that kind of sticking with that 5% 3-bedroom units was reasonable, since we were already waiving that second recommendation of the master plan.
Okay. Okay. So, and then the last one is this tunnel dedication piece. Can you go through that with? Yes.
Rebecca Torn with MCDOT. We had met with the applicant originally, and they were going, the CIP for the tunnel does show that theoretically there's money. I'm not a CIP expert, but it has a dollar amount for land acquisition. When we realized that, well, we had met with the applicant more recently, they had said that they couldn't meet the civic green without dedicating land, and that the planning staff and the applicant wanted to have a portion of what was supposed to be all fee simple in dedication, and a portion of it was dedicated. And so when we met with our attorneys, we asked the question, and we asked the question of planning, and why can't the entire piece be dedicated? Because they need a portion of it to be dedicated so that they can count it for civic green. Why can't the rest of it be dedicated also? And so we thought we'd ask if the land can be dedicated.
Can I respond to that briefly? That was the intricacy I was trying not to get into, is the whole civic green calculation. We did think we had, so one of the many push and pull things that we've had with staff over many months is the civic green, and the sector plan calls for 0.5 acres to an acre. We had, I think it was 0.46, and we were like, that's substantial compliance, and staff's like, no, it's got to be 5 or 0.5. So we've looked around the site, and it was very much, what about this area? What about that area? We all agreed, oh, we'll just include the area north of the tunnel because it's going to read as part of the civic green. We agreed with that. Staff said, well, we agree on that, but we want you to dedicate it. We don't want you to get paid for it and count it for the civic green. We said, fine. It's like 1,200 square feet. We'll dedicate that portion, and then we'll have MCDOT buy the remainder. What we didn't know is that MCDOT was going to use that to flip their entire position and say, dedicate it all. So that's where we think we could find other places that would count for civic green. So we contest that we need that area. We could have kept negotiating, but all this really happened at the last minute, and that's why you're getting to hear about it.
So what are you saying? There's an option, can we dedicate part and not dedicate the,
That's what we thought we had agreed to.
Is that an option? I'm just.
So the way that the applicant and planning staff have proposed it is a portion's being dedicated.
And a portion.
I don't know how that, is it dedicated? Usually when you dedicate a road, you dedicate it to public transportation.
Right.
In this case, I'm not sure exactly how that would be, who are they dedicating to? Is it, I just don't know that. It hasn't been worked out. The other portion would be fee simple. In that case, it would be kind of like, if the county never goes and if they don't, for whatever reason, it would just be a little awkward because you'd have the right-of-way, you'd have a fee simple property, and then you'd have right-of-way, and then you have fee simple property. And so my whole thought was, if you can require the dedication for a portion of it, why can't you require the dedication for the entire amount? And we based it on the fact that they were doing they had pedestrian trips going to the site, and that would generate additional traffic that would use the tunnel, and therefore we requested it to be dedicated.
And I just don't understand why the dedication couldn't happen at the same time as the fee simple, And just the logic that we were going to give the county won't have to buy as much land. So I thought that was a win-win, but so
She
that's.
is, we are only 15% design in, and we are not ready to purchase the property that I'm aware of.
But it could be, okay, can it be done? So right now, the board, we have to give MCDOT the opportunity to use that property, correct? And we have to do it, the board is the only one that can provide the dedication, correct? The recommendation for the dedication.
For the record, this is Matt Folden, Mid-County Regulatory Supervisor. That is correct. The board determines the dedication, and I just want to be clear, the condition that we're talking about, there are two conditions. One is the preliminary plan condition number 4, which brings in the MCDOT recommendation letter. Within that letter is the language about dedicating it at no cost to the county. The other piece is site plan condition 3B that says the applicant must provide the civic green with a minimum functional contiguous space of 0.5 acres as delineated on the certified site plan. Land that is conveyed by the applicant for consideration may not be counted towards the civic green space. And so there's a little bit of discussion about dedication of public right-of-way. This could be a donation, a fee simple conveyance to the county, basically just not getting paid for something that's also meeting a master plan requirement.
So the county not getting paid for something?
For the piece that goes with the civic green.
I'm still having some trouble figuring out exact. So we've got a contiguous space that's not quite big enough. Is that the issue? And there is an opportunity to convey some of that as a dedication, but it doesn't count toward the civic green's overall space, but there will still be a contiguous space of larger than half an acre.
Right, so there would be a piece, and actually on the site, page 26 of the staff report, and Parker's pulling it up, there's an exhibit that shows all of this space delineated. The area that's shown in green is all of what will be counted as the civic green.
Yes.
There's an area that's highlighted in yellow, and that's the area we're talking about would actually contribute towards the 0.5 acre civic green. Because once the tunnel's constructed and open, that area will actually function as part of the civic green. You won't even be able to tell that it was originally part of the tunnel parcel. And then the red hatched area would be necessary for the tunnel pieces, the elevators and the tunnel opening.
And the issue is wanting that red piece dedicated along with the green and yellow hatched piece. That's the issue that we're at right now.
Well, it is, but no, the whole blue piece, correct, is what the blue plus the yellow needs to be part of the tunnel, correct?
Has to be conveyed so the tunnel can be built. That's the issue, that
Correct.
section. And then the operation of the tunnel post-building does not require the green and yellow hatch section. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, that's the issue.
Is that true?
Am I getting that right?
I think in general, yes. I don't know, I'm not a construction person, but yes, I think so. So like, when we go in and construct that, we'll actually use more of the civic green. So we'll need an easement.
There'll be a staging and easement,
For
that's
maintenance.
Just, I'm sorry, to clarify one point, Commissioner Hedrick, you had asked if the yellow and red piece would be necessary for the tunnel in the future. The red piece would be.
The red piece is the operation piece
Yes.
of the tunnel that needs to be fully conveyed either by purchase or dedication. And then
Not,
No?
I mean, usually there'll probably be some kind of easement
Easement
over
on it.
that to access it, or permit.
Right,
Yeah.
so you can dedicate the red piece, right? But, and give them an easement for.
The inverse. I think we were proposing to dedicate the yellow hatching and then have MCDOT purchase the red.
Purchase the red piece.
Yeah, and then the yellow hatching would contribute to the civic green
Correct.
open space.
And that's why we were going to dedicate it, because it's also counting for the green.
Yeah. Can I ask a clarifying question about the CIP? You mentioned if you did purchase, I guess what's in the red hatched area, there's part of the CIP that you could use for that purpose. Is that project specific? So for this specific project, you can use a portion of the funds for purchase of property?
Yes.
It's not from kind of a separate CIP or?
No, the Forest Glen Tunnel has its own CIP.
Yeah.
And in it does list acquisition of property.
Okay. Do you think that this purchase, if this is what we decide today, would this significantly delay the project in your mind, or would it contribute to potential delays?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we're at 15% design, but whether we have to purchase it or we have to, or it gets dedicated, it should not delay unless there's potential issues with negotiation or something.
Okay.
Okay. So we can, at a minimum, the yellow piece needs to be dedicated.
Sorry? So the yellow, it will be dedicated?
At a minimum, the yellow
Yes.
piece needs to be dedicated. Okay, all right. So my other thing, just before we go, one last thing, on the DHCA piece, is there, I know you want the 5% three-bedrooms, is there any negotiation over there that DHCA, that you still get what you want in terms of either affordability or something, but not the three-bedrooms, or it's really important to you to get the 5% three-bedrooms?
I think the reason we're kind of stuck on the 5% is because it's one more three-bedroom. It's just one unit. So if they could dedicate one market rate three-bedroom as a MPDU, the way we read the master plan is that it had to be 5% of the MPDUs, and we really only have, a say over those MPDUs. So if they could designate one more three-bedroom as an MPDU opposed to adding additional three-bedrooms to the site, we would be okay with that.
Just take one market rate three-bedroom?
We're reacting real time because we thought that they were requesting 5% of all of the units as three bedrooms, not of the MPDUs. So if you can just give us 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, if that's indeed the case and it's 5% of the MPDUs and it's one more unit, that's fine.
Let's go with that.
We were getting hung up on 5% of all the units, which is a lot more.
That's a lot. Let's go with that.
Okay, so that's where I am on this. I'm not sure if the other board members, so what I said was I'm in favor of moving forward with the project. With in addition, the change that on the, including the 5%, adding one more three-bedroom to the MPDUs from the market side, and the tunnel dedication where the applicant would dedicate the yellow, and then we will work out a negotiation with MCDOT on the purchase of the red.
I do have a revised version of condition 4 of the preliminary plan DOT letter, if you'd like to see that draft.
Yes,
So this is how it would read.
So just to clarify, that allows the purchase of anything as long as it doesn't mean that the purchase makes the whole Civic Green less than 0.5. It doesn't mean that the portion that is counted as a Civic Green is less than 0.5. Is that accurate?
Correct. This
Okay.
maintains our position that we need that yellow portion to achieve the half-acre Civic Green.
Full physical green.
So that part is not affected by this. This is just saying the remainder may be sort of
The
negotiated
remainder may be
for sale.
purchased. That's fine. Dedication taken is not going to be held against it. I think that's fine if the applicant is okay with that piece of it. I mean, we've got a Civic Green.
I'm just worried that it doesn't say that the board's preference. It just says MCDOT and the applicant may enter into an agreement to reduce it, which, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, MCDOT could still say that you have to dedicate it.
As long as the applicant is not compensated.
Do we want to express a preference as part of this?
Yeah, I think if the board is now at the point of saying only dedicate the yellow portion, that we'd have to modify this language slightly to say that. if that's what you want to do.
Could you
And we
say-
can work on the language, but if
Okay.
that's the
Okay.
intent of the
But-
board, that you dedicate only that,
Yeah.
the yellow hatched portion, and then the remainder is for purchase.
It's for purchase.
We could
Yeah.
modify
And
it.
is MCDOT okay? Are you okay with that?
There's money in this,
Okay.
there's money in the CIP. That's fine. I mean, I think the, if I may be clear, the sense of the board is not to kill the project
Right,
over
right.
1,800 square feet of whether we're buying it or dedicating it. Is that accurate?
Right, correct.
Okay, like, they got money.
Okay, so is, if MCDOT is okay, the applicant's okay with it, this is what the board would like to see, okay? And we're okay on the three-bedroom units, it's an additional three-bedroom MPDU, right? Taken from the market side, okay?
And could we also add that staff for DOT and all the staff work with the community to look at the
Right.
pedestrian safety on the neighborhood street, and any recommendation to work it out with DOT as part of some of the projects that they have. And I do not know if we could also add that, just work with with you, if it is possible, to reduce the number of the parking all the time. It's a preference. We don't want to say that you have to, but if you are able to, that would be
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah,
And
we
that's
should-
something that we did talk to staff about. There was a condition earlier that had a number, and we were trying to put a floor, so we have committed to that, to
Yeah,
re-examine that.
Okay, wonderful.
But it'll
Thank
be, it's not a requirement, but it'd be a recommendation to consider reducing.
Consider, yeah. We would like you to consider reducing the number of parking. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, if I could, just two administrative items. I just want to make sure while DHCA is on the line and everybody's in the room, that everything is clear per the DHCA letter and the three-bedroom unit conversation, if anything needs to change. Right now, we've incorporated DHCA's letter by reference, and
Yeah.
so I know Ms. Gallagher's on the line. If we need to change anything, it would be good to do it now.
What we wanted to do was just clarify that the 5% was based on the
Of the MPDU.
MPDUs, right? Which
Right.
meant adding an additional three-bedroom MPDU.
And practically, that swaps one from market, from one market to one to the MPDU as a three-bedroom, not changing in any way the existing bedroom structure that's in the, there's a table in there. that
But as
has
a
it.
point of clarification, you'd reduce one two-bedroom unit, add one three-bedroom unit, correct? Is that,
No, it's,
you're
As-
just asking, or
long
you're
as
just
two
asking for an extra
bedrooms-
unit on top of the 15%?
Sorry, as long as the two bedrooms stay at 25% and the three bedrooms are at 5%, and then the overall MPDUs are 15% of the overall units, then I can put this all in writing, because I know that was a lot of numbers I just threw at you. But as long as they comply with that, those three percentages, those three ratios, then DHCA is okay with it.
Of
So
the
dropping
existing 15.
one studio or one bedroom and adding a three-bedroom?
whatever. yeah.
Yes.
It's your options. I mean, we
Right.
have studios ones,
Whatever
twos,
helps
and
it
threes.
comply with those three ratios, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we agree that the letter probably needs to be modified to make that more clear, but the condition reads that it can be modified by DHCA, right?
Correct.
So we should
Yes.
be fine.
That's fine.
And sorry, the second point, and second and final point, to Commissioner Pedoweem's point, if the board would like to direct staff to write a letter to DOT about working between DOT and the neighborhood to work on traffic calming and safety, we can do that.
That
if-
would
if
be
that's the
really
board's
good.
desire.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It could come from the board.
And
Thank you.
They gave examples of choke point, choking down the street, or changing the directions of the
Curb
street.
extensions,
Your curb extensions.
Yeah.
Or.
Whatever
or
they
site- yeah,
see, yeah.
site, come up with the amicable plan with the community to work on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a motion for approval of, could you put up all the, we have to do them separately, or? Okay.
Yeah.
So would I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan number 1202300160 with amendments?
Yeah,
I'll move to, oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'll move to approve preliminary plan 120230160 with amendments that we discussed.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bar, are you and I, or?
I said aye.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's unanimous. Second, do I have a motion for approval of preliminary plan number 120?
Site plan.
I'm sorry,
Site plan.
site plan number 82023-0130 with amendments?
Move that we approve with amendments discussed here and the conditions and stuff.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the last is the Forest Conservation Plan, number F20240040, with conditions and amendments.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve that as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so
I
much.
abstain on that.
Oh, you abstain?
Forest
Abstain on
Conservation.
it.
Okay. One abstention, 401 abstention. So thank you very much. Thank you, community, for coming out and testifying. Thank you, applicant. We're looking forward to the project. It's definitely needed. And thank you for coming, MCDOT. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with item number 10, Local Area Transportation Review Guidelines, Appendix D correction, where staff is recommending approving the corrected version, Appendix 4 of the LATR guidelines. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the afternoon. It's item 10, Local Area Transportation Review, LATR Guidelines, Appendix 4, Correction, where staff is recommending approval of the corrected version, Appendix 4 of the LATR Guidelines. And this afternoon, we have Darcy Buckley of the Planning Department here to present this item. Good afternoon.
Hi, Darcy Buckley with Countywide Planning and Policy. So the local area transportation review guidelines has included the incorrect version of Appendix 4 White Oak trip generation rates since 2021. The document includes an unapproved draft May 2017 version of the appendix instead of the one that was approved by the Planning Board in September 2017. We're recommending that the Planning Board revises the current as well as previous versions of the LATR going back to 2021 to include an Appendix 4 that conforms with the version the board approved in September 2017. To provide a little bit of background, County Council established the White Oak policy area pro rata share in 2015, which says that development projects within the White Oak policy area must pay a local area transportation improvement program fee to cover their share of area transportation costs. The fee is based on the project's share of new peak hour vehicle trips. Since September 2017, Appendix 4 of the LATR guidelines has provided the trip generation rates that support the White Oak LATIP fee calculation. And the rates are based on the PM peak hour vehicle trip rates in the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan local area model. The rates are customized to reflect existing conditions as well as future changes in land use and travel behavior. There are 4 versions of the guidelines that have this incorrect version of the appendix from July 21, March 2022, September 2022, and June 2023. As I said before, the approved documents have this earlier draft instead of the one that was officially approved in September. The 2021 staff report where this error was first made doesn't mention any changes in the White Oak trip generation rates, nor does the presentation. So we believe this was done unintentionally and erroneously. There are a few key differences between the draft version and the one that was approved. Those changes are that the September 2017 approved version split the single-family housing category into attached and detached to have separate rates for those. Similarly, it split the multifamily housing category into low-rise and high-rise. It made a slight increase to the hospital rate and decreased the other non-residential rate. And it also removed a table that converted the rates into a dollar value because the dollar value could change in the future and is not set in the LATR guidelines. There are 4 White Oak projects that have been approved with LATIP conditions since 2018. None of the conditions of approval are impacted. The conditions refer applicants to a white paper, a cost estimating white paper that's maintained by the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And that white paper uses the fees that uses the trip generation rates in order to estimate the fees. The trip generation rates it uses are those from September 2017. So our recommendation is to replace the incorrect version of Appendix 4 with the correct version in the previous documents as well. We believe this will improve clarity and avoid confusion.
So we got lucky. No, that was my question. And so it didn't impact any of the fees.
No, it does not impact any of the fees.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So are we're done? Okay, so do we have to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, great. So Do I have a motion to replace the incorrect version of Appendix 4 of the LATR guidelines with the correct version, Attachment A, in the following versions of the guidelines: July 21, March 22, September 22, and June 23?
I so move.
Second.
All in favor, say
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Buckley, and this ends our planning board presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was